dark lab, the noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hungerbusters! back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
world updates to Tago, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new survivor pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tago. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improved the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear. Grab the new Survivor Pass and hot drop back into Tago. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
It's Judgment Day for 16 teams here. It's the Grand Finals day of the Grand Final, and high above the arena hangs not only the potential to become a champion, but also the potential to move on to PGS 5 and 6 coming up a little bit later on in the month, as well as leading into November. Joining me to start things off here to break down who may be able to attain those top spots, I have Avenger as well as Mark Powers. My name is Kalaris, your host, to talk about exactly how this is all going to go down. Suffice to say, though, we had two excellent days of action in the grand final so far. Two absolute titans of the scene loom at the very top to try and grab that #1 spot, but there's so much to play for Avenger.
Yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, this last day here is going to define what's going to happen to you for the next half year. If you're going to land, if you're not going to land, if you're going to have a small break of 4 to 5 months.
Very terrifying stuff, Mark, of course, of all of these teams. Absolutely hungry for it. We saw some of those hopefuls try and step it up yesterday. So many teams joined that, effectively, in inverted commas, mid-pack to try and push themselves onto the LAN.
Yeah, can we call it mid-pack now? It's every other pack apart from the other two with Twisted Minds and BB. But they didn't really show up yesterday. Kind of their Twisted Minds and BB team, but they did really open up the opportunity, really, now for these other teams to get involved. And that mid-pack, as we're classifying it, is getting tight, really, really tight. And arguably there's one spot that might be up for grabs.
Yes, indeed. And we've got a lot to talk about. Let's start things off with those two titans at the top, Martin, of course, who will effectively have now made it a two-horse race unless we see a huge push from a Stardust, from an Ascend, or something like that. Twisted Minds in one hand, BB team in the other hand. They've gone blow for blow against one another in this tournament so far. BB team and looked fantastic in that group stage and is now just 2 points behind the ultimate kings of EMEA.
Yeah, it's crazy. Honestly, for this situation here, both of them had a slower day two that we saw in day one, but still, I feel like they did that, and also they had less points because they are just taking those fights. They are taking these situations where, okay, we are this much ahead, we can afford it. We want everyone in the lobby to respect us and actually kind of run away from us.
Yep.
And 34 points for BB team sounds low, but still 113 points total because they had that massive 79-point day one. Obviously, Twisted Minds, the ever so consistent team coming in and kind of holding on to that first spot right now.
Yeah, they're a scary team to topple at the very top. Let's take a look at how we've got here overall, though, because we did have two phases before we got to the grand final with that group stage and the last chance. That basically eliminated 8 teams overall that were able to qualify on through the long process of the qualifications that happened, Mark, and now we're down to that top 16. And regardless, I mean, exactly what you were mentioning, right? Because the mid-pack is so tight, it really shows the depth of quality we have here in EMEA. There are so many great teams vying for the top spots.
Yeah, and obviously some of the teams went through that last chance at a couple more games compared to others. No change, obviously, in the point system, but it's tight. It is tight. One game, maybe 2 games, and we're even looking at 10th, 11th place, maybe jumping their way up. So it really sort of reinforces the high caliber that we have from a player base in this region, whether it's on the EMEA side or the EU. Everyone is fighting for every single point they can get, and 1 point might be the difference, as I said before, from getting themselves a potential ticket to a LAN or maybe sitting at home for the rest of the year.
And all these teams for this tournament in particular are fighting for a prize pool of $50,000 in total, and the top spot, of course, will be 12,000, as well as PGC points on the line here, Martin. We're already kind of like number crunching behind the scenes, seeing who's going to be able to try and get to PGC via those points. Of course, PGS points or PGS spots effectively come first, and they're all important as well.
Yeah, for sure. In this case here, it looks very good. Obviously, BB Team Twisted Minds are definitely certain here, depending really on what happens with FaZe Clan, depending on how many points they're able to garner for this. They could be a little bit scared if Eternal Fire actually manages to get a few points up there. If they have a huge day again, they had a huge day yesterday, 54 points, actually the best on the day. And yeah, if they can replicate that and FaZe stays in that kind of mid-pack, they will not be going to PGC through that. And also, really, as you say, comes down to these PGS spots. That's going to be decided after kind of the first year where we're going to be going to a LAN where there's guaranteed spots to PGC afterwards. And we're like, these teams that are not at the LAN, they could still be going to PGC through this.
Yeah, now actually you mentioned Eternal Fire. Obviously their jump up yesterday was very impressive. They started languishing down towards the bottom spots, but managed to fire themselves all the way up to 5th place. It really felt, Mark, like that win on Rondo was the spark, the ignition that they needed, because after that we had a few more podium finishes as well. So there's some good prospects there for Eternal Fire, the X-Howl roster, etc.
if I think it's that one game where they kind of remembered how they used to play, maybe I'm not on the lead this game, but that they had to fight for that compound. They fought for the compound. They held the area. They defended and battered away teams like Gaming Gladiators. And yeah, you're right. It's like, oh, we can actually play this game. We can compete. And at that point onwards, they became a thorn in the side. They can clear the edges really well when they do lose that zone out, and then they just push in for a victory. Might not be as flamboyant as some of the other teams getting a high amount of kills, less placement, but it's consistent, it's good. But as Martin said, they are a team that might be getting enough points on the board if they continue like they did on day 2.
Well, I'm getting word as well that we can take a look, because we have competitions running alongside our competition as well. And yesterday there was the opportunity to try and get yourself 5,000 G-Coin. Get out of there, Windows. And we've got ourselves the focus on MS Paint. All you had to do was basically draw an MS Paint picture and then submit it to us. And actually, damn, the one in the middle is really good for MS Paint, Martin.
Yeah, it's kind of cute as well. Tickle tongue looking feisty as ever here, but I think some of them are nice. Like their angle one, honestly, pretty accurate with once you come to the roads. So I like that a lot. That's cool. There's some pretty awesome ones in there.
Very well done. The good old Phoenix M4. I like that as well. It was my go-to skin, Mark, until I finally got the Halloween one when it came back around. So it's a difficult choice because there's some good M4 skins. Damn.
Oh, you know, I don't mind that one. I'm the Org. I like that neon Org one at the moment. That's the one I'm trying to level up. But that is a bit of a rascal with a skin. I do really enjoy that one. But I missed out on the Halloween M4. So I'm a big guy, to be fair.
You got to get it eventually. It might come around again. It might come. But actually, very importantly, there is another competition going on today, and you can find out that in terms of the details for it with !contest. However, I can fill you in here as well. Basically, it's kind of like what we're calling it the catwalk competition today. So basically, all you have to do is reply to the tweet today with your outfit or your best outfit that you would use in game. I know that Martin's going to submit, but he's wearing his tryhard WTSG hoodie, so it doesn't really matter because he just tries to be camouflaged, right, Martin?
Yeah, exactly. I also have my Vikendi look looking good with the Sonic stuff. I like that too. I think it's a little bit, it's tryhard, sure, but I think it's just such a huge advantage when it actually just blends in with the whole area, right? And maybe a little lion suit for Miramar just for the memes.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That's nice. And of course, we have PAS coming up right after this as well, and that competition is going to be running there apparently. But again, 5,000 G-Coin if you're able to win the submissions via the likes as those posts do go on. So make sure to go and submit. Make sure it's very simple. You just go in your game, you screenshot your character, maybe you win something. Maybe you've got those really rare skins from the 2018 World Championships, Martin, which I don't have anymore. They're gone. Oh.
You sold them? Yeah, I sold them.
I sold them. They were very expensive.
Yeah, the market was too good.
It was too good.
Buy low, sell high.
All right, anyway, let's talk about the leaderboards and see how all of these teams are faring. Because again, it's not just the battle for number one. It is also the battle for these teams to try and push themselves onto PGS. Because the fact that Twisted Minds is already a global partner team, they're up there. That means spots are going to bump down, Mark. And there's so many teams in contention. If you had to pick who you think might be going, who do you give good prospects to make it to PGS?
Got to be Eternal Fire. It's got to be Eternal Fire. I think Eternal Fire are in a position that if they get a third place, but they're going to bag 440 PGC points, that there will outdo the FaZe Clan by 5, depending on where they land up. We need to obviously question whether they stay in their same position. So there's so many variables. I do want to keep an eye on Eternal Fire. I think they're going to be big. I also wouldn't mind Ascent. I think they deserve a good second half of the year. I think they deserve getting there, as they did miss the ball just on spring. So I kind of go for those two. Everyone else deserves. There's an argument to say, even from the Esports, like the Virtus Pros, the Stardust. There's an argument for every single team. But for me, definitely today, I've been looking at Eternal Fire and Ascend.
How about yourself, Martin?
I think for Ascend, if they're in third, 6 points right now after Starter's been looking good. Eternal Fire, they need to have a huge day again. Like, they had an 18-point day one, guys, and they are currently 16 points behind. If they had a better day, they would actually be our 13 right now on their day one. Ascent, they need it. I would go as far as saying I don't even, depending on what happens at PGS, of course, I don't even know if a third place for them here is going to be enough PGC points for them to go to PGC. So they would have to go to PGS themselves and kind of try to fight for that, because they are pretty far behind. I think they got 16th and 15th at the EVC EMEA PGC points. They are pretty far down on that ladder. But yeah, for the rest, I think they are far behind. 19 points behind for Foot. Like, it's kind of trickling down a little bit. If you see a consistent Stardust, a consistent Ascent today, it's going to be hard for everyone else to catch up. But then again, those teams are always, after every single game, they're going to have targets on their back because everyone else realize if you don't take them down, they're going to run away with it, and they're going to take that last PGS spot, because it's looking very likely that BP team, almost impossible that BP team's not going to be that team to go to PGS.
Yeah, they're looking great, and here is the schedule. It's going to be great for today. We're starting things on Miramar, the Dusty Dunes, and then we finish off with the grassy pastures in Erangel. Those wildcard maps in Tego and Rondo will be sandwiched in the middle. My question mark comes back to Foot, I suppose, because Foot have been a roster that, they've made changes here and there. They've been on the precipice almost, and sometimes also disappointed in EMEA. I think last season in spring they finished 6th, which was just 2 places off, effectively going to PGS. So I feel like eventually it must be their time, considering the quality on this roster, no?
And the new one, the Pixel joining in, I think that's a big mix-up, and I think that's the honeymoon period that we spoke about. Yeah. Really good group stages for them. I like what they're doing. Has it worn off a bit? Have we really seen them in the grand finals? They've been thereabouts. I think they've still got more to give when it comes down to this event. I think they've got to have a really good day. Arguments, as I said, there's an argument for every team here that could potentially get themselves up, and I think that third spot is a key. Is Free Esports going to do it? They've got to start strong. I know I said that a lot, but if they don't, kind of cruising around Miramar, they're not going to have the day that they need to have compared to the teams that are in front.
Yeah, I think we were kind of delving deeper into what makes their strategy theirs, and it felt like, yeah, okay, they're very spread a lot of the times, and it's kind of a fragile style, but if they can make it work, it looks genius in a lot of these instances on the battlegrounds. But another team I want to talk about, Martin, is Na'Vi, because currently 65 points. Is this a bit disappointing for the Na'Vi boys, considering what we now expect them to be able to put up? What do you think?
I mean, I think a 33 and a 32.8 is mediocre for them, below expectations for sure. But still, we know that their team, they are going to PGS, but they still have to kind of secure their spot. I feel like there's a very high chance we're going to see them go to PGC through the PGS system. So I'm not too worried for them in that kind. But I still want to see them perform extremely well here, and they need to perform. There's prize pool on the line, and there's also your practice, the kind of best practice you're going to have before going to PGS is this. So this is a good benchmark for the team going into this. So yeah, I really want to see them higher. I kind of want to see them in that top 5. And if they're not there, they're obviously going to have a little bit of a look at, okay, how can we improve this? Also, they will, I think, accept and also acknowledge the fact that this lobby is somewhat different to what we see at internationals, and I would rather see a good Na'Vi at internationals and a mediocre at regionals. So if that's their kind of view on things, that their current style works for internationals, then, and that's the reason why they kind of run the same play down mid, to say so the least here. Then yeah. But still, they're a strong team mechanically, and I want to see them win more fights. I want to see them take on teams a little bit more.
And you guys at home as well can be winning as well. If you follow the Twitch, you can get yourself some cheeky emotes that are available to you just by following the channel here. So make sure to do that as time goes on. Final team I kind of really want to touch on before we get into game, Mark, is Primal. Because is this third day going to be an 11-point day, or is it going to be a 50-point day? Because if it was a 50-point day, then hey, they'd be trying to challenge for those top spots too, I think.
Never know with this team. That's the worrying for everyone else around them. Have they shown up today? Is it a last day thing? Is it a primal final day? We saw that on the second day of the lower qualifiers. So do they need that last day, that last additional randomness that teams might be playing a little bit out of formation, out of their normality? Is that what they thrive on? Maybe that's the case. Maybe they will really farm up some kills with other teams desperately trying to make the extensions that they want to do to pick up a couple of points. Maybe they just continue doing what they're doing. We see them mid-pack. The fact that they've got here is really, really good. I think there's a big thing of what they're doing. They've really shown us what they can bring.
Yeah.
But God, you'd love an outside story there, right? You'd love a team like Primal just put them 50 points on and become a big contender. The problem is, this lobby, it is possible.
It's been a while since we've had an all-Finnish roster be able to make to a LAN, so that would be an exciting time for these boys potentially. Martin, do you have anything to add for Primal?
Totally Tavatan. Yeah, I mean, Primal, for me, like, I'm just super sad that they have a bad day one again. If they were a team that had somewhat the same as they had the day two, they were tied 47 points on day two, same amount of points as Twisted Minds. And again, if they had just had 35, 40 points, like, they would be in third right now, around third place, right? And that would be huge for them. And they would definitely be a team that could close it out. But like, again, the mindset, the confidence, and the belief is ready for that. So they could have a huge day and they could actually be up there.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time now to head over to the commentator team for all of the action. We've got Toby and Saga ready and raring to go. 6 more games will determine our champion here at PEC.
Exactly that, 6 games away from figuring out which 5 teams, excluding the GPT teams, and which 2 of these non-GPT teams will go to PGS and get to play more PUBG throughout for the rest of them. It's gonna be a early Christmas, I suppose, in the worst sense possible, Rich, as this season is gonna come to an end for them.
It's a strange one because so many people around the world would love to have 4 or 5 months off work, but here in the esports, that means 4 or 5 months of not playing in any sort of competitive environment to this level, to this standard, and that sucks. So you really do not want to be one of the many teams who will be experiencing that fate, but unfortunately only 2 teams who do not already have the global partnership can make that a reality. BB team is looking like an absolute lock-in. They need to do the absolute minimum today to maintain their spot, but Stardust, they're holding on. They held on after day 1 to that 3rd place position. It's enough for now, but there are so many teams breathing down their neck.
We're saying absolute minimum, and I would have to agree to some extent, had it not been because a lot of the teams that were kind of mid-pack fighting yesterday also were able to get a lot of points off for the end of the day. So even for BB team, yes, I know they're sat with a close to 30-point buffer, but we've seen 0-point performances from them in the past where it mattered most, where they started on top and then crumbled at the end. Hopefully for them, it won't be the case today, as we take a look at where the first circle is going to take us. You know, for BB team, if we want to see them not crumble, that circle might just help them that.
Getting a nice northern circle puts us right in position for BB team and Ascend, the team currently 1 point behind Stardust in the leaderboard with a 6-point gap to try and close, but Stardust has a little bit of position in the phase 1 zone as well. Whether there'll be a race for some sort of priority position that could hinder both teams' chances in this game number 1, let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out indeed as we take a look at Gaming Gladiators. Currently sat down in 16th, not the best performance for them, but nonetheless, let's hear what they have to say here coming into today.
Так, ну тактика нашей команды проста. Мы смотрим, что делают другие команды, как они играют. Мы разбираем это все на твайрах, мы смотрим на скримах, стараемся запомнить все, изучить и стараться не спешить во время игры. Если мы можем занять центр зоны, мы стараемся его занимать. Если нет, то перспектива у нас играть от края. Стараться там вывозить поинты. Это наша тактика.
They study the teams, they watch the VODs, but unfortunately for them, it has not quite been enough to grant them success. But they also say that if they have a chance to claim center, they'll go for it early on. And well, this game is going to present them with that exact option, Saga. But even if you can go center here, like what are you up to play? Do you take this rich line? I think that's what they're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to take in from studying all of these teams. There's a lot to take in terms of scenery as well. If you are managing to take that high ground just to the northeast of water treatment, that's where Gaming Gladiators are heading. It's kind of like that mountain is like it separates. If this zone goes to the east, it's difficult to rotate through from the west. If it goes to the west, then vice versa is true. If Gaming Gladiators can hold that position down, it could easily be a big points earner for them. Twisted Minds have been big points earners all the way throughout the competition, enough to be in first place by the slimmest of margins against their biggest rivals in BB team that really have come into their own massively over the past few months.
Yeah.
Especially after being picked up by BB team. We knew that this team was already like insane, and now they've just stepped it up to a brand new level.
It's amazing to see. Amazing to see how they've been able to perform as they currently sat in second place, just 2 points behind Twisted. We're going to look at them here. Another team who has been faring pretty well, I would say, off the end of yesterday, had himself a win, and then a fourth and a third to follow is Ascent, who are now sat center circle in a, I guess for them, somewhat unusual position. They're normally the team that comes in dead last to a circle. They'll play edge for as long as they possibly can, but of course when you get a first zone kind of dropped straight on top of you, there's no real reason to move. And here we see them, Ascent, picking up that DPS, ready for the potential breaches to come.
Yeah, if I think Ascend in the center of a circle, I'm thinking east side of military, like observatory, tower, like Chris getting 11 kill games, that kind of thing. This is the total polar opposite. They're playing down low on a valley. They do manage to maintain a split kind of the entire length of the road, so they can really lock down that rotation option for so many other teams. It's pretty much impossible to go south to north straight down the middle this time around, and there's a couple of teams whose MO does tend to be going straight down the middle. Eternal Fire driving through a sandstorm, heading towards the road that could have a nasty surprise in store if they go a little too far into Ascend territory.
Definitely could. We'll see how far they up to go. FaZe, they've claimed what we like to call the magnet compound where Vex is currently sat. A lot of circles have been going down in that direction before, but this one arguably further north than to be expected to head back in that direction. And Tropic in the meantime setting up their E-pickup. They'll go, I would assume, all the way north, and this one, given that they're coming in without vehicles, you really want to get some sort of of wheels underneath in order to make rotations in circles like these.
You need to have that additional mobility. It's going to be a tough one for Entropic. They're coming in once again from Resort. We've seen them there basically the entirety of the tournament, and they've had a good few zones in that region. They've taken an early emergency parachute, likely to go all the way up, maybe as far as Oasis, but BB team have got a little bit of presence there as CCI next takes a decent chunk of damage. Baron Peaks sort of led the way for BBL as they made their way past Twisted Minds, just not early enough to take the compound away from them. At most, it will cost them a couple of bandages and a painkiller.
Where does BBL set up shop here? They have Stardust in a split, Ascent is in a split as well, I think. I mean, they're looking to try and see if maybe they can aggress early on. They know the teams are most likely going to be split in and around the center of the circle. So maybe if they can do just that, they will either force teams to leave, or should they have to take a fight, they can have the fight with like numbers advantage in their favor. We'll see in the meantime, Foot making their way in from the eastern side, going effectively straight through the intersection that BB team had on lockdown, but good thing for them is that they don't hit the shots before just now, and, well, now they're already safe.
8C far away in the background. You can see him just at the top of your screen.
Yeah.
Top middle. He's some significant distance separated from the rest of the squad, but there's a few members of BB team in between him and the rest. So it's not the easiest of routes to try and regroup, but for now they can keep that split. He can feed information if anyone's taking an insanely wide northern wrap. All the way around, sort of hugging the wall at the northern side of the map. Doesn't seem that that's going to be the case, though, as Entropic did make their way into Oasis unscathed. BB's attention was turned elsewhere. Primal taking a nice, easy rotation along the southeast.
Yeah, they're chilling. They're not in a hurry at all. They got plenty of space to maneuver down there. And to go back to 8C for a second, he just repositioned his vehicle. And I think best of luck, I saw him on the map feed looking up in his direction. So they're definitely aware that there's an additional Foot player still up on that northeastern side. And of course, fully focusing on that. I think they're focusing so hard on it that they've actually opted to commit a third player on the side of BB over to this position. So rather than having a 2-2 split, they have sent, I believe it was a doozy, back towards the east side compound so that they can fortify even stronger, knowing that there is a Foot player still on the north.
I would give anyone 1 G coin if you can guess where never mind. Thanks for that, observers. Yes, he is on top of a mountain. Correct guess on the eastern side of Crater Fields. He's holding the line as Twisted Minds are once again pushing their way into a very wide split along the eastern valley. They spotted out last day, but a full send from VP right into the compound. Fex
very early on, they are collapsing on this position now as well. James coming back in here to try and see if he can do some damage, but VP. I mean, the fact that they rock up in this fashion, I mean, coming in with no scouting done prior, pulling up on the compound and actually get to leave without taking any casualties, that is, that's very fortunate, I'd say.
Fortune favors the bold. They kind of force FaZe to regroup what split they had. They can take away a little bit of position from them, but actually they've opted not to try and backfill. Corexy sort of making his way back over to where he came from on the side of the hilltop. There was some long-range tags. That's from the northern side of water treatment from Gaming Gladiators, as that engagement was threatening to come to a head, but never quite did. Marsalek has to get out of danger.
Yeah.
Primal have crept their way into Cruz del Val. He will just fade away to the north.
Very isolated from his teammates here as well. Again, I mean, whenever you rock up 4 people together on some of these edge positions, you can catch players off guard. And Marsalek, while caught off guard, seems like he will be able to get out of there alive. Another team who have found themselves entangled with opponents is Entropic. They came in with their E-pickups, and obviously there being no cars up here leaves Fairy Tail no reason not to assume it's going to be free. But little do they know that Deadrix is prone just on the other side of the hill, and I think for Brightside it's not going to be as bright. Oh, did you see him here? Is he running off? I think he might have. I think you might actually have seen him. BB team saying, well, we couldn't hit T-Bone with the guns earlier. Let's just blow him up instead as the circle swings south. And you know what? I mean, we said that the FaZe compound was the magnet compound, and why not go there? You know, why not?
I actually love that from BB team. They saw the emergency parachute balloon going up. They knew that they weren't safe or close enough to get into grenade range, so they just send a longer range grenade. Love to see it. Yeah. If Foot were planning on taking that emergency parachute to try and claim some high ground position, that's just kind of ruined their entire game plan.
True.
Coming into this, that is huge from BB team. A big move though. Ascend have regrouped, and BBL have used that opportunity to sneak past them into the northern side of Watertown.
Yep, smart rotation on their part, of course, with this circle being as far north as it was, and the plane path being very accessible up here towards the north. There's a much bigger concentration of teams on the northern side of the circle having to make their way in. Foot, BB, Entropic, Fairy Tail, I mean, last day out towards the west as well. The issue is it's the south side that has the compounds, the cities, the spaces that you can really just send it into. North side is very hard to maneuver, especially coming in with no info. So keep an eye on the likes of Foot and Entropic, see how they're planning on faring in. I mean, Entropic has a vehicle situation they have to deal with first, but now BB team on our screens trying to fend off against Gaming Gladiators.
Interesting play from Gaming Gladiators. They've opted to give up the high ground to commit into water treatment, maybe hoping for a repeat of the zone we saw in the LCQs where BBL came out victorious, but it's BBL they're going to have to try and fight through if they want to claim this spot or get away from as they try to hop in the vehicle. A couple of tags into the back of Schiller from the teammate. But the Gaming Gladiators will get to safety behind the smokes.
Able to disengage and set up on the eastern side of water treatment proper. I'm not sure if, I mean, obviously they're coming into this area just now, so maybe not too eager to take the warehouses, move further west. I just feel like sitting exclusively up there in the silos is... you're leaving yourself incredibly exposed for pushes in from multiple sides. But of course, it being this early in the game, it's not as big a threat as it could potentially become later.
If I recall correctly, that water treatment ending in LCQs ended with Levante of Gaming Gladiators on top of those metallic little crates falling off and getting killed off by BBL right at the very end. So we could see a repeat performance, but them leaving has opened the door for some of those teams that were on the east that would have otherwise had really tough rotations. Yeah. Navi's just rocked up the hill and taken that position for free. Now they get a chance to gatekeep against both Entropic and Foot Esports and maybe even funnel them to fight one another.
And credit to Entropic for, I mean, daring, I suppose, to go 4 guys in a vehicle, full speed send it straight past Foot up the hill and now surpass them getting into this next circle. Foot are going to be playing on foot, at least for now, on this northern hillside, waiting for the next circle to pop 8. In the meantime, going out towards the east. I like this kind of off-angle position. Not only does he get eyes to some extent towards Na'Vi, but he can also make sure that there's going to be space for them to rotate further towards the east and southeast. They need to set up rotation paths. They know that they've just been jumped to the compound by Entropic. They need to figure out, okay, if we don't want to take the head-on fight with them, how do we wrap around and where do we find space to make those rotations happen?
There's a lot to be
Oh, wow.
Cautioned about the boldness of Fairy Tale currently. They could have had a position on the high ground had that been in the zone, but no, we are centering up directly on top of water treatment. Again, very familiar territory for BBL and Gaming Gladiators as FaZe once again forced to regroup their split. This time it's Twisted Minds making an entrance from the edge of zone that will force them back from this position.
First flush at 14 minutes. It's a slower, more calculated EMEA PUBG we're seeing today. It's almost as if there's a lot on the line for these teams. No one going out and taking massive risks. Having said that, obviously now coming into phase 3 and a lot of open space in here, there's only so many areas you can really fight for. So Fairy Tale forced to send it full speed forward. Lassa with the double headshot, shutting down April. Unfortunately for him, though, not credited with the points.
That is the exact team they would not want to steal that kill. That's one gap closed from Ascend on towards Stardust, and now with them making their entrance, they've got to get these smokes up quickly if they want to get a chance at that revive.
Definitely do. Unfortunately for them, there's no one backfilling, but still pressure is on with multiple teams already inside water treatment problem. I mean, this is I like the changes that we've seen to water treatment and the fact that we're actually getting to see it in mid to late gameplay. I think it's much more playable now than what it was in the past with how it's been adjusted. And now for BBL, one of the teams who were the first to get here are currently trying to dislodge teams all around them. Baron Peak is still isolated from his teammates that want to get him back, but now fully aware there's multiple opponents in the nearby vicinity. They can't just fully commit to a push on forward.
Oh, we ended game day number 2 with an urban ending in Los Leones. This is not quite to that extent, but certainly some of the fights might look a little bit reminiscent. Close range angles, team versus team, all comes down to the aim, the utility, not much else. There's some high ground positions that could try to find some third party angles towards this, but none of them are particularly active just yet. Na'Vi, the only one really on the high ground. They've got other things to deal with, but Baron Peak deals with Metabay. His off angle for BBL paying off hugely.
Yeah, BB team couldn't get the entry they wanted on the south side, and now they're going back towards the north, trying to take the fight. It's Sakura Sanson as Fuzzface, and I believe it to be Masterleg as well, trying to get out of here alive again. I mean, for BB team, opting to pull up on these split positions has worked out for them in the past, will work out here as well. No, they don't get the kills, but they managed to send them off and get themselves a foot inside the next circle. And for Sakura Sanson, honestly, it's twice now that we see them get pulled up on, able to back off, disengage, get to safety. This tournament so far has been a lot of situations where they take casualties early because they don't set up well enough for a disengage if need be. Now we've seen it twice in one game. I like the adjustments here because, again, I mean, group stage, last chance, they would have probably been one player down already had we been there.
Yeah, fortune favors the bold, but sometimes logic favors those who keep themselves 4 men alive until the later stages of the game. Because sometimes you get shifts like this, and Sakura Zenson and BB team are now both going to struggle to try and find any sort of position, especially now that VP is just sending it through the middle of Eternal Fire and Primal, getting that high ground spot early onto the dirt road, and they can give their attempt at a gatekeeper. Those teams still there to come in from the east.
You got water treatment with 4 teams in there already. You got the north side, which is just an open hill phase, and now Virtus Pro trying to make an impossible rotation happen. They're setting up on the hills. One mortar should be enough to take out all 3 players. I like the fact that they're spreading out now, realize that, you know what, we are setting ducks on this hillside. We have a very tough task ahead of us of not only taking out all the teams that are coming in from the east, but also somehow making our way into water treatment afterwards.
What was the Ibby quote from the comms yesterday? I'm trying not to hit something, but it's hard.
And it was hard.
Yeah, sometimes it just be like that, trying to drive on sand. Himan can't get out of the line of sight of Yoges. They try to push up on foot and draw a little bit of attention towards BB team as they just go full send, flying into the shack of BBL.
Wow.
Phil first down to minimal hit points, and it will be a 0-point game for BB team on game number 1 of the final day.
Maybe we cursed them, maybe we set this one up, but I mean, in terms of entertainment value, whether or not it's BB team qualifying, them going out here is hopefully for the teams on the hunt going to make that gap even smaller, adding another team to the race of potential overtakes here in the final day of the grand finals.
In fairness, they did add a dirt road there, so it's a little too tempting to just go flying through. Maybe they were hoping that they could catch BBL split between the warehouses and just crash in with a 4 versus 2, but they conceded a knock or two along the road and just too low by the time that they actually arrived. Virtus.pro still 3-man strong, but they've got 7 to deal with as both Primal and Sakura Zensen are encroaching on their position.
Yeah, they need to try and shut them down somehow. They really want to get help from the other side. Na'Vi is set up on the northern side, but they can't get angles on Sakura Zensen. And VP, they just got to stand their ground. It's not going to be easy, but it's the only way they come out alive here. There's nowhere for them to really go, as we now see Last Day send it full speed forward. They too are going towards water treatment as the fight finally kind of pops off towards the east. Nixie, first one to fall. Beanie finds one to return. Beanie finds a double. Will go down in the end himself, but still 2 more Primal players to deal with, and the entirety of Sakura Zensen as well.
And Sakura Zensen, they're hearing all of these shots. They're flying around the side. VP just get decimated from all angles. Primal, they've lost 2, and the rest are still damaged, still bruised, but still fighting. Novi with a long-range spray onto He-Man before Mika and Fuzzface can get into a position to provide that cover.
How do they play this one out? Phase 5 happening now. You can see the 3 ticks per blue. Hurts like hell. Fuzz falls. He-Man flushed as well. Just 1 on his feet on the side of Sakura Zensen, and it's Mika trying to peek over the top, trying to make some space. Will find the first knock, but Rustenmar is still alive. Inside the smoke, getting his heal on, I think. At least it looks like it. Tries to heal on up. Take this fight, but it's going to allow time for Mika to get the rest onto Fuzz.
Have to respect that from Novi. He knew that there was no way he's making it into the zone, so he just opts to sit back and do as much damage as possible, and almost does enough damage for Rustenmar to push in and get the 1 versus 1 up against Mika, but not quite. The revive comes through. Mika gets the peak. Primal taken down. Sakura Zensen survive.
Incredibly important play coming through there. They are almost inside the next circle too, but now it's on to Na'Vi. Able to push on forward, take out 2 from Entropic up on the northern side. If they can clear them out here, I know they're not inside the circle yet, but it's very doable position. 270 damage nade from Diffix, tearing Grandis apart, and there falls Entropic.
That was stamped and delivered directly to Grandis' toes. I've heard it said that whatever damage you do with grenades is the same as your IQ. And if your IQ is 270 as well, you get in game and put that code in fast, very fast, because they don't last very long, but you can get 300 G-coin. Yeah, don't think anyone's getting 300 points in this tournament, though. That might be a bridge too far.
Nah, that might be a little bit over excessive. First, they have made their way into water treatment proper and continuing to get points. Mika fell after his heroic effort to try and get the team into this area, but as you can see, first made it here, so clearly mission accomplished. But now how much more can you get from this position? Eternal Fire, not too happy to have someone sat nearby. BBL wasn't either, and therefore, first falls.
That was a tough one for all those teams on the east. Does not shock me in the slightest that none of them survived to make it into water treatment or able to wrap around. We saw Effects posturing out for FaZe Clan as Last Day were trying to make a move, so that road was completely blocked off, closed, and now Twisted Minds throw their hat into the ring as well. Examples pulled up, getting angles towards this. And FaZe is just getting picked apart as they try to cross over from that shack.
And this all comes off of Last Day full speed, sending it to this ridge line early on. FaZe couldn't get the knocks they needed in order to make space for themselves. And here they are trying to now slowly push in behind the teams in front of them. But there are 3 teams here. Gaming Gladiators now joining the party outside as 1 goes, 2 goes down on either side. Will they get any more of it? I'm not sure. As Dante tries to apply a little bit of pressure to allow maybe for Rux to get back to safety, but Last Day will fall. Twisted, losing 2 here as well, also out of the equation.
Yeah, everyone has fallen. Everyone has died. That valley is vacant. Levante, I think, got a little bit tunneled because he was using the 3x. Maybe if he was using a red dot, he might have seen the second player where he got the initial knock, but regardless, I think he was going down anyway. That valley was just a death trap, but Jeems surviving, can try and make use of it now. Na'Vi tried to make a move down the mountain range in towards Foot Esports, and they got shredded.
Yep, all of Foot out there on social media today saying, today's the day, guys. Today's the day we make it happen. We need big points. And what better way to start that happening than taking out Na'Vi, securing your spot in the north. Issue is you have to make the move to the next circle. And as you can see here, Ascent is currently split, trying to maintain control. But if they could find the knock, they still have a vehicle up there on the dirt road. There's no way they pull up on BBL. But if they can get Pains or Brex down, maybe there's a play to make in the west.
Gaming Gladiator still alive and kicking. An off angle for Fex. Oh, he just kept the Mad alive by the slimmest of margins. That is so painful for Rox.
Yep, tough break there for them. As the Mad tries to push further forward, tries to get inside the building, probably, but not going to happen. Dante able to get the double. Will secure this space, at least for now, for Gaming Gladiators. Yes, they're set down on the bottom, but look at how close that leaderboard is.
BBL are running out of space in their warehouses to work with. They're going to have to find some way in the next zone shift or two to make a move. But first, Foot Esports may just be a target for them as they pull up underneath Pains and Brexco on the northern side of their ridge. And maybe a possibility that this is exposed to the BBL warehouses.
T-Bone has been left up on the hill above to try and secure the landing of his troops. And at least for now, they've been successful. Ascent has opted to back off of this one. And again, I mean, they got to keep in mind the FaZe is still 2 players alive on that south side. So they're getting squeezed in between multiple players. He has T-Bone on his bike, is able to join his teammates down below. But as you were saying, BBL, they have a pretty decent angle. As we see Chris here, still trying to suppress FaZe in the south.
On your bike, Sunshine. T-Bone comes down the mountain, regroups with the squad. There was a couple of seconds where that was sketchy and BBL had some angles, but a few smokes expended and a slight reposition, and they should be safe enough for now. But they will have to be aware of BBL's possible reposition when the next zone shift comes in. That is, if they don't try to go direct and take the fight up against Stardust in water treatment itself.
This one can go a lot of ways. 30 seconds away from the next circle shift. Everyone has made their way inside, hoping, praying that this next shift comes to them. Because I feel like whichever team gets the circle on top of them now, should we see a hard shift, that's practically going to be top 2 guaranteed. With how locked in all these teams currently are. It's only really FaZe on the southern side that could potentially struggle, even if the circle swung their way. But we'll see in just about 10 seconds how this one is going to fare. Foot, for now, has the eyes off of Ascent, are fully focused BBL instead.
When we get a chance, when we have the full leaderboard on the screen, have a look at which of the teams are alive and the positions that they are in the standings. 3rd down to 6th, all still alive and kicking. And there's a couple of outliers down towards slightly lower standings, like FaZe Clan in round at about 10th. But they're still only around 20 points behind where Stardust is coming into this matchup. So the margins are going to increase for somebody. But who's it going to be? That's all yet to be decided.
It definitely is. Let's see. Again, I mean, Foot, they're playing kind of a game of relying on your opponents, saying we don't have to look for Ascent, because if they peek over, BBL would shoot them. Now the issue is Lhasa has taken out BBL, so that's also their overhead protection gone. You can see as soon as they fall, HC Instant is looking the other direction, trying to make sure that no one from Ascent is making a play off of this.
I don't mind it for BBL. If they try to go west, they're driving into 8 oppositions. You'll have both Foot and Ascend, and maybe even FaZe shooting at them too. So they just try to go for the kill points, try to play a little more aggressive, but Stardust is there and ready. Laza with a swift double spray and Baron Peak now, last man standing.
Let's see if Crossberg can make this one happen. That nade looks good. It's going to bounce off. They can't. T-Bone is able to find the kill with it. They now have full north side control, full circle center control, but now it's on them to fend off against the Scent and hold out Stardust as well. Stardust still have the 2 silos on the eastern side to play. And with this dip, I mean, Foot, they should be good for now. At least they'd get a heads up if any push came through. Issue is here, as you can see, Brex well within nade range. Maybe a 100-0 right on the target. Let's see. No. 18 tacked down low, but not enough to fall.
And they're getting no support from FaZe this time around either. They could wrap around towards the south, put some pressure on this sort of quasi 2-2 split on either side of the western water treatment road that Ascend is holding. But FaZe has opted to push into water treatment itself and get a little bit aggressive on towards Gaming Gladiators. They should know that that team is weakened. They knew that Levante is down. It's a 2 versus 3. It's doable for FaZe, but not when teams gets taken out immediately like that.
Nope, it's going to be tough now. Let's see if Fex has it in him to make this push happen. 1 versus 3. Nope, not to be pinned. Locks down the south side entry. Taken out. A sigh of relief for Send as well. Realizing that, great, now we don't have to deal with that. Now we, quote-unquote, just have to make sure that Gaming Gladiators don't make the play out toward the western side. They have a quarter of a warehouse available. I should say had, because the circle has just exactly excluded their building. Now it's on Ascent to try and make sure that Gaming Gladiators cannot wrap into the south towards them.
I don't think Gaming Gladiators can do much else. There's those little concrete bits at the bottom of the fences that Crossbow gets shot over the top of and flushed out as well. Rock's actually securing that flush. Maybe this is go time for Gaming Gladiators now.
Yeah.
They can cross this road and look to put pressure on Stardust.
The thing is, I mean, for all these teams that have been sat in here for the longest time, none of them really have a lot of kills, so the placement points here are going to be ever so important. Remember, 4th place only grants you 4 placement points, so if Ascent was to fall now, this would just be a 6-point game. They want more from it. They need more from it, especially knowing the teams they're up against here in the late game.
Stressful push on either side. It's very isolated engagements, but there's always the chance that someone could just glance over and third party at any moment. Pin up top. Nelcop has spotted him, but he seems not to have spotted him back. He can't get the tag. No! All the bullets go into the backpack, and Brex, with 1 bullet from the SKS, destroys Gaming Gladiators' chances.
The 3-point double knock from Laza with a chance to potentially reset once more as well. That is insane. Gets the ammo from his teammate. Now, there's no way he gets that res on up. Now Laza has to try and make a run forward. Remember, Stardust, currently the team to beat up there in the top, trying to make their way to PGS, but Ascent and Foot are the teams on the hunt, and they're both looking to outlast Stardust in this game.
It's an interesting conundrum now for Chris, because you kind of want Stardust to be alive in this position because they can only really backstab Foot, but at the same time, you need to kill them. You need the points. And in the end, it's neither. It's T-Bone that grabs them both. Quick little drop down, though, as he's under some pressure. Pixel around the side, gets flashed. He has no idea of the Brex push.
They did not know that they were going to be this close. Brex comes around the corner, catches one off guard, then instantly swings further, catches Pixel off guard as well. Now Nate's in hand for all of Foot. They want to let the util do the damage for them, but here comes Pains up close. Oh, nice timing from Vard with that one there.
Bought him out. A good grenade onto Killy as well. Gets a big chunk of damage, and Chris peeking over the top, playing with fire. T-Bone is having none of it.
Finds the first one. Now it's a 3 versus 2. Backs against the wall. Backs against the blue for Brex and Kilyakai. They're prone down. They're waiting this one out. Foot and pushing forward. But 8C going for the flush there. It opens him up to be taken down by Brex. 2 versus 2. Foot backing off for a second. Vard down to low HP, but here comes Brex around the corner. T-Bone instantly shuts him down. The double nade, though. Let's see if he can find the 2 over the top. They have both gotten a chance to heal on up at least for a bit. Kilyakai with the flash in hand now is the timing. Now he's going to try and peek on forward. Finds the first one. T-Bone gets the flush in the other, but T-Bone wins it in the end. And Foot comes out with a 10-kill win, and it all sprung off of that Na'Vi elimination on the top side earlier. What a finish. What a great game of PUBG all around. Thank you, EMEA, for showing us that it's not just chaos here anymore.
T-Bone is an IGL that likes to lead from the front. He likes to be on the front line in those up-close engagements, and he showed that he can hang with some of the best fraggers in the region. And not only that, not only did he say on his social media that they were going to come out strong today, but they've kept it even more interesting by denying Ascend the chance to get any sort of gap against Stardust. So 5 games to go. Another name enters the arena for that potential second place slot. I mean, that's going to be an exciting end to the day.
That is absolutely huge. They take out Stardust. They take out Ascend themselves as well. And to quote T-Bone, we got to go big today, make up for bad calls yesterday on the last game there. We got to make it happen. I mean, there you go, buddy. You're definitely making it happen. Now let's go back to the desk and let them break down this great game of Miramar.
Yes, thank you very much, Toby. We talked about it before the game that Foot was looking awesome and potentially going to be able to move on further, but we have ourselves them getting the win for the first game despite being in a tough spot here. Joining me, Avenger and Mark, to talk about it. Mark, they were able to take it despite the adversity they faced in the early game.
Yeah, the rotation path coming in, the chaos that we're going to see shortly with BB team being held out by Entropic. There's loads that Foot had to overcome for this first game, but able at the end, they took a 4 versus 4, and T-Bone was there to take the win.
Mark. You can see the fight here going up against Ascent towards the end. A bit scary, a bit scrappy here and there. And as you say, T-Bone's able to clutch it out. And Martin, overall here, Foot is trying to stamp their claim on trying to push themselves to the LAN.
Yeah, and they were actually outside that northern circle. They managed to get into that spot, and they deemed it playable. Yeah, and 20 points going their way. A lot of teams on double digits here. BBL, Ascent, teams that really needed Gaming Gladiators. I am sorry to say, but they are going to have an insane day to be relevant. 33 points in 2 days. 11 here, getting 33% more on top of that. But yeah, Ascent getting 10 here, huge. FaceClan also stepping up and getting some placement points. That's massive for them.
And what is it all of a sudden? We're at water treatment all the time. What's going on, Mark? What are we here?
We just want to show everyone the new updates, the new roads and the new dinks and crivets that we can find out. But yeah, we seem to be going water treatment all the time. It was nice that it did bounce out towards that west. Foot played it really, really well. Ascend arguably as well. They had their hold as they sort of lurked in on the west. But God, the action inside. BBL crashing in. Stardust refusing to go down. Gaming Gladiators, rightfully so. They've got to have a huge game to become relevant. But even that aside, every point that they take away from one of these mid-pack teams could be damaging more to them than the Twisted Minds and BB.
Yeah, definitely. A little bit scary maybe for BB at that very first moment. They obviously went out in 16th place in this game, but it's not really like Twisted Minds were able to do a whole lot with this one, Martin, so they weren't able to take advantage of BB going out early.
No, that's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, some teams obviously catching up a little bit, but still another case is also that we now have kind of 3 teams that are making it a 3-horse race for that 3rd place, for that last PGS spot. So it really comes down to, is it going to be too many teams to kind of stop there, both with Ascend and Stardust and potentially now Foot? It really comes down to how many points they're able to get in just these next matches here. It's a huge impact.
I like that Foot was adaptive, though, overall, considering that they were tripped over a little bit at the beginning. I think we were talking about it ad nauseum, Mark, and also the casters were talking about it as well. To use a mortar to deny the kind of emergency pickup, even just a little bit of time, to then force them to even not be able to take the emergency pickup at all. I love the dynamic of what's going on there.
It's some of the small plays that you see early game which have huge impacts. A team sometimes might have folded in that situation. BB team did opt to try and wrap around him. Obviously, Na'Vi were lucky enough that they were in a position to stop BB team, I suppose, stopping for Esports climb that mountain. But the foresight from BB team, they didn't really get as much out of the game as they thought to, but that early mortar, that's huge though for them.
Well, let's stick with you for a moment, Mark, here, and let's actually focus in on the winners of the game, Foot, who did very well for themselves.
Yeah, I can't take any kudos for the pick because that's Toby. But obviously we focus though for Foot Esports. Late drop for them. We have seen them sort of come here, and this is what we talk about, is that sort of rotation. Now they go round. Ainty obviously goes a little bit early. He takes the bike, and he was picked up by that BB team. But it was this. They popped the E pickup. This is what we're talking about. And here we go. And we've already seen BB team land mortars to precision in that location already, and they took the opportunity. Zone shift away, mortar from a doozy right on top of the guys. And yeah, look, it's only one knock, but it's one knock just before we saw the actual E pickup kick in. If there was more guys connected to that one, we might have seen more. That might have completely stopped him. As I mentioned before, Na'Vi already positioned up here. They got that for free. Saga did mention that, and then obviously Entropic in between. That stopped kind of BB team wrapping in. But Martin, Foot played it so well. They took the higher ground. They knew the danger was coming from the top. They took down Na'Vi, cleared that fire. And it was from this point, I think Foot had that confidence to take the win, because they were looking for position. They looked for the zone shift. They knew where they could and couldn't play. And it was just a controlled game from this point onwards.
Yeah, and it's an obvious logic that the more guys you are alive towards the end, the better you're going to do. But for Foot especially, once these guys are 4 guys strong towards the late game, they're just going to have such a huge impact. They're playing so smart together, holding all the crosses, holding all the angles. Yeah, sure, there was maybe at a situation where there was an aggressive push that worked out extremely well with a flashbang here, especially for Vardskates taking down Pains, and then they took out the advantage here. But Brex James, it felt like he went for a flush there where he could have peeked, but I'm not sure if that's what was actually the case. Maybe he's just got confused that it might have been a guy, but we can obviously not talk too much hindsight about that.
Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're saying, because when there's when there's a foldable shield there and you try and come round and you just see like the graphic of a guy, you're thinking to yourself, oh, well, I'm going to flick to there. But obviously there's other people looking kind of over the ridge. And also it's very evident as well, whilst you're looking at those clips, that it's both teams initiating that 3-1 split. It's Pains and Vard trying to hold that off angle. You've really got to have a lot of trust, Mark, in that one person to be the one in the 3-1. And both teams seem to kind of employ that tactic to degrees of success.
Yeah, and 100%, because the guys on the outside edge, they had the calls and the comms, even with the knocked players as well, James, they were so relevant to that end game. They were making the call when the push was coming through. We saw the knocks, and it came back the other way with that flash, the flush that we were talking about as well. So the individual plays for each one of those 4 versus 4s was really strong, but I did like to see the guys sort of stack up together. They kept tight, and they delivered it. It actually came down to T-Bone 1 versus 1, and he knew when to make the push over the top. He could have delayed then, but he made the right call at the end.
Well, the boys in the cast were right. It was a great first game for the final day, and you guys at home can have a great time as well, not only watching the games, but also if you follow the Twitch, then you can get yourself some cheeky little emotes as well to be able to spam. And don't forget, we have a second competition running today, which is going to be our catwalk. All you have to do is go in game, screenshot your best outfit from PUBG, and then post it on the Twitter. You can find that out by !contest in the chat, and then you have the potential to win 5,000 G-Coin once again. All right, boys, well, we are going to go to a break, and when we return, we have one final Miramar for all of these teams to stake their flag into the desert here from match 14. We'll see you in a few.
Cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hunger Busters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?
Nice. And one is close right ridge, Mika. Push.
I think the guy
Mark something, guys.
Orange mark, headshot one.
Tex, you ready?
Wait.
I'm knocked this last.
I'm resting. I'm resting. I'm not.
I have one nade, Gene. One nade.
One
They're nading us as well.
We are resting for 2 seconds.
Two guys in front of you, further back.
Let's go left, guys. Let's go left.
One is in front of us. I'm rolling in. I'm not.
Knocked.
One up. Nice.
I'm keeping my space.
I'm keeping my
space. Yeah, I'm keeping my space.
You
could even run in on this as well, by the way.
Yeah, just take the kills first and see if we can play orange.
GT2 active on blue wave one.
Yeah,
active as well.
Yeah,
where are you going?
Where are you knocking?
You should save your nade, I think. Just save it.
I'm frying one nade only.
I don't see him there anymore.
He is there. He is there. He is there.
Yeah, but he's further.
He's dead.
Nice.
One's on the green marker tire. I'll flash one. He's stuck on the green mark tire.
One activates your no.
I think you're close with blue if you can mark.
All dead.
Yeah.
I killed them all.
Low, puppy.
Knocked.
Nice, I'm healing. Wait, chill. Healing. One's knocked on your right as well.
Stay on your body. Let's get the flashes if we can.
Yeah, go right together slowly.
Oh, 3.
I need to heal. Healing.
Just go back. Stay on your
body. Right guy's pushing.
Knocked.
One up.
Play together. Take it down. Flush.
Pixel's body somewhere.
No, he's in front. South.
I'm crawling for info.
I'm full blind.
The teams in need of points to catch up were also the teams out victorious, or at least for the most part victorious here in the last game for the teams in the front. Saga, BB team, Twisted Minds, both out with practically nothing. If we are to see this happen once again, pretty much a repeat of the last Miramar, I think today is going to end up being a lot more exciting than people maybe thought it was going to be.
Yeah, they have heard our pleas to keep the region interesting down to the final game, because we love a game 18 that matters in a 3-day series. And to be fair, I mean, they've kept it competitive between the two of them, but now the door is open for third competitors to not only enter the race for the PGS slots, but even potentially for the PEC fall title, if they can have a very, very solid day to round things out from this point on.
Yeah, it's looking to be a phenomenal day once again, as it always is when we get to cover PUBG Esports. And yeah, I mean, last game of Miramar for the tournament as a whole, I must say, this first match was kind of a contrast to the order of which we usually see things happen on the Chaos meter. It's usually day 1 and 2 is the slow, kind of predictable, calculated games of PUBG, and then day 3 is just where you throw all the dice in the air and see what happens. This first match was surprisingly, well, not calculated, but you know what I mean. Like, it played out kind of as expected, where that's just normally not what we see. So let's see if maybe this final Miramar game will do the same, or if it's going to be worse or better for the Mat of Chaos with this southern playing path.
Yeah, not loving how southern that playing path is, given the amount of resort, west side, and now central Los Leones zones we've had over the course of this weekend. But, you know, there are other options. Chumacera is available. We'll see whether or not we get a glimpse at that side of the map.
Prison ending in the grand finals, in the final game of Miramar. Who would have thought? Let's see. 5 seconds to go, chat. Count it down with us for the prison or the East Island endings. Are we going to be blessed today? No, we're not. Also not today. But we're going to go east, and you know what? I'm all for it. It's been a while since we've had like a Ends field, which for those of you OGs out here is the area between Cantera and Impala. It's been a while since we've been there.
Rustin Mars' old playing grounds.
Exactly. Maybe he gets the Finnish buff going into that field.
Well, it's Na'Vi that lays claim to that area, and Eternal Fire as well surrounding that area at the moment. All the way over on the western side of the map, Monte Nuevo, there is a bright, shining beacon on the bright side of the map. Let's hear what he has to say about what he expects from his teammates.
Early game we are trying to take our side, and from the side collect information about other teams, and this information will help us to rotate to next zone. Also important in our team is stay 4 man alive, because when we stay 4 man alive we have more confidence and terribly increasing your chance of winning the game. I accept my teammates will show a good level because in the tournament, because each of them is a strong player and each of them deserves to play final.
Each of them are strong players and they all deserve the finals. Well, they made it here. It has not been the strongest grand final for them, but I still feel like, Saga, correct me if you think I'm wrong, that we've seen enough from Fairy Tail to go, you know what? Come back next tournament. Show us what you got next year, because you clearly got something that is worth to keep working on.
Yeah, it's definitely seen signs of them, not just in this event, but also in sort of off-season events as well. They've had some really solid results. They have shown that they are capable of playing at a very solid level. And again, it's a relatively young team put together not all that long ago in the grand scheme of things, especially when compared to, I don't know, a Twisted Minds who've been together since practically birth. But definitely some solid signs from Fairy Tail. It's a difficult zone for them to have to deal with, but at least they don't have Marsalek, who's already crept his way into their compound and seemingly gone undetected.
They're crouching and running forward. It sounds like they might know that something is here. It was Marsalek who was here first. Na'Vi who pulled up. Now Marsalek is getting help. Frostface is coming down the hillside. The remaining teammates are getting into the area as well. We'll see if they get to stay alive here in the early games of Grosansen.
Had a slight opportunity to put some shots into the back of Hakatori, but maybe without a sight, without the attachments on the barrel, didn't want to go for it and risk the whiff. But now the rest of the Grosansen squad has showed up onto this. Navi's still stubbornly holding the 2-2 split.
Well, you say stubbornly. I think the fact that we hear vehicles from Fuss and Hitman coming in on the eastern side, I think they maybe feel a bit surrounded here. Not too sure that they could leave safely, and now that's been proven to be true. They couldn't. So said false. Marsalek gets to pull on up on him, and Na'Vi, who had the upper hand initially, ends up being swarmed by the Grosansen.
And it is Marsalek with the naked barrel. No sights required to tag the single headshot that it took to take down Sosed. Na'Vi losing one in the early stages of the game, but Sosed might not be alone in waiting for the next match to start. If Schiller can't grab this revive, he can, but all the tires are going to be casualties of the hands of Ibiza.
Yeah. Suboptimal area to have to fight in the early game, and also with a circle like this, not nice to lose your vehicles. And CB couldn't quite get the flush on him, but at least the pressure applied, and now full info on the teams around you. Maybe gonna go for some more tires as last day now. Pulling up behind BBL, not sure if they're gonna fully commit to the compound. It seems like they are turning around now that they see a burned out pickup truck in the middle of the open there. Maybe this is not a fight you take, but who am I to make that call?
FaZe straight towards the center where Eternal Fire are set up. This is their drop spot. They did not initiate this engagement. FaZe came flying in. There's 3 currently knocked for FaZe.
We've seen this happen before.
Happy to clean them up.
Not in this compound in particular, but Eternal Fire kind of sitting up shop, waiting for things to happen, and then FaZe just coming in as fall, trying to catch splits off guard. This time around, Eternal Fire was ready, though, waiting for them to pull on up. Now it's just James left alive, trying to make something happen. He's caught himself in a BBL split. Not sure if they've hurt him. They most likely have. No, Sheila is back on the DMR, so clearly no clue. Does Lyron, I was gonna say mate, look to the left, but not to be. James able to get the knock. Do you make a run for it here, or do you try and see if you can claim a point or two?
James is gonna have to try and pull something out of the barrel. A grenade onto Lyron will secure that flush, but BBL, they're gonna commit. They want revenge. They want this position to be held solid and firm with no cracks in the armor. Baron Peak just about gets through that gap undeterred.
Big nade.
Push is coming through.
Lots of damage done. Like the way the BBL is approaching this one. Do not take any chances, and Baron won't let it happen either. FaZe out early on here again. I mean, the desk broke it down coming into it. There is a scenario where, yes, FaZe will of course make PGS, but that they might not make PGC if things go against them. And, well, Eternal Fire is one of the teams on the hunt for that exact spot, and they just took them out.
Unsurprisingly, lots of space towards the northern side of this zone, given the flight path that we had, and Ascend, unsurprisingly, is wrapping in towards it. When they don't get the Phase 1 circle sort of directly on top of them, they certainly do like to wrap wide around the opposite side of the map, where they're going to be uncontested. Could pay off if we get the northern hard shifts, uncertain for now, but Stardust's attempt to the bridge camp...
Yeah, this is why Ascend went north.
Unrewarded.
Yeah, it's I love the contrast in the two. Stardust is sat here waiting for Ascend to come to them, and, well, little do they know they're already up by San Martin. So I wonder, how long do you think they're going to give it, though? Stardust, that is. How much longer do you think they're going to stay here?
But I would say Ascend has experience with that road being dangerous. If we think back to, what was it, PGS 1, where Third Eye were griefing them. And,
I mean, FaZe has sat there in EMEA for the longest time. So.
They know that there are teams who will plaster a big target on their back.
But you know what? I
like
the fact that they're doing it anyway, because for starters, in this case, it's not a big loss, even though they come into the circle 35 seconds later. It's they were going to be the last team to join the party, or one of the last anyway. They know there's going to be no one in and around Los Leones, especially not on the southwest side with this circle. So I like the idea of them setting up, again, playing a slow game, seeing if we get some free points in the early game.
Gave us a little bit of hope that maybe we might see some more early engagements, but other than what we've already seen, which has cost the life of 7 players, everyone else seems to be reverting back to that sort of stalemate. Fuzzface all the way over towards Impala. He likes to hold on to that position, gives good overview of the field ahead. And Sakura Zensen taking a very wide 2-1-1 split with presence up north towards where Primal is currently holding. BB team making a coastal rotate, and they might just find themselves on the north as well.
Yeah, for now it's mainly Sakura Zensen and Entropic trying to maintain control of bigger splits. Everyone else limited to 2 spots on lockdown. Ascent, as we said, coming in on the far northern side, but of course with the mountain going uphill all the way to Minas, even though if they're up there, they're very limited in what they can see from where they are. That is anywhere south of Minas. So they're going to be playing a slow rotation because, again, I mean, they haven't gotten a chance to scout anything around here. And the further south they go, the harder it's going to be to scout anything until they get all the way up to the hilltop proper.
Dampel and Batulins considering an emergency parachute. They've set it up in case they need it. They have the option of taking it or leaving it.
Let's see.
Given the timing, we'll see which of those it will be. The zone has kind of gone north towards them, so it's not the most useful of angles for the pickup to go, so they'll seem to be just hopping on their bikes, going towards Minas. There is no presence there whatsoever, but Ascend coming in late from the north could be something to be aware of.
I like this play. They were already in control of the south side kind of brick compound. Now that they see the circle, they instantly split out again. They were grouping up for an E-pickup to go east if need be. We've seen a lot of these Impala endings before, and if you can jump up top of that mountain, you can be in a really, really good spot for a lot of points going your way. But this time around, as soon as the circle comes towards them, they get back into the vehicle, split out. Batulin's going north. The remaining 2 players going down towards the south, leaving Example in that stable compound. And now they can go back to kind of try and maintain control of their split.
Well, Batulins actually went north and then came back towards the south. They seem to be looking to try and do some sort of gatekeep for teams coming from the plateau just below them, where BBL is currently holding the warehouse compound, happy to give full control of the north to Ascend, although they may come under some pressure as Sakura Zensen are starting to creep their way forwards, and BB wrapping all the way even as far as truck stop. But for the time being, Ascend will be kings of the hill up to the north, and it's everyone down south that's going to have to struggle.
I love that you mentioned it and that our servers show it to BB team, of course, in the top of the leaderboard right now alongside Twisted Minds. They're doing a wide northern rotation here. I'm not sure where they're planning on coming in from, if they just follow the road towards Sakura Zensen, or if, as you said, Saga, they're going to go all the way north side to get at least some sort of elevated position from where they can scout south. But then the issue becomes, if any other team then realizes they're up there, how do they get off the mountain? You know what? There might just be a chance that they go trucks up, wrap all the way north around to Graveyard. I mean, they could do like a wide split on the top, leave one in truck stop and send the other guys further forward. They've kind of already, as you can see, left the Duchy on an island to scout forward, get back in the car, and kind of leapfrog one another to maybe just wrap all the way north around should this one go west.
Whatever they do, it will be thought out and calculated, as everything BB team always is. Laza, you will hear these vehicles as Gaming Gladiators are wrapping around the western side of Los Leones, considering making a move to the north. The rest of Stardust has already left, but Laza, while he was in that warehouse, he switched to a Panzerfaust momentarily, so that could have been a bit of sweat on the brow of the Gaming Gladiators, but no, he's just backed away from that, gone to regroup with the squad, and they're wrapping up towards the west. Eternal Fire, more than happy to sit in the bowl of Cantera. Got a bit of maneuverability within it, but if teams start getting up on those ridge angles, kills are difficult to avoid.
Yeah, for now, I don't think they have anything to fear, considering the fact that there's teams all around. So even if a team does come to look at them, other teams will have eyes on too. Foot setting up an E-pickup. In case we do go north, it's always nice to be able to just hop up on the mountain and see what you can do from there. Will that be the case or will it not? We'll have to wait another 20 seconds to find out. Gaming Gladiators now starting to backfill Stardust as well towards that west side. I mean, that really is the only place we have space. I mean, Graveyard and then up on the open mountain face towards the north. Everything else, for the most part, is taken if we exclude like small dips and whatnot. So let's see who's going to get the blessing of this third circle.
But Esports will have options regardless.
It's primal. I told you the ends
in
buff.
play. They've got their emergency parachute. It's the 2-2 splits. Will Primal look to maintain this split, or are they just going to send it across the field to regroup right now? It gets a little dangerous.
They have to
when
group.
we get towards phase 3, phase 4. There's always a risk of a 4-man breach.
How did EB just get knocked? I'm not sure. Okay, there is it. Oh, it was the bolt action from afar. What a timing. And what a shot from Fairest. Wow. That's a half kilometer towards the south, and now he gets to leave as well. This was a perfect setup by Na'Vi. There's only so many angles he can see the two players, and Hagatori and Divix from EB, that is, up in that compound. And Fairest with the bolt action shot of a lifetime gets the knock and allows Na'Vi to take the southeast compound. That was a massive play.
And that off angle could have been pretty crucial for them if Entropic looked to try and make good on this push. They're just going to sit in this valley for now, but eventually they are going to have to try and make a move up towards Virtus Pro. But by that point, EB's position may not have been relevant regardless. But it is well played from Na'Vi. Again, they spotted that Sakura Zenson left the compound where they lost Soset earlier on and then backfilled into it, committed their numbers on that side. And Faoris doesn't have a glider this game, but he's sure playing like he's got one everywhere he seems to be.
He knows what's up. He knows what's up. Foot, obviously hearing the commotion, allowing AT to push further forward into the field from the south. They took, I mean, as soon as Fairest left the compound, they took over down on the southern side, but still not in prime position down here towards the south. There are teams out towards the west that will get eyes on you in the field really soon, only now not looking because they have fights to deal with of their own. But once they come to an end, those fields are not a fun place to be.
And not too much of a surprise that the teams that needed to find position in the zone have opted to risk the west, the ridges of Cantera.
Yeah.
Gaming Gladiators trying to make some sort of play between Virtus Pro and the teams that reside within the crater itself as Stardust go flying through the north, a bit of a valley, but if they go too far, they'll expose themselves to Primal. If they go too high, they'll expose themselves to Ascend. It's low ground or nothing right now for Stardust.
We have seen teams come out victorious in that area by going and claiming it early on, but it's usually very limited what they get in terms of kills coming in to the late games. We'll see if this Hail Mary from Stardust is going to pay off or not as the circle is once again closing in. Here comes the remaining, or the full, I should say, BP team pulling up on Fairest. No damage done for him so far. Logarooks will be able to find a deuce, so a bit of help coming in from the side as Fairest finds one, finds the double, as Bestalok falls to the molly as well.
BB team just getting absolutely bopped as they make their entrance.
Wow.
Nothing they can do. 2 games in a row, the zone has not been kind to them. They see no other option than just to try and send it to the center and make a play. And 2 games in a row, BB team goes out with nothing.
And the circle goes right there as well. Fairest now sat dead center. They were in a 4v1 pull-up, but Fairest alongside the teams around them making it impossible to get anything done. As now Last Ape seeing this circle as well, not enjoying this. VP also full speed sending it forward. They're going to go across the street from Fairest saying, you know what, we just saw BP team try and do that. Fairest, you clearly know how to defend this position. Can we just be neighbors now instead? What they're going to do is they're going to try and smoke them off. Makes sense. Isolate the angle, and Na'Vi is instantly going to backfill. Now, who is going to go down and take what Na'Vi just left? Because Sakura Sanson is shooting towards that compound. But, I mean, are they not aware? Did they not see 3 cars leave? This is completely open and it's center circle.
I don't know. Not sure whether or not they spotted it. Didn't quite catch it. But Entropic have backfilled into the compound where VP have left, but really makes sense for VP just to get out of there. They knew that there was already 3 teams lurking in the area and likely more heading this direction as now Last Day make their rotation this direction and Fairy Tail descending from the ridges as well. Gaming Gladiators are getting out of there.
If they read
Not
this,
quickly enough will Vard move.
Gaming Gladiators getting out of this fight and taking over the compound that Navi just left, that would be huge. An insane read from the boys to even realize that compound is free. Well, it's not fully free, because Defex will find Levante in the open. But again, I mean, the fact that they get to swing around and claim that, disengaging this fight that we're seeing here, that could have been way more chaotic, way more dangerous for them. And now they get to just, again, I mean, claim up 3% of compound.
Completely uncontested as well from their south, from their east. No presence there whatsoever unless Sakura Zenson makes some kind of send into some ridges in the field. So should have free reign to sit back, watch, look for third-partying angles as there's currently like 7, maybe 8 teams fighting in the ridges in and around Cantera, Twisted Minds included. Fairy Tail up on the high ground, gets an angle onto Grendis, and Foot finishes him the knock.
We hear it oftentimes when the team comes during the games, like they look at the next circle and go, boys, let's just see if we can get some kills. They all know that there's the odds of them surviving the rotation into the next circle is close to none, so might as well, instead of doing a Hail Mary now into a circle where you know everything is taken, might as well try and stay on the edge for as long as you can and see if you can at least sweep some kills, get yourself like a 5, maybe 6 point game rather than a 0-point pull-up.
BBL tried to make a move into Minas Generalis to take a bit more of a safe approach, but their only real option was to come straight back into grenade range of Twisted Minds. That's never going to work in your favor. And now Eternal Fire, they hold the line. They have the blue zone on their side that's forcing Twisted Minds forwards, and they're lining up some grenades in towards the smokes that they're trying to use to advance.
Let's see. Lou forced to go back into the blue at least for a bit to avoid the util there. Has Ruin pinned down on the rock, but can't quite find the knock. I say that double headshot connected immediately after. What a hell of a shot as the circle once again takes us into the open field.
There's still that giant wall of cover where Twisted Minds have this isolated engagement. The Mad still has grenades in hand. He gets it's not primed well enough to get any real damage, any damage at all. Twisted Minds maneuvering around the utility so effectively.
Practically stood on top of each other. We'll see if they can get something going here. Example, trying to isolate Quetpa in the smoke, but the cover right now is doing exactly what it has to for him, buying time, allowing for his teammates in Eternal Fire to try and reposition, to stay alive here. Fairy Tail has fully left the hilltop, the crater, I should say, and joined the fight between Foot and Entropic, so that's a 3-way fight for that compound, which is already outside the circle. This one right here is going to be important, though, because the winner of this get to try and send it off the Kantara edge into the fields down below.
Pepper's trying to go up high around the side of the smokes. He actually gets a vision through it, but takes a lot of damage in return. Ruin can no longer feed information. He has been flushed. The smokes are fading. Yeah. Time is running out for both of these teams as the blue zone will force them. This is a fight to the death regardless of who comes out ahead.
It definitely is. The cars aren't on this side of the circle either, so trying to make that run down in the open was going to be near impossible. Lou finds one example with the other. Let's see if maybe the last living player on the side of Eternal Fire could do anything. Matt finds the knock onto Batulans, but not more will come of it. Twisted Minds, seeing BB team fall early in this game, are doing everything they can to maximize a very tough game.
Well, they've got a bus. They can try and mount up in that and try and get it over the ridge. It's probably not going to work, but
it's rare that I would
no
advocate for 2 guys in a glider, but if they could just use the edge of Cantera as a launching ramp and just jump down somewhere, I don't know, maybe that's the play issue for them is they don't have that available.
Got to try and find something, but there just seems to be nothing. They're going to have to try and make their way down the hillside. It's kind of worked for Foot Esports. They've sent it into some hay bales. They should be able to grab the revive on 8C, but there's pressure from Fairy Tail. But yeah, blue zone it is.
It makes sense. It makes sense that they're denying. Again, they know that the teams that are in the comfort positions down below are the teams on the hunt. So why give points over the team that is next to you has already been eliminated? So you have no fear of them catching up to you this game. They're going to deny. They looked over the top to see if there was anything free and available. But an 11th place denial here for Twisted Minds as they do not want to concede their first place.
What do you know, Toby? Stardust tried to set up a road camp on the south coast against Ascend, and in the end of the game, 20 minutes later, they pull up in a dip within grenade range of where Ascend is lurking in a shack. They only lost one to the grenades. It was Virtus Pro that picked up the second, but as long as utility is available for Ascend to throw, they're going to be throwing it into these smokes and just hoping that they can take down Stardust. But it's Perfectix grenade.
He's not done yet.
Last piece of the puzzle for him, for Twisted Minds. A last contribution before he dies to the blue.
He's not dead yet. I might be speaking too soon because he's definitely on a sliver of health. And to imagine that this compound that Gaming Gladiators are currently in possession of, and almost the only players inside the circle, was as free as it was, but GG, the only team with vision, with knowledge of this compound being available, get to reap the rewards of a very, very smart rotation just now.
There he goes, eventually taken out. Definitely had more impact on the rest of the game than I expected. I mean, I thought they were taking that fight in the crater and that would pretty much be it, but no, still managed to get a little bit more done. Mika unable to get anything more now. Sakura Zenson will look for a wrap into the field, looking for ridges or hay bales or anything to give any sort of modicum of cover, but it's so difficult to find the rocks in this position.
Sakura, they're just exactly inside the next circle in this position. The thing is, for Primal, I'm looking at them towards the north. They have nowhere else to go, really, but where they're currently positioned. Oops, let's Nixie, let's imagine that didn't happen, as Virtus Pro fall in ninth place.
Not to hit something, it's hard.
Yeah, well, true. He did try to avoid hitting stuff like we've seen in the past from players, and that was not the case right there. But again, as I was saying just before, Primal, only real spot they can try and go without having to contest Na'Vi is towards where Sakura Zenson is set up. So we'll see now if they can fend off here. At least high ground is out, so no one is going to engage from the side. But this is going to be a raw aim and util battle between these two teams for the east side control.
And the utility does include exploding vehicles. That'll be enough to get Rustenmar down, and Feorist contributes. They can still just about hold on to the little caravan that they've got on the northern side of the zone. The blue zone grenades forcing the issue as well, and Primal, what little cover they were able to find, proved not to be enough.
Na'Vi wanting to claim this win, want to strike back at the top of the leaderboard, knowing as the teams ahead of them have pretty much all been eliminated. Gaming Gladiators in the bottom alongside Fairy Tail. I mean, they too would really want to climb this leaderboard, seeing as there is both, of course, PGS points on the line, but also prize pool to be gained by getting further towards the top. Maybe PGS is not in the cards for them here, but a lot to fight for still, trying to make it to PGC.
Especially for Gaming Gladiators, if we think back to the LCQs, we were talking about teams that probably should have eliminating them as early as possible in their game plan, given their current position in the PGC point standings. If they can start climbing the leaderboard, get up maybe to like 10th, 8th, that could cause problems for some of the big guns.
All three players alive, all trios as the circle swings to the left side of the road. Fairy Tail blessed with a shift in their direction, and honestly, I mean, for them only taking one casualty with everything they've gone through. We heard in the beginning of the game Brightside saying, I want teammates that I can rely on, and well, it's been worthwhile this time around. Yes, they lose Sibylla, but the remaining three of them have played a hard-fought game, trying to make their way out of the west and then take the fight, of course, to Foot, who were sat down here before. In the meantime, now Fuss, ooh, with the mortar. What do you go for, though? Is this headed towards Fairy Tail, or are we going Na'Vi's way? Seems like Na'Vi is on the cards.
It's some sort of hay bales. Worst case scenario, it blows up the cars, right? Best case scenario, you're looking like that one clip where, was it Sonics that just got evaporated? All of them playing a bunch of hay bales like this, but a little bit too far. Hopefully he's got more and he can readjust accordingly, but Na'Vi...
That's even further.
They're happy with that. Yeah, they don't mind that.
Oh, a bit closer. One tick more would help. Not sure if he's got more shots in him. That one's even further once more. Got to line him up, use the first shot to try and get the trajectory down, and then fire the other ones accordingly. But unfortunately, I mean, obviously with the circle closing in and everything, it's a kind of a hectic situation to try and sit and do math, but even then,
it was the wind,
it could have been a very convenient down and out for Na'Vi. I mean, on Na'Vi for Sakura Zenson, because that would have maybe enabled the north side, like fast vehicle rotation. Instead, now it's on foot, it's towards Gaming Gladiators. Where do you go from here?
Bomb Marcelin pulling that pin on the grenade, ducking and dodging, making sure he doesn't get a headshot and accidentally flush out any of his teammates as they look to commit onto this push for the Gaming Gladiators. Rox has been forced back from the point position. They really have no other options, but Gaming Gladiators has no lethal utility to try and put a stop to this. A Fuzzface holding on the back line. He's turned his attention towards Na'Vi. He's picked them off in the middle of all this.
Yeah, Na'Vi trying to isolate towards the east, but in doing so, they leave themselves completely exposed to Fairy Tail on the other side. 10 kills. They get themselves as Na'Vi are eliminated in 4th. Looking to try and claim this win, knowing full well that there's just 2 teams left alive, and they're trying to set up for winning play here. Smart positioning on the side of Fairy Tail to try and bring this one home.
And now 3 man apiece for the 3 remaining teams. Sakura Zenson take control of the single story, Gaming Gladiators in the double, but this zone shift tells us it's anybody's game, but we're talking about the guy who plays for Fairy Tail, because both Sakura Zenson and Gaming Gladiators will have to get out of their compounds and try and make a cross over the road.
Yeah.
But honestly, just go for the kills at this point. Just take the fight. Look for the 3 versus 3.
Not a whole lot more you can do than do exactly that. Dante finds Marcelek as Sakura Zenson trying to force this fight on the backside of the compound itself. He-Man no vest to work with at all as Gaming Gladiators too try and figure out how do we take this fight. Do they have smokes? Maybe they do. They've been set in this compound for a while, not having to really use smokes themselves. So if they can take out Sakura Zenson, there might be a last effort push across the street, because once they get onto the road, they should be outside of line of sight with the ridge line that they have on the left side of the road. So we'll see now here. Dante pushed up close, tries to go for him, and initially they will find him. Anybody's actually from afar is going to be the one to take him down.
Through the window. That little angle as Himmons just trying to play dodgeball with Gaming Gladiators on the outside. Fuzzface running alongside. There's sawn-off shotguns in play. Fuzz does not have the shotgun. He might wish he did.
I mean, right now, Fairy Tail is doing everything they can to get Gaming Gladiators into the end of this one, and Rox, with the sawn-off, will be the one to take him down. I said maybe they have util. Looks to me like now they definitely don't. Pen, you need to land a headshot, a massive one at that, in order to give your team any chance of making this run happen. Rox sat with the shotgun in hand, shooting into the air. Nah, they're gonna concede. This one is Fairy Tails to bring home a great finish here on Miramar once more.
Immediate lounging from Brightside, knowing that okay, pressure's off. We managed to get something done, and we started it off with the little interview, hearing about what he expects from his squad as well. So that's nice. We're able to perform up to expectations and pick up the win in a very difficult zone to play for so many squads. They get it over the line and get it done.
I mean, the fact that it's one of the teams that have to come off the hillside that ends up winning is an anomaly in and of itself. Usually it's the team that gets to sit in the compound forever that comes out with a 3 or 4 point win. But great game from Fairy Tail. Again, a phenomenal EMEA PUBG match. It's been a couple of weeks since I feel like I've said that, but the 2 Miramar games today have really delivered in terms of, I guess, what we can call competitive integrity and a showcasing of the level of play these guys put up.
Yeah, the variety of skill sets and playstyles on display has been excellent. Let's hope we can keep that up as well.
Definitely. Now let's hop over to the desk as we say bye to Miramar and hi to Rondo.
Tego.
We'll see you on Tego in a few, I guess. We got ourselves Fairy Tail here, finding themselves south of Kantara. That was terrifying here, over and burning alive, unfortunate. But Fairy Tail managed to get themselves some good points on the board, going up against Gladiators at the very end, who just could not do anything from where they were. We've got Avenger and Mark to talk about this one. Big field open situation here for them Avenger to try and scramble through, and Gladiators couldn't go any further.
Yeah, obviously this situation here with where this is, it's just impossible to do anything. You cannot do anything, and especially with that shift towards Fairy Tail, it set up everything perfectly for them. They had an open southwestern side they could run in, and 21 points going their way. Gaming Gladiators, imagine guys, if they didn't have 33 points after 2 days, they would have been we would have been praising them, saying, oh my god, they are doing it, they are going to PGS. But right now, yeah, we need to see like something like 2 more 2-digit point games and a win maybe before it's even becoming close to being relevant. But yeah, let's see.
Yeah, technically, Gladiators moved in on that compound at the right time. They'd scouted it a little bit later in the game after Fairy Tail kind of found themselves south of Cantera, after Na'Vi had kind of moved away from it and realized it was open and made a great move for it. But in the end, not enough to deal with those Western shifts. As we take a look at the overall points. And BB team went out again early, Mark, allowing Twisted Minds to find themselves a good spot.
What's the prediction? 14th next one, 16th game 1, game 2 was 15th, 14th maybe. Is it a throw? I hope not. Day 1 really strong. That kind of set them up. Day 2, okay. Surely day 3 can't be bad. But Stardust, they are going to be loving this. Ascend for all these teams that are kind of in the area. They will not just be chasing down the Stardust, but the fact that BB team are going out early on the kill feed, that is opportunity that these teams do not want to let slip.
No, definitely not. I believe the BB bounce back is going to be on eventually during today because they're just too good a team to let it slide the whole day. But only 10 points behind so far. But Twisted Minds again, the Kings up towards the top. But just talk about Fairy Tail in general here. Winning this match is very important, obviously, here for them. Martin, they kind of now put themselves in that potential conversation if they're able to continue throughout the day to be able to move on to a potential PGS. And this is a lot of points, and they were able to hold their position well in this game, I think.
Yeah, and with BB team and Stardust both having slow games, it makes it relevant for everyone, right? Now that all these teams we have in our high 60s, 70s, one fantastic game, they're literally back in the conversation to potentially take that second or third place away, depending on what obviously BB team and Stardust does. Stardust had a pretty good first game, but still they need to build this advantage that they have and take advantage of that BB team as well. Otherwise, it's going to crumble beneath their feet. Their foundation is just going to be gone.
Well, let's take our team focus going now. And the devil on Mark's shoulder was Toby for the day. And I think he picked Stardust for this one.
Yes, blame Toby. We'll blame Toby on this one. Stardust is the follow. Not quite the magic he had from game number 1. But late drop for them. Quite normal. See him split out. And actually, this is a very relevant point because It's Chris normally does go to that sort of area, that big sort of barn warehouse. But he wasn't there this time. Stardust able to work their way in. They did take their time and tried to find an entry point that was quite quiet. But actually used the Cantera sort of valley that goes around the north. They kind of rotate underneath a large amount of seams into a compound, and the race happened to that compound as Ascend didn't quite get there in time. They had to sort of turn away, and it was quite good. There's definitely takeaways though from them. Obviously it wasn't too much longer from here, Martin, but for me, they played late on zone. Their way to zone was pretty much on their back. They knew the danger that came from Twisted Minds, and they also had an idea of where they wanted to go. They were just unable to post the nades into Ascend, but Ascend plus Perfectix though coming in from Twisted Minds were having mostly perfect nade down on towards Stardust, so not much more from them after this point.
Yeah, I would like to see a crash onto Ascend rather than a pull up on a ridge here. That would have, I feel like, would have been a higher fruition in terms of points. Plus, it's a team that they're directly fighting with. Obviously, might not have that full information or be aware of that, but still, you're 4 versus crashing a small shack. Literally 1-2 utility, boom, boom, it's your shack instantly, right? You can even see here easily taking one down, but lost towards the end. Unfortunate for Stardust, 10th though. Not that many points coming their way. Or actually, it was 0 points coming their way. So yeah, that foundation is again crumbling beneath their feet.
Yep.
Did also notice whilst that was going on that Twisted Minds find themselves in Cantera crater, and 2 of them actually just purely died out to the blue during all of that. So had they not been in that roughest position, maybe they could have opened up that lead a little bit more, even more so against BB team here, all things considered, Mark.
At least, yeah, it's very interesting play from them. They just couldn't get off. I think Stardust was an element of that as well. We saw other teams in the compound, but again, it comes down to the point tonight. We already mentioned some of the lower teams taking points away from this mid-pack, but with Twisted Minds denying out as well, was there a mindset actually, we don't want to give these points up. We've got an Ascend chasing down. Like they're in control now. They're in control. If they want to die to the blue and give up some points, they know BB team went out early, and then arguably it's free. Maybe if BB team was still playing, maybe it's a different end for Twisted Minds, but the ball's in their court.
Well, you guys at home as well can get some cheeky Twitch emotes on the go. All you have to do is just follow the Twitch that's currently ongoing right here, right now, PUBG_Battlegrounds, and you'll be able to go and do some spamming of those as well. Martin, Tago's on the cards next. Who are you looking forward to on good old Tago?
Well, so once we change the maps, it's always kind of this mental change, mental break, right? And I feel like that's exactly what we need for BP team. Like, okay, Miramar done, let's go to something completely different, and you can kind of make that that change of play style a little bit easier. And yeah, after 0 points in 2 games here in Miramar, they need to step on that gas pedal. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit rough because there's going to be teams catching up for sure.
After the start of the day, after the interview we had yesterday, I'm feeling it for Ascend. I feel like they've got a little bit of
13 points today so far
behind them. Yeah, so we'll see. And they're not bad on when it comes to Tego. Admittedly, yesterday's Tego was a bit more northern. But anyway, we're going to go to the break. When we return, will we see a northern circle? Where are we going? As it will be time to Tego right after this.
World updates to Tego, some quality of life improvements for training mode, and a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 31.2 patch report. First up, we've made updates to some areas of Tego. The studio has been turned into an abandoned hospital, changing the layout, adding new buildings, and also a few more loot and cover spots. We also added a new bridge to the shipyard and improve the terrain around Hosan Prison, Songam, and Hosan to give you more strategic opportunities in this area. Next, training mode has been improved as well, based on your feedback. Training mode now has infinite ammo, recommended attachments automatically on weapons, and the ability to save and import your personal weapon and gear settings. We also improved the sound training area to provide feedback when a wrong target is hit. This update also features a brand new Survivor Pass, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 31.2 is here, so load up your training gear, grab the new Survivor Pass, and hot drop back into Tego. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Upstairs, 2-3, yeah.
Rondo is hit twice.
Nice, mostly. Other guy's driving off. Yeah.
Mars between west. Going for the shack, west of us. Shoot 2 guys in Mirado. Knock 1.
Take a knock. Shoot the door. Free fire the door.
He's knocked outside left. He's on the blue Mirado, no?
I need to come with you, Luca.
Nice.
One up.
Guy peeking 280, I cannot. Maybe.
We should both go.
Yeah, I'm just going.
We should both go with me.
Yeah, both go. There's 2 cars next. There's one more car.
There's 2 guys. We just need all the cars. Yeah. Just make cover from west. Be me. Cover to west. West.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, like this.
We are both safe, Nix. Cover's not that good.
Oh my god. Okay, bro.
Too close on the tractor now.
Yeah.
Blue's on it, Mats. Like blue's on it.
Blue's on the tractor.
One knock.
Two knock. 2 flush. One up.
Dead. Right? Dead. Yeah.
Two story.
Pump green now. Front green, they're running.
Nice.
One knock.
Let's take the one story. Let's take
Two
one
in
story.
the car. 2 jumped out in the car on the orange.
We say bye to Miramar and hi to Tego, not Rondo. Yet we're leaving Rondo for another map. And Saga, Miramar done, and as I said then, I mean, pretty good fashion, I think. What are your expectations now coming into Tego?
When we come into Tego, it's difficult to know what to expect, really. We can generally expect to see some pretty open area circles and compounds to be fiercely contested between all of the teams, particularly if we do end up going towards the south. But hey, we had a wide northern zone and everyone was playing much more in terms of ridges in yesterday's matches. So it's a very wide, varied map. Lots of different areas of terrain that all have very different play styles. So the circle plays a big factor in who comes out ahead on Tego.
I don't know if it's only me hearing you extremely robotic or if it's the other way around. In any case, I hope what you said was incredibly relevant because I couldn't hear half of it. Maybe it's my connection that's bad. I'm not quite sure. But nonetheless, we are headed into a Tego, which again, I mean, normally say, oh, you know, Tego, Miramar, they're kind of write-off maps. Oh, no, sorry, Tego and Rondo, they're kind of write-off maps because they're so crazy, they're unpredictable. Well, you can't really have them be write-off maps now with how close these top echelon of mid-pack teams are and how close the hunt is for that third place spot. You need to put it all out there if you want to claim a PGS spot.
You really do. 5,000 MS in this Discord channel was what I just saw, which incidentally is the same amount of G coin that you could get for entering the catwalk competition on the Clutch Group Twitter. So go over and have a look at that. But make sure that you do that in the break, okay? Because with the gameplay is what we're here for, and we need to know who will be representing EMEA on the global stage at the Global Series and the Global Championship. We'll find out the latter of those after the Global Series because there are dependencies based on how teams perform at the Global Series that could potentially unlock a few additional slots. But for now, it's PGS that is the main prize.
At the Global Series. Exactly. First teams out is going to be Ascent and Discord Sands up towards the north. Well, yesterday, we saw I don't want to say rare, but rarer circle go towards the northern island, towards Shipyard. We'll see if that's going to repeat itself this time around, or if maybe one of those wild Hosan prison endings. Yet another unique location that we've decided to put on the edge of the map, so we don't really ever see it outside of a potential person looting in the early game.
And this is not the new updated version of the map, so if we do see it, it's the horrible, nasty one before they added all the additional cover. But that's not going to be a problem. We're going all the way over to Gangneung, all the way to the east. South side of airport may be a big point of profit for Sakura Zensen if they can get themselves a couple of priority compounds and a nice early split.
Important to mention here as well, to anyone maybe coming in as a new viewer or just not having a lot of experience playing on this map, there is kind of a unique feature, I suppose, on Tego, in the sense that you have this massive red line on the east side of the map and towards a bit of the south as well. Technically playable because it's just a river, but you don't want to go there because you die. So in terms of wide rotations on this map, it's going to be incredibly hard. And now, who better to hear from in regards to their team than Twisted Minds, who are currently set up in first place?
Well, it's a very easy question. I expect from my teammates to stay focused in every game until the end of the tournament, to be passionate about the games, because even when we know that we're gonna play in next LAN tournament, so it's not that important for us to place top 2, but we still should play our best game to win the tournament, just to get more confidence before the LAN, that we do everything right, that our preparation was good, the quality was good. So I feel like more pressure is on teams who have to qualify. So we're just gonna play our game, and that's all.
Always phenomenal to hear the insights of Batulins and the Twisted Minds boys and what they can expect from teammates. And a roster who, of course, I mean, the core of it having been together, arguably one of the longest lasting rosters we have currently in PUBG, of course, now with the addition of Example over Spiro. The only change we've seen from them since way back in the day.
It has been a big change, and it's been impactful for both teams, actually. I don't think we can argue with the fact that it was a mutually beneficial change for Spyro to make the move over to BB Team and, for example, to come into Twisted Minds. And the results sort of speak for themselves. BB team, you know, today hasn't been the best of showings for them today, but the zones have been extremely tough for them. This time around, it's not that much different, and perhaps even worse, because there is, as you said, no possibility of making a wrap around to the eastern side of the zone, because you cannot go there. The game itself will kill you if you try to go too far to the east this time around.
Exactly.
So potential for a team like Last Day to set up a bit of a roadblock for any team to try to go all the way up against the mountains.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, especially as seeing as Ascent is currently going straight behind them. So maybe they smell the scent of Last Day and realize, you know what, there might be a blockade waiting for us. Maybe they don't and run straight into the open arms, and it's 4 free points for Last Day. I would say one team, actually, sorry, scratch that. That's not Ascent, that's Fairy Tail coming in that side. Ascent is doing something else. They're leaving the balloon Brexco up in his glider towards the north, only to be shot at by opposing teams because they do not like him being in that balloon.
Pretty low down, bit of gliding, low to the ground. Trying
Straight
to go
runs.
maybe, below the sonar detection, but that's low enough for Marselect detection to land some tags into the body of the glider. Not into Brex's body himself, though, which is convenient because the amount of meds that he has brought for this run is not anything extreme. There'll be a little bit more elevation for Entropic, though, as they zoop into the air with the emergency parachute.
I've always wondered, what is the G-force getting yeeted up in the air like that by a helicopter? That must be an absolutely insane experience.
You'll come out a few inches taller by the, I would imagine.
True. Not that I need it, but
yeah. Actually, can I book one?
Here we have Studio. One of the last looks we'll have at it. Look at how cool it is and how much we never ever go there.
Honestly, the fact that there isn't a progressive glider skin that looks like that is just a joke. I mean, come on.
Imagine.
Right,
and you get laser guns on the side as well. Full new game. It's going to become like... I'm not even going to finish that sentence. Don't want to give too many good ideas. FaZe, in the meantime, they are 2-2 split towards the east. They've heard BBL come in on the southern side. They're well aware of the pressure and the tenacity that these Turkish teams tend to have in terms of their fights in the early game. And now actual damage coming through on both sides. Baron finds Gustav, but instantly to be traded by Fex. Should, I would imagine, be Resus being committed to on both sides. Issue for BBL is that they have heard Last Day come in on the south side, and this timing could not be any worse for them.
Oh, it's much more exposed, revived for them to try and grab on towards Baron Peak. They've had to send CCI Next out in vehicles. And if Lyron gets taken down by a quick double headshot from Molodok, there's one, there's two. And now Schiller all alone in this compound. CCI Next didn't even grab the revive. He just put Baron in the vehicle and drove his way back. So there is no numbers.
It really isn't. It's dangerous time, and again, as I said before, the timing could not be any better for Last Day here, catching them completely off guard. Shouldn't have time to get that res up either. If they now, with the second knock coming through, realize that it's BBL, which you would really hope that they do, I want to see them fully commit to this push Last Day. They're taking their time currently, as we see Marselik get knocked. Not quite sure where that took place, obviously. Elsewhere on the map, but Foot getting a early point here. As now FaZe going, oh, you know what? You're going to fight 4v4 in this compound. Let's just see if we can third party this. Bomb build, nice. Nade lopped on over. We'll get the full wipe on BBL.
That was fun watching Nitro toss those grenades a bit too high every time, just bouncing back off the door frame. Bombil gets one into the door, and he couldn't find an M16 this game, so he just simply has to kill him with an M4 instead. But the timing on that trade of knocks between BBL and FaZe could not have been worse for BBL Esports. And FaZe maybe sitting there just thinking, oh God, what did we just do? Did we do that? Was that our fault? But they're more than happy to see one team eliminated already.
And while you were talking, I just looked at the map feed, rewinded a bit to see what happened on the northern side, where Sakura Sensen lost a player, and it seems like it was Foot pulling up on the 2-2 split that they had, and well, Mika got away alive. Marslek, unfortunately, wasn't quite able to do so. So it goes back to the discussion, or the talk, I should say, we've had so many times in the past of always have your fire escapes ready for the pull-ups coming up.
Speaking of pull-ups, Stardust heard as Na'Vi was making a send along the road, and Lazar just gets a little bit too close, trying to join the Na'Vi convoy. He's lagging a little bit behind the rest of Stardust. They're already on the eastern side of Studio, and Na'Vi take no prisoners.
I mean, Na'Vi, if they join this top party as well. They're still like 10 plus points behind Foot, but even then, I mean, for them to start taking out players and Stardust now, Stardust off of 2 not so great games. Yes, they got to survive for quite a while in the first Miramar game, but off of 2 not phenomenal games, and now taking a casualty early on here in Takeover, it's looking to go against them.
Gaming Gladiators, the only team to maintain any sort of presence on the western side of the little, let's call it a stream. River is kind of a strong word. Maybe a riverbed. Looks like there may have once been a river there. There's some lore of the map, but it's dried up drastically. But if this does hard shift to the west, which we will expect it to do at some point, we have to shift away from those mountains by phase 4. But Gaming Gladiators hoping that it does so earlier rather than everyone else in the lobby.
Just hard shift east. Do it. Do them all dirty with the most brutal eastern hard shift we've ever seen on Takeover. It would be a joy for viewers, a traumatic experience for players. Let's see how wild this circle is going to get as we center up, going a bit further towards the west. River still in play, and honestly, almost all the players as well. It's almost as if they knew where this one was going to go.
Yeah, we've done most of the heavy lifting and getting rid of those unplayable mountains in the background early. A little bit of presence still in towards the southeast, but nothing too difficult to get rid of. And Gaming Gladiators don't see enough presence on the west to think it's worth holding on to it. So they've hopped over the river, getting up towards the hilltop. They've got a good early hold for a 4-man team in that position. Sakura Zensen struggling to try and make any sort of movement. They tried to make a send through the middle of Virtus Pro and a Tropic in towards Kangneung, and it's cost them dearly.
Yeah, definitely has Mika the one to fall this time around as BB team now backfilling Stardust, kind of letting them wrap past them. A few parting shots to alert them of their presence, but nothing more to follow. And for BB team, I mean, getting out of the cars now, kind of just hearing the echoes of the shots towards Stardust from all the other teams, that's... If you're fast enough at kind of pinpointing their locations, that's a lot of info to be gained from Spiro up ahead, because Stardust shot at them, Eternal Fire has been shooting at them, and now FaZe as well. They have a lot of info of effectively all the teams in their nearby vicinity.
This area of the map where Stardust is currently pushing sort of up the hill in towards the hold of Eternal Fire. Deadly endgame location should it come to pass, but... Eternal Fire currently holding on to a wide split. Still got Ruin down in the compound, just putting in some shots in the background to deter anyone who's thinking of going for a wide wrap around the south, but they've spotted them out. Nailcop target in sight, and if Code Marco knew who this was, he would not hesitate.
I was just going to say, if you get a knock and you realize it's a Stardust player, how much do you dare to commit to a fight then? You know what's at risk if you give points over towards them, but also... You know the reward that could be gained by taking them out with yet another suboptimal game.
A wide wrap all the way around Buksansar, even up towards Terminal for Na'Vi. Up the west, some shots peppered in through the trees from Twisted Minds as Eternal Fire were just weighing up their options, looking for the perfect opportunity to pounce on Stardust, but tagged down low enough that they're going to have to put a pause to those plans and wait for a rainy day, perhaps, to come through before they really commit to this engagement, or at least wait until Ruin is confident that there's no one who's going to come up the hill and backfill them from behind and third-party them.
Yeah, Na'Vi is definitely getting the miles in here for considering the fact that they started north, then went full south, and now opting to go all the way north again, hoping that maybe that's going to bless them in some sort of way. I mean, they are the only team on the western side of the water right now, so we'll see 30 seconds from now whether the circle is going to favor them for their almost infinitely long rotation to the circle.
Another emergency parachute deployed for Virtus Pro. They already have a pretty central position. It could be simply used for A, scouting, or B, to deny other teams from trying to make use of them. But this zone will dictate a lot of the fates of so many teams, particularly those heavily towards the edge. Fairy Tail, Ascend. If this doesn't go towards them, they're going to have a struggle to get into the zone. And of course, the western side of Kangneung, we've seen so many games that end at the foot of that hill where Primal is holding the line. And that's where we're going. Na'Vi's wide wrap to the west pays off.
hard shift to Na'Vi off of that massive rotation. They get to sit on that side of the water, and now for everyone else, have to try and figure out what do we do with this, especially if you're in the far eastern side here. Do you wrap all the way around, kind of follow the footsteps of VP team and foot, or do you just try and creep in behind the issues? If you go straight in from the east, that's Kanyong right in the middle. Now, Eternal Fire finally starting to take shots, and they now realize too who they're up against. Starters have already lost one player. It's just Metabay left alive.
And he really has nowhere to go. Everyone will have heard these shots as well. Gaming Gladiators seeing a single car with one player in it. They've got it. They know that they want to take those shots, but now Sakura Zensen's pulled up into the middle of them, gives Metabay maybe a chance to go under the bridge and just lurk for a while, hide. Sakura Zensen pay the price for his safety.
Brutal rotations these teams have to try and make. And for Sakura Zensen, that rotation ends right there. Metabay in the meantime, try to just hunker down underneath the bridge in the water. Maybe if I'm at the worst spot possible, no one's going to come looking for me. We'll see how long he gets to stay alive. 1 HP, example. Obviously seeing the car going down below the river. We'll try and see if he can make something of it. In the meantime, last day, they're collapsing on this building that Na'Vi has control over.
Whole set of buildings. They're not even fully committed into one compound. Na'Vi was split wide around this area. This has caused them to scramble to regroup. They don't land the shots before last day make landfall, and Nitro's up on the roof. This is an awkward position for Na'Vi now.
It is, but if you're last day, I'm scratching my head here. Why would you not all commit to the same building? Once you see shots fired in the air, once you realize that they're split as well, just collapse on one of them, have the numbers advantage instead to take the fight in a split of their own. And now, well, Sosa does get knocked. See if they can get the flush on him as well. Nitro, nice swing around the corner there for the second shot. Bomb Bill will go down. So now it's just Nitro and Quizzy left alive. Make that just Quizzy.
I love a bit of a gas can play. It's not enough, though. Na'Vi will get the better of last day on their sort of uninvited entry in towards the zone, but who else wraps around the West so often? BB team. They've heard all of the chaos, and chaos it definitely was. And last day, I think maybe that was just the plan. They know that there's going to be a team sort of spread around this area. They just want to cause as much dismay as possible. They did. They got a couple of knocks on their side, and BB team just looking to see if they can clean up.
I like what they're doing here. Nick's able to find one, finds the second as well. See if he can take out Hawkey too, but no, just exactly getting over the ridgeline as anybody's finds one. Now Hawkey finds one in return. This was looking golden for VP, but they take 2 casualties instantly.
Those kills has been a big problem for VP. They're currently the second lowest kill score total team in the lobby. In fact, the lowest overall, and Tropic has one more than they do, and Hawkey putting up a fight as well. Nixie does manage to even the score, but it's down to a 2 versus 2. And on the high ground above, Ascend, oh man, they've heard everything. They're sending Pains and Brex over to take care of business.
Playing it slow, not wanting to over-aggress, of course, again, knowing what's at stake here, knowing that the position that they have on this hilltop, while not inside the circle yet, this is exactly where they want to be playing from. Coming in on the edge, on foot, try and play together to bring this one home. Brax catches CB, stands still for a second, and instantly takes him down.
Should know that somewhere on this plateau, where the ridge where he was peaking, there should be targets. This is the direction he was looking in, but they're not going to spot them out from this angle at the very least, and they've still got to make consideration of getting into zone. Gaming Gladiators in that hilltop spot that they sent over on the phase 2 shift, still holding on to that, still 4 men strong as well. And Ascend are going to have to try and find a way into space where Gaming Gladiators are trying to deny it. Now it just comes a battle of weighing up how much do you value getting these potential additional points from the third party onto VP and Entropic.
Let's see here as this, the nade just a sliver too far. James though, no hesitation in getting that one. Peeks on over, takes out Rustin Ma, almost gets the knock on a follow-up player, but not quite to be. Fex has been knocked now by Dash. We'll see if Gustav can do something to try and fend him off. There's a nade in there, mate. Watch out, Gustav, he didn't hear it.
No way.
He didn't hear it in time. It was right at his feet.
Wow. He left a parting gift for Gustav, and he steps directly onto it. James! From above, flying down from the rooftop, hip fire down onto Daz. And that might just save Gustav's life.
Peter Parker comes swinging around the corner, able to save the day. As Gustav, well, off of a bit of a blunder there, will get back on his feet. Of course, fully focused on trying to track where Daz went. Did not see the nade right at his feet.
Smart play from Daz. I like to see it. I respect it. He knew the push was coming. He knew that FaZe would try and get aggressive for the trade. Just drops a grenade, prones down by the window, and Gustav just did not spot the landmine he stepped on.
Yeah. Good knock, but that's all it's gonna be, as Primal do get taken out. Hawkey as well will fall. Yanni is now stuck in the blue. Suboptimal location for him, really, considering the fact that he's far from the circle and phase 5 is about to pop. In the meantime, Twisted Minds, they've heard Na'Vi wrap in over the ridge, over the river, but nothing they've really been able to do to avoid or deny that initial rotation, but now it's on them. They know they're on the riverbed down below. They see Medibay, again, the last living Stardust player, who's trying to do anything to claim some points here, but that ain't the way to do it, my friend, and there they fall once again. Stardust out early.
There was nowhere for him to go. He got away from being under the bridge. He would have died to Na'Vi, so I suppose a silver lining for Stardust is he gave the point to a team that's already ahead of them, and they don't need to worry too much about being caught up by Twisted Minds.
To make matters even worse as well, Stardust fall, and look at the circle we've just given Foot an ascent for a potential fight for yet another top game. Now V2 potentially could try and wrap the west side, depending on how much Foot is going to do to try and prevent that from happening, but Hakatori is already over there. If them three all make, let's say, top 5 in this game, which right now there's a very good chance they will, Primal, I think you can pretty safely say goodbye to that top 3. Oh, sorry, not Primal, Stardust.
Probably say goodbye to this code unless you get it in quickly as well. Very limited on redeems, so make sure you slap that in ASAP. Suicid's car is not looking healthy over there. Perfectix is making sure that there's no sneaky maneuvers to try and get some way into the zone. Hakatori has already crept along the ridgeline somewhat, but with both BB Team and Twisted Mind staring at the position of Na'Vi, it's unlikely that the majority of their number is making it too much further into this game.
Yeah, BB Team wanting to, I mean, of course, knowing that Twisted Minds is alive in this circle and in one of the better positions, or at least I would assume that they're aware of where they're located. They know there's a lot to play for. They're already down 11 points to the first place team. They were sat there in first for a while, but we know how Twisted Minds always come back on the final days. The issue is they haven't really had to today. They've been up there from the start.
Now Fairy Tail making a move. They didn't want to stick around and wait for other teams to start engagements, look for a third party. They want to get proactive. They're going to take position for themselves, and good thing they did as well, because FaZe were lurking their way out from Kangdong, grenades in hand, but they pulled up on the side of a rock that gives Corexi angles, and you never want that man to have angles. He does not miss.
Nope, does in fact not. The Finnish powerhouse player able to find 2 knocks. Vex will get the flush on 1. As Fairy Tail is now down to just 1. I love the fact that FaZe actually took their time here, played it slow. They knew, and we see now Jenny being taken out, they knew there was one more Entropic player alive on the east somewhere. And they, how many times have we seen it where FaZe are finally having a good 4-man alive game just to step on a snake, or in Gustav's case, a landmine earlier. But this time around, they take their time. You saw them spending it, like doing extra to clear every single rock, leave teams to go in front of them, and then come up victorious. BB Team able to take down Na'Vi, a bit of help from Foot on the other side, but they now claim the riverside, as Foot is now starting to flex out from the compound as well. T-Bone, 80, both real close to these BB Team players.
I like it from BB Team. They didn't want to go above ground and give the potential angles to Twisted Minds, so they go low, stay out of their line of sight, clean up Na'Vi. But now they're going to have to take this fight one way or another. It's either towards Twisted Minds or to Foot Esports, who have gone down to the low ground to meet them. BB are going to have to fight their way east.
Also, I love the timing from BB to try and, from both BB and Twisted Minds to try and make this play happen. They only go out here, they only flex into this area because they see the action of Fairy Tail on the hillside. They go, great. If there's a team fighting and dying on the south hillside right now, that means they can't be looking down towards us. Because Twisted Minds is in a position from where they could very easily get backstepped from above if they do flex out to look at the river. So smart that they go out and peek. Now that the fight has quieted down again, they obviously don't know exactly how many is alive up on where Eternal Fire is positioned. Once the fighting has died down, they go, guys, our window has closed. We need to get back inside the buildings because they could be peeking over any time. Great understanding of the teams around you and when to peek and when not to.
I like this from FaZe. Again, this game's been a really solid balance for them of proactivity and aggression without devolving into recklessness. Jeems has pushed his way up the hilltop. Some tags from Gustav into the back of Ascend, but it's the third party from Pin that they just weren't quite prepared for. This hillside just has too many angles. It's a little too wide. Might be able to grab the revive onto at least Fex, but Jeems is gone.
If this becomes a full-on 4v4 between Ascent, I'll make that a 4v3 against between Ascent and FaZe, when do Foot opt to engage from the other side? If they can get a knock on the side of Ascent, that would be huge. In the meantime, taking care of business on the side of Twisted Minds, shutting down BB team, doing more to solidify yet another first place spot. And there is the push coming up from the northern side. Pixel able to find Pains initially. Now they're aware, Ascent, that they find themselves in a pretty tricky sandwich here.
And once it became clear that BB team was opting to take the fight directly to Twisted Minds, try and take their first place hopes into their own hands, Foot Esports spotted an opportunity for a third party up against Ascend, some of their closest competition again for those PGS slots. So makes sense that they want to come over here and try to clean that up. And now with FaZe on the other side, they've got the revives and they've got Gustav and Corexi up close with the AUG.
You only have so many eyes, unfortunately. You can't be looking at both directions at once, and they thought maybe FaZe were looking to try and do something with the Gaming Gladiators Eternal Firefight on the other side, but it's not to be. Ascent taken out in 5th place. Nice 1-2 punch on the side of Foot and FaZe to take them out. 2 kills apiece. FaZe do lose Jeems for it, but now they get to back off 8 kills in the pocket.
Got up over 100 points on the board, but still more to be gathered for Foot Esports. Now they have a high ground position. Eternal Fire has finally been dealt with. They did so much damage onto both Fairy Tail and Gaming Gladiators, despite only being a 2-man. It's enough, for example, to just waltz his way forwards and clean up whatever's left. Gaming Gladiators, no way into this game. 4 alive for Twisted Minds out of the compound, and they have taken the south side of the hill, and immediately Fex falls victim.
Foot said that they needed to go out big today in order to bring it home. They've been so close to PGS events so many times, but still have yet or didn't make a single one last year. We'll see now with them. Circle Center looking to get their 2nd win on the day, and we're only 3 games into the day. That would be an impressive performance here at the final stand.
A little bit of an attempt at some sort of cover or some sort of help from the gods above as FaZe Clan get about 58 crates dropping on their position. Maybe they can use that to refresh some armor or at least prone behind to get away from example, but I don't think it'll do much to block those grenades that are starting to encroach.
I love the respect that Foot is paying to Twisted Mind as well here, leaving Pixel up on the northern side. They know that, yes, there's a reason why Twisted will be on the southern side, but we need that northern, potential rep lockdown. We need to commit one player to make sure that no one is making a play on us while this is happening on the other side of the circle. 8C with the fadeaway headshot. Able to do a lot of damage to Perfectix initially. In the meantime, T-Bone finds Fex, so damage done on all fronts, but right now it's mainly FaZe under pressure on the southeast side of the circle. Gustav, though, trying to go for a flank play here. If he catches 1, maybe even 2 players off guard, this could be huge. Does Vard spot him? Yes, he does, just in time.
He got the grenade out.
I'm not sure if he heard the nade.
Yeah, maybe he did. Maybe he just spotted him, but Gustav got the grenade out in time, but the reaction from Foot Esports was instant. And now FaZe really backed up against the blue zone. Their control over any sort of space in this zone down to just where Corexi lays and nothing more. But a 4 versus 4 on the top of the hillside now as Perfectix has pushed forwards. That headshot from 8C earlier not going to deter him from getting aggressive and taking down T-Bone.
Twisted Minds, very, very used to the pressure that comes with having to perform on the final day. They've struggled globally in the past. Now they've clinched that too. We'll see if they can make it happen here as Corexi back on his feet once more. Just to instant prone down after hurt. Petulin's over on the other side. Has 1 first aid to work with, and he's going to pop it now. What impact is he going to have on this fight?
Pixel as well. The low ground position. It might come to, he does activate, he puts some shots in, he gets Perfectix down to so incredibly low, but it's not enough, and now Twisted Minds, they've got 3 players trained on this position. Needs the support from the rest of Foot Esports, but they just can't commit right now. He gets back to the car for some cover, he has a grenade, but Lou has 6.
Exactly. 6 nades on the side of Lou. Vehicle there as well. Could potentially add to the explosion. Not quite to be, though. I like this runaway nade from Lou, though. Lob one over. They know where they have him. They have him pinned down on the southern side. Now you stall. Now you let him come to you as the remaining teammates try and pressure on the other side. They do exactly that. Example, able to find T-Bone initially. Still waiting for the backstep from Corexi. Foot is going, my friend, we know you're down there. Just please help us out because we need you. Twisted finds Pixel as well.
That's the margins. So many times you've said it time and time again. If Pixel gets that knock, that position, it looks genius. But the fact he's not able to, Twisted Minds reacts so perfectly, and he is now gone completely. Batulins has given up on taking the 1 versus 1 against Corexi. He's coming over to guarantee that FUT Esports will not win this game.
The 1 health survivals on the side of Twisted Minds. Corexi will be found. He went for a spray on 8C, not to be. He falls down because of it. And now, 4v2. Rarely ever, if ever at all, do Twisted Minds throw wins like this. And it's not going to happen today either. An 11-kill win to, if not seal the deal in PEC fall, then close to. They took out BB team as well. They dealt with every team hunting them, and they did so in fashion.
What do you do? Honestly, what do you do? T-Bone knew that Lou at some point would look to try and make that flank up the western side of the ridge. They had a player in that position, and it's still not enough. They had the solo of Corexi taking the 1 versus 1 against Batulins, occupying him the entire time, and it's still not enough. Twisted Minds just react so perfectly to everything, so disciplined, and so deserving of that win.
And their understanding of how to peak as well. I mean, we saw it there 3 times do they get down to really, really low HP, but they never get knocked. They always manage to back off, get healed on up. They never overextend their stay. We saw it earlier in the game with the kind of peek out towards BB team from the buildings. They're so incredibly good as a team. Reason why they're one of the best teams in the world, and we got a showcasing of it here. So that's Takeout done. Now I can say we're headed on over to Rondo next.
He got it right. Yes, well done, Toby. That's my boy. But anyway, we have got to talk about this takeover game as we have ourselves Twisted Minds setting themselves out apart and above the rest. Another win on the board here, but also, oh no, that's a grenade. But also FUT, also rolling with the punches, being able to push themselves as well. Exciting developments here from this Tego. Martin, but we have Twisted Minds looking phenomenal.
Yeah, looking fantastic here. They're closing this one out, of course. BB teams also got some points, but hard circle, and I felt like this FUT situation, Na'Vi could have taken that compound away. FUT got in so late. Na'Vi had all the Western control. When that circle popped, yeah, now it was just too slow. They could have scouted that. They could have taken that northern compound away that FUT managed to get into, but FUT managed to get 14 points from that. FaZe also stepping up. Good to see them getting both kills on placement.
Mark, obviously, FUT with the big fight back. Obviously, they started out the day with a win. That has obviously really shifted what they believe that they can really get done here throughout the day, and they're constantly being able to make it to these late games.
See, the belief, that momentum we always talk about, we know FUT Esports, even with a new addition with Pixel, can do it, but sometimes when they pack themselves a win, it's maybe have changed their mindset and looking to drive up, and there you go. They have nicked that spot away from Ascent. Not many points in it, but with BB team not performing, especially in that Miramar, be better in this round number 3. But FUT Esports, again, will be looking to close that gap. That is so second place now. We've got to think, guys, when we first came into today, we was talking about one spot maybe at 3rd and sort of a BB team Twisted Minds runaway. Now we're potentially thinking that FUT Esports could maybe even jump BB team.
Guys, imagine.
That is huge.
Imagine BB team doesn't make it. Imagine FUT
Ascent
steps up.
Horrible.
BB team chokes. Like after that insane day 1, that would just be heartbreaking.
Yeah, I'm concerned considering this, but at the same time, I'm still holding out hope, I suppose, considering how great a team this is. You can't dive off the ramp as hard as considering the fact that they've looked so good in their past games, considering that they look great in the group stage as well, Mark.
Painful. I would look. I don't want to say it because you know that whole commentator curse and desk curse, and I feel like Martin's just put a foot in it. But I do still hope out for BB team. That game looked better. They had to make the push towards Na'Vi. They did it right. They're getting their mechanics back. Yes, day 2 wasn't as strong as we saw from day number 1, but there are teams, Wolves, knocking on their doors at the moment that really want that spot, and they put themselves in a position, as I said before, that actually they might drop out and there could be teams pushing in.
At the same time, I think a team like Ascend, Martin, is also looking really good on the day. Not only have they got themselves to the late stages, where if it wasn't for Foot, they would have probably been able to get even more on the board, but also once again here, they come in from a great angle on the later game circles like this, where we've seen, I think, 3 of these circles during our 8 takeovers that we've seen so far.
Yeah, extremely impressive with the situation that they're coming at for them, but also, like, for me, the motivation and the bloodlust that these guys might have after seeing that BP team have somewhat choked the first 2, well, fully choked the first 2 games. That's like, guys, this is it. This is it. This is our path to victory. This is our path to PGC and potentially PGS if we can take it away from them. So yeah, it's scary right now, and that fear is definitely struck in BB team.
Yeah, gotta agree. Well, Mark, who are we focusing on for this one?
Well, we're going to go to Na'Vi, haven't we? They've been up there. They've been lurking in the mid-pack for quite some time. Late drop for them, quite normal. Actually, early times when we saw this map come out, they were fighting Ascend for these spots. And late path, they went for the drop. They spread themselves out. Zone, unfortunately, with a lot of it being unplayable, they had to do a big rotation round. Now, the Songam area, we do see teams cross path, but unfortunately though, for Stardust, Na'Vi were hot on their tails and isolated actually in individual cards. They did look back. Nazar was the victim of that one. Nice clear for them. They know there's a team in front. Don't even bother to stop and loot. Just keep on rolling. But it was the next zone shift that was really, really interesting. Instead of staying on the east, they actually chunked the blue to make themselves round to not just a compound on the southwest corner, but they opted to go for the more, I'd say, stronger compound for especially visualization across towards that hill. So understanding that we've seen these zones before, Martin. Last day obviously dropped their way down, great, but it's very much, they didn't really get much more from this point.
No, this is what I was talking about. This northwestern, when that circle popped west, I would much rather have seen them be like information gathering in front of them, taking more greedy compounds, maybe pushing further towards the circle, that western compound of the bridge, or that northern compound north of Twisted Minds. I feel like they actually had the opportunity to take that away from Foot, but maybe it's because they wanted to be that last team. Maybe it's because they wanted to play trolls under this bridge here, or I don't know the case. And also, we gotta point out, So said only 3 kills with Hackatory and Diffex with 22 and 17.
Yeah,
he has yet to really contribute as much as we will see from a caliber of player that he is. 22 is very good from Hackatory, but Example has 32. He has 10 more kills with Perfectix, T-Bone, and Crossberg actually on 25, a 3-way tie for second place.
Kind of crazy considering that I said it as we were watching the game, right? I think they were on about 85 points when I said this, but it's like, we still expect more from Na'Vi in this roster, Mark. We still expect them to be rivaling the likes of BB Team and Twisted Minds up at that very top position, despite these kids being so young. So it does speak to how talented we believe them to be and how talented that they actually are.
Yeah, well, I think also, if one of their cylinders are not firing on full effect, that we just mentioned there, it's having such an impact for that team. I think early part of the year, then Na'Vi came out, they were unknown, especially for going to a land. They performed, they kind of went, hey, like, yeah, we're here to stay. But if all of them are not on that same page, is there a disruption going on there? Is something's not right? Yes, they're still performing. Yes, they're kind of in that mid-pack, or that they're in 6th place at the moment, but that's 6th place with 1 cylinder down. They need to start performing as a 4-man.
Martin, do you think Foot is going to be able to accomplish it, considering the pace that they're playing?
Yeah, right now, day 1, 33 points. Day 2, 36 points. Now halfway done with day 3, 38 points so far, right? So they are firing on all cylinders, as Mark said here, for this last one. And honestly, that motivation, that confidence of being, okay, guys, we're doing this, that is just going to put you on a whole different level mentally. And you're just going to have huge advantage with this, because BB Team, 3 points after 3 games. That's 0 in the first 2, 3 in this last game here. So that is like, that will break you, that will defeat you. And even though they still have a little bit of an advantage, they have 9 points more than Foot, they are just so motivated to get into this one. Obviously, Rondo here being a little bit of a wild card coming into this one, but Wrangle is just such a steady set of games that I feel like there's no way that Foot will not get, 5, 6, 7, 8 more points-ish per game maybe than what we've seen them so far.
Yeah, impressive stuff. An impressive rally back potentially for them with 3 games remaining. You guys at home as well, make sure to follow the Twitch channel because you can get yourself some emotes to be able to use over in the chat as well. And with that, we also have the competition that is ongoing that you can basically go into the game, into the game itself, take a screenshot of your favorite outfit that you currently play with and type in !contest in the chat as well to be able to find the tweet that you need to attach your screenshot to, and you've got a chance to win 5,000 G-Coin, which is a lot of G-Coin. But for now, we are gonna go to a break here. Just a little bit more of an extended break because, hey, with FUT Esports doing so well, why not focus in on good old T-Bone, who's with Toby, to have a little bit of a chat before we get to our next game.
Here we are, J34, and there's no steering wheel on this side. I gotta get used to this.
The United Kingdom, the land of fish and chips, afternoon tea, and permanent gamer weather.
Sun, rain, sun, rain, sun, rain.
We are here to meet one of the most accomplished PUBG players in all of Europe, Luke Crafer. But you might know him better as T-Bone.
Look who's there, Mr. T-Bone. How are you, Bo?
Good?
Yeah, almost. We survived. We only went on the right side of the road twice, so that's good. Driving in the UK is definitely something. So how has life been here for the last 15 years?
Honestly, not bad.
No?
Expensive, but not bad. It's okay here. This is the school right here.
Right here?
Yeah, they're extending it, as you can see. So
Nice, nice, nice.
That's my primary school.
Yeah, sweet. Good times were had.
Yeah.
Is that where you got into gaming in primary school, or was it later?
Probably just after secondary school. I saw my brother playing World of Warcraft.
Okay.
One of my older half-brothers, and from there, I was like, Dad, let me play.
This is so much more fun than a Game Boy.
Yeah. Go right at the roundabout up the top.
Is this a roundabout?
Yeah.
What?
You can't see it, but it's there.
Fucking UK people and their weird traffic.
As I told you on DM, like I've always went cycling with my dad, you know, since I've been a little kid. When I was a little kid, he used to take me on massive rides, 20 miles.
Oh, wow. I just, in one go.
Torture me a little bit.
Wow. Is there like a, what do you call it? Not tradition, but it's like we always stop here for a bite or for a drink, or like, is there a certain pattern of how you do it? Is it the same trip or do you vary it?
Sometimes different. Normally what we'd do is we'd cycle to McDonald's, eat some McDonald's or something, or whatever, and then carry on cycling and come back.
You need to earn the McDonald's, so you need to ride it off.
But yeah, it's not a bad little view to go cycling on.
That's crazy. Also, that's a massive harbour. But this is massive.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's a good view, I thought.
That is
for the camera.
Definitely amazing. Windy for the mics, but definitely beautiful. And that's the rain. That's the British weather coming our way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you come here not every day, but like a couple times a week?
Yeah, once or twice a week we'll cycle. And then the path goes down that hill, and then it goes all the way.
You showed me there was like the whole, not mountain bike, but there's like all the trails around here.
Yeah, the mountain bike course is like down that way, over that hill, basically.
That is so nice. Do they come with a lift from the bottom?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Before, I was getting into the car twice, and I was like, oh wait, no, don't steer it from here. How was the transition? Did you have like another main game before PUBG?
Dota.
Dota?
That's the college right here.
There you go, a lot of young people too.
Yeah.
Get a little drive-by of the college. You went there as well?
Yep.
What did you study?
Accounting.
Accounting?
I finished that.
Damn. Before you got into PUBG or during?
Before.
Is there ever anything that you've done in school that you have, like anything you've learned or something that you feel like you've used in your esports career?
No.
No? That's fair, that's fair.
Absolutely nothing.
Keeping track of nades, I don't know, like something with numbers, stats?
Nah.
No?
For the accounting, I did it for, obviously I did 3 years, so I've got basically a degree in it, and then all I had to do was do work experience. I did like 2-3 weeks, and I was like, yeah, this ain't for me, and I stopped doing it. Right at the start of PUBG, I actually quit PUBG right at the start again.
Oh.
Because I was like, this game sucks. Fausto convinced me like to come play, and I quit, then I come back, and then from there he was just like, let's just play these random tournaments.
Was your first ever PUBG tournament, I mean, like, not random, but proper tournament, was that IEM?
Yeah.
Because that's pretty big for a first tournament.
That was my first ever proper LAN.
That's what I mean. Like, normally you kind of grow into it. You play your random, like, bring your own PC stuff, and then eventually, maybe, if you're lucky enough, you get to hit the big stage, but you're just kind of thrown straight in.
You got parked somewhere here.
What are you getting?
I might get this. Chicken and leek pie.
What is leek?
It's like an onion, sort of like vegetable.
I think I'll do the shepherd's pie.
Most British thing you can get.
That's what I thought. It's you know, it's a dish which name you hear all the time, but I feel like you never actually get to try it. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing. You have a signature dish that you like to do for like friends, family?
Well, I sometimes cook Christmas dinner for my family, and there's a lot of people will come around, like my brother's girlfriend.
Wait, you're in charge of Christmas dinner?
Sometimes.
In our home, it's like there's a whole hierarchy of Christmas dinner. It's like,
I have made it a few times. Okay, I'm not fully in charge, but every now and then I'll make it.
Okay, fair. I always hear people talk about shepherd's pie, so we'll see. It's probably warm as well. This is pretty good. Now I've had that too. Bucket list completed, at least in terms of UK food. And now we can head on out.
Nice. Toby,
I saw them, I saw them.
That was against the law, by the way. You can get arrested for what you just did.
What? Okay, so T-Bone, as you know, there's been some changes made in the game recently, competitive, that is. Like, what is your favorite of all these changes, if any at all?
I think it's good overall. Yeah. I think that some things that they shouldn't be added to the game, like the Panzerfaust, I still think is stupid, but other stuff like the foldable shield, the smoke launchers, you know, even the mortar, I think are good changes.
Yeah?
Yeah. So overall, I think it's a good idea. This is the typical UK weather here.
We wanted to go see this park. What's special about it?
Absolutely nothing.
That's, yeah, I don't know, was it a good idea to just come here, stand under the tree? I went back yesterday and watched an interview that I did with you. What's that now, like 6 years ago almost? Early 2019. I remember us having a talk after that interview was done, and you telling me, bro, this might be it, man. I don't have a team right now. This might be the end of my career. And I was like, no, T-Bone, you still got it. Not that I want to take credit for you staying in the game, but there was definitely a vibe of you not knowing what you wanted to do. What was it like then? Take me through the whole period.
There was a period of time, maybe 8 months after I finished playing with Alliance, after IEM, and basically no one wanted to give me a shot. No teams, you know, interested in trialing me. I had no offers, no prospects, basically. And towards the end of that, like 8 months, I just said to myself, you know, obviously I talked with you, I talked with Frost and some other people, and you know, discussed it a little bit, and I was just like, I'm gonna try to, and just sub for every single team possible for a week or a few weeks or whatever, and just see what happens, and if not, maybe I don't want to play anymore. But, you know, I didn't want to give up at that point, so I did that, and then Zuktum Nam gave me a trial, and then from there we obviously won contenders, then we qualified to PEL, played the last of PEL, and then obviously since then, you know.
I mean, so you go from no one wants to pick me up, I can't get any signings, to almost winning the Global Championship and winning Nations Cup. Was that kind of also I know you're not a hostile person, but was that a little bit of a jab back at the people that didn't believe in you? Did it feel that way, maybe?
For sure. Like, you always get parts of people who are just like, this guy ain't gonna achieve anything, you know what I mean? And then you go get second place, and then suddenly your earnings, or esports earnings, are way higher than them. And then you're like, you know what, but...
That's fair.
It's just a good point to just, you know, if you truly believe in something, don't give up.
Yeah.
If you think you can give something and offer something to your teammates and you just the game in general, then don't give up and just keep at it.
How did you keep your motivation up to keep going?
I mean, it's really hard actually, because as a competitive person, you always want to just let me play, you know. And I've always felt that our team would be really, really good if we make it to the events. Obviously, we made it to the PGC last year, but we had no practice at any LAN for a whole year. So, result didn't go as planned.
Okay, sorry to cut you off, but I just realized not only is there a rainbow ahead of us, but it's also kind of sunny out now. Do we dare go outside just for a second? It's probably going to start raining as soon as we get out, but should we try?
Let's go for it.
We'll try. We go. And here is your park. The park you were talking of.
Yeah, it's just my local park, obviously. Not much.
Nice.
Cricket, they play cricket.
Oh, look at that. I don't know if the camera's gonna catch it, but there's a massive rainbow over there. If you look back at I Am Oakland T-Bone, do you feel like you've changed as a player? Have you grown? Talk me through just you perceiving your younger self.
I feel like I've grown a lot as a person.
Yeah?
Back then, I was maybe a little bit obnoxious, let's just say, a little bit toxic.
I feel like that's the vibe that I'm getting from a lot of the people.
Toxic T-Bone. But, you know, that's just being young, being a bit stupid, you know, not having the experiences that, you know, you've gone through. I still think I've got more to give, you know. I think I've grown a lot recently, and now our new roster and stuff is coming forward, so hopefully it's all going to be well.
Yeah. Where do you see the esports space that we're in right now, if we were to put some words to it?
Honestly, I feel like it's in the best sort of place that it's ever been.
Yeah.
There is some stuff which needs to be changed, some maps what needs to be changed. Rondo has a lot of dead space, for example, makes it significantly more RNG. But overall, I think it's in the best space. Obviously, the competition, as you said, you know, Twisted Minds, all these Russian GG, FaZe, they're all performing really well. So it's extremely hard in the EMEA to do well. Obviously, BB, don't forget them too. But yeah, I think it's good. I think the game's in a good spot. Not sure where to go next with it, but we'll see.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah.
So, as we leave the park and move on, I want to hear, how is it? You know, being a UK esports sensation, do you ever get like the kid down the street going, "Oi, look, Mom, it's T-Bone, the famous PNC champion of 2022.
Luckily, no.
No?
No.
You've never been approached in the street or like in the mall or anything?
Nope, luckily not.
I was going to say, do you appreciate that, or would you rather have like the stardom that sometimes comes with
I appreciate being left alone.
Yeah.
Honestly.
Yeah.
It is good. For me, at least. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love signing stuff for fans, I love taking pictures for fans, and I'll always be willing to do it at any event, but when I'm at home,
it's nice to just be yourself.
Just chill, yeah.
Thanks for showing us around your hood.
No problem.
It's a good time. Yeah, no, it was a good time. Any last words to fans, viewers out there before we wave goodbye?
I would just like to say thank you to everyone who has supported me throughout the years. Thank you to Foot especially, who's supporting me right now. And everyone watches PUBG and everyone at PUBG. Thank you very much, and I appreciate you all. Thanks.
There you go. We got a plane to catch. Until next time.
Until next time. See you guys.
Ready?
It's gonna be a set.
Two guys. There's two guys.
One's on the close ridge. You might be able to knock him.
Where is he?
Let's
go.
Nice.
Let's go. Let's go.
One more on my ridge. Between us.
Kill him, guys. It's 3 points.
Good. Not two. Where's the rest?
One more.
One more in the car,
Come on.
Guys, one blue, yellow. One blue, yellow.
Dead.
On me.
One.
First one. First two.
Let's. Walling stairs. Roll it out. Stairs knock. Last house. Yeah, outside, in between houses.
Go, take angle, Gustav on blue rock. He might be there,
I'm stopping on him. I don't think he's here.
Okay, are you guys fine on foot, Vex?
Yeah.
All G pixel. On the tree.
Got him.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. On my right.
How many are FaZe?
3 games stand between us and finding out which teams will make their way through to PGS and potentially to PGC as well. But Saga, as much as we thought maybe at least one of the spots were claimed already coming into the day, now all of a sudden we're not that sure anymore, I feel like.
Yeah, those chicken and leek pies doing big work for T-Bone and the boys, as Foot Esports have now claimed 3rd place. Stardust has fallen to the wayside, Ascend overtaking them as well. My, we really have set ourselves up for an exciting closeout to our final day of Grand Finals.
Definitely wouldn't want to have it any other way. We asked for it to be close, and indeed now it has become just that. Everything's up for grabs for not all the teams, but enough of the teams in order to make things exciting. And also just quickly want to shout out T-Bone. I mean, thank you for wanting to be part of the interview there. It was a great time getting to see where he was in the state, in the UK, sorry, and just to PUBG for actually wanting to make this sort of content. I think it's amazing that we get to, I mean, I got to go there, but even just from a viewing experience, getting to get more personal insights with some of these players, getting to see what happens behind the screen. We all know them as in-game mechanical masterminds, but you know, getting to see a bit of what's their day-to-day like as well, I think is a nice insight for the viewers out there.
Yeah, very classic, simple, familiar British life. You cycle to McDonald's, you go to a pub, you feed an enormous Danish guy a shepherd's pie, and then you get on just in time to play Rondo. Fantastic.
Yep, just before the rain comes in again, as it did multiple times throughout that day. But good fun we had. Hopefully we get to see more of these type content pieces in the future. I definitely am vouching for it hard, and if you too in chat thought that was a in any way a worthwhile piece of content, then let people know. Scream off the top of a hill somewhere that you want more cool content in PUBG, and maybe it will happen. Now over to Rondo we go. As Tipo said, one of the most RNG maps, which, I mean, makes good sense right now. And honestly, Saga, just before we forget it, we've had a JA, we've had a JADE. Do we get the full Jadina in Circle 1 today? You got 30 seconds to tell me.
Well, that would be another good idea for some PUBG-related content, wouldn't it? If we could get a zone down there. RNG. I mean, it's a funny little thing. However, no, we're going sort of directly into Bamboo this time around because Stardust needs some points to get back into the mix, and they might be. Well, actually, they might be hot dropping against Eternal Fire. So
definitely looks like that could be the case. Where are we going? We actually got all of Jadina in. Well, I mean, not City, but hey, we said it yesterday. Maybe tomorrow we get the full Jadina in. We should have set the full Jadina City in. Then we would have gotten more of it. But we're headed south once more.
I was close. Stardust, They resolved their issues with Eternal Fire, looking like they were just in a bit of a quarrel over some vehicles, but that's all right. They're going to need vehicles because, once again, we have gone so far down towards the south. Yeah, it's a long road for so many teams.
Definitely is. Foot on our screens here, trying to see what they can make happen with their current third place team. If we ended the tournament right here, they would be through, but of course still got a couple more games left to play. Now let's hear from them and their thoughts on this.
So Rondo as a map, I think overall it's pretty good. I really do think it needs an initial rework. There's some really like dead areas of the map that are super open, like not much to play, not much ridges, etc. I like the overall design of the map and think it's really cool concept, but yeah, it definitely needs a rework and needs a little bit of balancing.
My opinion about Rondo is that like it's kind of the same as Miramar, where you have those really tall rocks and people can just sit on top of them, and it's better on Rondo than Miramar, but it's definitely like annoying seeing people on top of those rocks and you can't do anything about it.
Can I just say, as we heard some insights there and saw 8-seed pop the tire on the bike, that the way that T-Bone went about talking about Rondo, he said he has evolved as a player, and he's not the toxic T-Bone, as he said himself, of the past anymore. His way of approaching, what do you think of Rondo, both here and in our interview we did, was the most humble T-Bone I think I've seen in a long time. Usually his takes are a bit more spicy, but this time around he's grown. Not too spicy on the takes no more.
Yeah, to be fair, I expected him to come into that interview answering those questions sounding like Martin on the day 2 desk, coming out just swearing all over the place. But no, it's a very balanced again and humble, like you say, opinion. But he certainly has a very solid point, and we've seen some of those wide open areas come into play. And yeah, it's a good thing that emergency cover exists on this map, because otherwise some of these games would end in about 23 minutes. This time around, though, we do have a bit of a repeat of yesterday's zone possibly on the line, and there's some areas of the map that were a little bit difficult to play, but there's plenty of ridges in and around that Tin Long Garden area if we do end up seeing another southern shift.
Nothing new under the sun with Sakura Sanson having eyes on targets in the early game. They have been one of the first teams to fire bullets in not all the matches, but close there too, as Na'Vi are currently kind of setting up in between their splits. Soset is doing donuts in his Pico bus, as Himman is trying to get around to safety. Does spot Diffix, will get the knock on him with the last bullet in the spray as well. Should be enough time to take him down, but Himman gotta be careful, because all of Na'Vi is here. Na'Vi has a lot to play for, trying to make their way back to the top, and Soset, with the mini in hand, gets the revenge.
I like it from him and the patience to wait until the final vehicle, but the problem for him was that Hakatori wasn't in a vehicle. He simply just was in the compound, sprayed enough damage for Na'Vi to turn around and get the trade, but Diffix was removed entirely, and Mika just not quite able to get any sort of covering shots in quickly enough. Marsalek, I mean, he's breached the compound now with the MP5, but it's a little too late after Hakatori has already faded off into the distance alongside Na'Vi. But Twisted Minds, seeing Na'Vi getting knocked in the kill feed, may have heard those shots too. And let's not forget about their little engagement for the central position on this map. They might look to try and capitalize.
True, want to assert full Rondo dominance, but I also feel like even though Twisted Minds is ahead right now, 144 points, that is incredibly impressive with 3 games still left to play. Even though they're ahead, do you want to take, like, you want to change up the game plan to go hunting in the early game? Because that's usually not something we ever see from the likes of Twisted.
Yeah, it does seem as though Twisted comes into a tournament of this caliber knowing that they're qualified for the global stages, but treating this as the best possible practice run they're going to get. This is not like scrims where some teams will show up wanting to practice something new or a new drop spot, or sometimes they come in just Panzerfausts only or play a little silly. This is where everyone is trying their hardest, and that is where they will get the best practice. So yeah, maybe if it was BB team, they might have considered it a little more, but no, they're just going to go standard style and look to dominate the way they have been doing for the rest of the day.
5 teams in the 100-point plus margin. Stardust just exactly there, but now surpassed by both Ascent and Foot, who are looking to continue that lead. Na'Vi, the next one's on the hunt. Down a player early, but sat 13 points out. And then again, I mean, that mid-pack from Na'Vi and down, incredibly close.
Good to know that if we were using a Smash Rules format that we may expect to see coming into play later on, possibly this year, possibly next year, Twisted Minds would have wrapped this up and we could all go home by now, but we've still got more games left to go, and Gaming Gladiators has scouting yet to do as they considered making an Eastern wrap, and Stardust again, they're trying to get points wherever they can. They're just gatekeeping literally anyone setting up these roadside camps. But Gaming Gladiators, I don't know whether they spotted anything out that sort of alerted them, raised the alarm, but they did not like what they saw and they've turned back.
I love the fact that Stardust is doing this, though. I mean, again, when you're on the hunt, you know that you can't expect all circles to come your way all day long. So you want to claim those early, somewhat risk-free points. Of course, I mean, every pull-up comes with risk involved, or every camp comes with risk involved, but still, it's the best option for isolated 4v4 you're going to get, because come phase 2, phase 3, when you have to, I don't know, die-hard rotate somewhere, you never know how many teams are going to get involved. Here, you're pretty sure that if you're on the edge and opposite side of the circle, that it's just going to be you and your 4 opponents, and then it's all having, I mean, I guess, faith in yourself that your individual skill and element of surprise is going to get you the win.
That said, that is the same bridge where Na'Vi got absolutely clapped by Gaming Gladiators in yesterday's match. So, Maybe. Even if it's an isolated engagement, there's risk attached, but Stardust is happy to sit there and wait it out. Brex, again, ballooning his way forwards as Last Day is setting up a bridge camp. Brex can't see it. He's covered it up. He's looking around, like, he's trying to scout, but he's not spotted them out. Oh, no. This could be bad news for Ascend.
They are hidden under the cover of the treetops. Now they try and turn around Chris to make matters even worse. Seen in the open, Moldog will be able to find him. Sometimes the balloon works, but I stand corrected. It was Baloo from Tailspin that Chris was actually referring to. But you know what? I like the balloon thing more, so I'm just going to stick with that. The balloon in the air ran out of air, and down falls Chris.
I think if you're setting up an Ascend bridge camp, having tree cover that provides visual obscuring from Brex from up above might be the way to do it, but they still seem to figure it out. They knew that something was wrong, but they were a little too late for Chris to turn around, but Pains and Killy maybe narrowly avoided an early grave.
Yeah, well, let's see now. As the circle comes closing on in just 15 seconds to go before we head towards Jadina City, and everyone's going to have to cross those 3 small bridges. Chaos could commence, and the only real winners, I suppose, of a potential shift like that would be Stardust, who are now coming in full speed forward from the northern side. What a timing from the observers. Thank you so much, guys. It's in the circle. Pups, where are we going? We are going, well, I mean, you know what? It's far enough east. The JA still in. We're going east coast.
That river's big, innit? It's huge. Wow. Okay, so no Jadina City zone this time, but we got a little bit in phase 2. That's something. We're creeping our way over there steadily.
We take them.
Yeah, Stardust is going to have to send their way over one of those bridges. Hopefully they go for the south, because that side of the zone is entirely vacant now with Primal regrouping. Everywhere else, we're already starting to see drive-by battles, and BBL flying in alongside VP. 4 teams on the screen in vehicles, all spraying at one another at once.
I mean, we're going into incredibly untested territory here. We have a river going around the southern side as well. Incredibly hard area of the map to play, and everyone is currently sprinting to try and claim anything to call their own. Container is all that VP is going to get as they try to set up shop here, but EB has been seen. We'll try and crawl to safety for Nixie to get him back on his feet. But again, I mean, with the little alcove that we have in and around the southern side here, this is an incredibly hard area to play, especially with 60 still alive.
Ruin lagging a little bit behind the rest of Eternal Fire as he went flying over a hill and smacked face first into an airdrop crate. But BBL have smacked face first into Entropic, and it's a nade onto CCI next that gets an opener. Schiller will secure the flush though, and it's a beautifully placed grenade from Jani over the top. BBL down 2, but they've got 1 flush on the board secured. They might be able to get one of these revives, but Hawkey's looking for an angle around the edge of the smoke.
Center position, they want to lock down as fast as they can. They want to get rid of this opposing team on the other side, because they know more teams are most likely looking to head in this direction too. Baron peeks on over, but Yanni once again out there doing damage, able to find the knock. Schiller does get enough time to get CC back on his feet, but now it's a very, very difficult 2v3 that they're trying to pin up here.
And no backing out of this. They're fully committed. Jani spotted through. Oh, a double headshot with the Dragunov, despite the fact the first one said it dealt 100 damage. He needed the second, but he gets it anyway. Now he's holding in case anyone looks to try and steal away the flush onto Lyran, who's crawling his way back to desperately try and get into a safe position for a revive. Schiller just going to adjust the car so we can get through.
Yep, trying to allow his teammate back behind the wall. Go for the rest here. Your head will be visible, but if we just sit completely still, maybe they won't notice us. Oliver Sanson trying to pull up in this position. In the meantime, fights happening on the southern side as well. Eternal Fire and Stardust. 2 Turkish teams fighting one another. Right now, it looks like Stardust is going to come out victorious. Medibay has fallen already, though, but they find the mat. Will get the flush on him as well as they try to make some more space for themselves. But again, very tough East Coast kind of hard commit position that you don't want to have to play this early in the game.
I think Nelcop, he's got the idea that Ruin is over there. He didn't quite catch sight of him. There was a glimpse of Ruin on his screen when he peeked up over the rock, but it was far to the edges. Ruin's just trying to disappear somewhere along this ridge line and might successfully do so, with Crossberg sending it over to where the rest of the squad is lurking. They're going to try and commit to clearing this out, but Ruin, he's already put some significant distance between himself and the rest of Stardust.
Yep, Lhasa and Stardust, they know they have to push forward. They need to clean this up. They can't have a snake linger amongst them, because you never know when they're going to pounce. Circle is right down on the alcove once more. Tulin still in on the northern side, and that's where pretty much all teams are gonna go, because of course, given the water and all that unplayable stuff coming next circle, you would have to assume that we're gonna go in that direction, unless if this time around Rondo have something else in store.
It took me a minute to figure out what you said there. I thought you said lol Tulins. I was like, why? What's he done? Why are you flaming him? No, but Twisted Minds have got a little bit of something to hold on to. Brex has to hold on to his butt as the glider does a little 360 backflip. But he lands it, takes minimal damage for doing so, and makes an entrance. Hearing the grenades once again and seeing Hawkeye getting dropped, BBL still committed to this fight. And now Sakura Zensen's made an entrance, but not quickly enough to get any more than one flush that was stolen away. But they might look to try and clean up onto BBL.
Staring into the soul of Detrix there. Dangerous place to be. As now Sheila trying to set up some sort of defenses there again. They heard Ascent coming in. They want to, I think, just try and stall, maybe see if Ascent wants to become part of this fight. But not quite the case, at least not for now. Mika lops a nade on over. Spots one prone inside. That's CC taken out.
Must have heard some sort of audio cue. That's difficult with all those smokes flying around and grenades, but glances down, catches what could have been a sneaky position, could have caught him off, but Tulin's now getting involved on the northern side of Tuling. Shots down with the MK12, and Marcelek caught just outside of the smoke.
How much is it going to take here for Ascent to fully just run this over? Of course, I mean, set in 5th place, currently 1 point behind Stardust. They have a lot on the line, a lot to lose, and obviously having lost Chris already earlier in this game, I think had they been all 4, they would have probably committed more to try and clean up this, but being 1 down already, knowing the risk of falling out early here is maybe sad at the back of the head.
I like the peek from Marcelek to bait Schiller, who could have held the angle. If Mika got knocked with a double headshot with that grenade in hand, that was bad news for Sakura Zensen. But Marcelek peeking the window makes Schiller reposition, and the grenade lands well. Flashbang from Fuzz does as well, and Lyron totally blind, but still no way through the bullets. Oh man, he gets absolutely massacred from all angles, but it was a bit sketchy for a second there for Fuzzface, but they get it done.
And instantly to follow is Twisted Minds taking over the position, backfilling Sakura Zensen in that eastern side of Tuling. So we'll see if they opt to aggress further forward, if they find themselves satisfied with the warehouses they're currently in position of. Ruin, in the meantime, proned down. Solo player left alive for Eternal Fire. Actually, no, he's not. Oh, he is proned. He is proned. He's chilling.
Yeah.
He's vibing.
Good legs on him to have made it all the way across that open area away from Stardust, though.
True, definitely. Let's see next circle. Where are we going to go? We're going to go north as expected. As expected by the majority of the players on the server as well. Last day, Primal, VP, Fairy Tail, BB all now have to make those transitions in from the south. And really, I mean, it's on VP here now to try and hold them all off.
Surely that's just a denial emergency parachute, or simply just a for fun emergency parachute usage. Sakura Zensen, I mean, they could try and use it to exfil from this position, but there's not much else. You can't really go to the east. The cliffs are too occupied, but Fairy Tail's going to have to try anyway. They get through the first roadblock of Virtus Pro, but they're going directly towards where Stardust is set up.
Full reset, try and see if more teams are going to try and do the same thing. I mean, they all heard what just happened. As soon as they go over that ridge line, there's 4 sharks in the water just waiting. The sharks didn't bite too hard on Fairy Tail, though, as they all managed to initially at least get past. But here comes Last Day trying to do the same thing, and once again, no knocks so far. Finally, Nixie able to find one.
It was actually Primal that got the opening knock when Fairy Tail made their push, but they're on the send as well. Not even bothering going for drive-bys. It's too risky with Virtus Pro lurking in this area. Rustin Mar has he's beached himself, put himself down in the water. Crossberg now hearing all of this, getting into grenade range.
Yep, Crossberg needs to apply a lot of pressure alongside Lassa here in order to keep these 3 Last Day players from peeking on over. The thing is, as soon as they come up that hillside, they might just exactly be in vision to Primal. So maybe the Primal just position behind them will disallow for Last Day to push further. Because, I mean, they are inside the circle already. So maybe not too eager to continue to push forward.
Virtus.pro have regrouped onto the one of their 2-2 split positions, which is in the zone, is essentially hiding behind their cars alongside a ridge. BB team still yet to make their entrance, and so far today, when the zone has been unkind to them and they've been forced to make wild, crazy sends in vehicles, that's been their falling point so often. Looks like they might not have a choice but to try and go for it again.
I mean, momentum alone, I feel like if BB team fall now with no kills, yet another 0-point game, is it the race over? Because again, I mean, I said it coming into the day, we've seen the amazing BB team throughout this tournament, but we've also seen them crumble when ahead before, and I feel like unfortunately this day of games has been no different than what we've seen in the past. Here they come though up behind Primal. They're trying to pin down both Last Day and Primal between one another. The issue is BB is getting backfilled as well. There's a 5-team sandwich happening towards the southeast if VP opts to commit further east.
Like layers, with Na'Vi a little bit separated up towards the north, but everyone else, their only option is to play the cliffs. Everything ahead of them is just a death trap. There's a little bit of there's some buildings kind of, but no one's opted to go for them because they just don't provide enough. But hey, you can provide yourself with some G-Coin if you hop into the game, slap that code in.
If 3 teams make a sandwich, we got a lasagna on the southeast side of the circle right now, as all these teams are going to try and squeeze in and fight one another to be the only team out alive on the southeast side. It makes sense to me, though, that VP are not over-aggressing on this. Ideally, they want to force BB team in to be part of that fight on the other side, but right now, BB team actually gets the chance to disengage. Primal, Last Day is fighting on the other side. This is going to allow for them to fully focus Virtus.pro, but they're down 1 player early.
Beamy with the God tier loadout, up close and personal, through the smokes. P90 creeping his way, gets an angle onto one, gets an angle onto a second, opts to go for that one first. Spyro gets away, has best of luck, tanks the bullets for him.
Yep, Lucarux has been knocked, but Reciple potentially circle though, closing in as I speak. Beamy able to find the second P90 in hand. A lot of damage coming through, down to 39 health, needs to heal up, but now comes Primal from the other side. There's just one left alive. Nixie, my mate, you gotta reload before you take the shots. Gets the chance to reload, and it's just one on his feet on the side of BB team. Is it gonna be yet another 0-pointer? Yes, it is.
Treacherous terrain now and the leaderboard for BB team as Foot Esports. They've got fighting to do. They have to get through either Ascend or Twisted Minds to get into the zone. It's going to be so incredibly tight. Stardust are having it no easier either, though. They're still on the cliff. Snailcop is starting to make a bit of a move forwards. Last Day is going to move ahead of them. They have to make these shots land, clear them up from behind.
Credit to Stardust for being able to dissuade all the teams pushing towards that northeastern side as well. They had Na'Vi up above them to try and fend off against them, but still they come out with no casualties. And if they wrap in east behind Na'Vi, they might actually be able to third-party Na'Vi and face, which this fight we're seeing going on right here. Correxy found by James. Fex though down already. Gustav fallen now as well. Last Day will go out too, but Na'Vi in trouble as Stardust again. I mean, look at how much space they now have on the eastern side of the circle because of this fight.
He's holding on to the northern side of Tuling for a while, and now when Na'Vi makes their breach in, it just becomes chaotic. Foot Esports have made their choice. They're going towards Ascend. It's back and forth between the two of them, and every single one of these points is... every single one of these players that dies, BB team breathes a sigh of relief.
It's a 2-0 thus far for Foot over Ascend, but right now the casualties are on the Foot side of things. They're trying to stay put. It's just Pixel on his feet right now, trying to sneak in behind the 3 remaining players of Twisted Minds. So far, they have no eyes looking that direction. Maybe they'll be able to pull it off. Or, as I say that, there's a player making his way in his direction. I can't quite make out who it is. I think it's Perfectix, currently on snake duty, looking for anyone. Still lingering in the blue, but there comes from behind. Peeks forward, but can't find the knock. He's going to go down to blue.
He's not going to make it. He tried to go for whatever points he could, but he's not getting any either. 1 point on the board for Foot Esports as they fall in 9th place. Ascend still alive and kicking for now, but they still have to make a move forwards. Corexy just bodying Stardust as they push forwards. Gustav with a Molotov in hand. Doesn't even matter. Corexy cleans them all up.
The triple, such a solid double peek initially, and then the last peek over the ledge there. Incredible play by Corexi. Virtus Pro as well, finally starting to make things happen, but is it too late for them? Only 74 points, I mean, I say only, but he has 74 points in this finals so far with 2 games left to play after this one. They would need to win this game and have, I mean, astronomical performances in the last 2 as well.
Yeah, it's still another 40 points or something for them to even catch up to where our current top 3 is sitting.
Yeah.
It's a long road. It's not out of the realms of possibility, though. I mean, with a couple of games left to go, who knows? Crazy things have happened in this game before.
I've seen VP get 19 kills in 15 minutes before. We've seen it.
We've seen a 30-point game from Twisted Minds in this grand finals alone.
Yep. Let's see now, Marsalek getting active again. I mean, Sakura Sanson, they secured space in the circle center, or well, the center of the past, I should say, because now it's further towards the west. And after all the teams around them got peppered, they can now start flexing out again, start trying to take some more control. As Sabila from one side takes shots over towards Virtus Pro. Marsalek chimes in from the other as well. And just like that, Nixie in trouble. Down, not out, but most likely now that Lookrooks fell too.
Yeah, Marsalek and Sakura Zenson, they've been through it this game. They started off with the Himan taking down Diffix that was immediately traded, and ever since then they've been fighting practically non-stop. Marsalek thriving in that chaos, though, with 1,000 points of damage to his name. 2 headshots with the Dragonov, and Beamy now, last man standing for VP. Sakura Zenson turn their attention back into the compound.
Nade, it's close. Oh, just a bit short. I think Killy kind of realizing, you know what? Maybe this position is compromised. Maybe I have to try and go elsewhere. Good thing he left, because there falls the deployable shield. He would have been down and out. And right now, with, of course, I mean, BP out, Stardust out, Foot out as well. Any single point that Kilyakai can get for Ascent here could potentially mean them making it through to PGS.
Survival, third-partying, shots in the back, securing any of the flushes from this engagement. Anything that Killy can do to claim 1-2 more points from this position could make all the difference for his team.
Definitely. Circle swings towards the east face, reaping the rewards of this one alongside Fairy Tail, who've been chilling for a while. Beamy still alive as well, can't count out him. As Twisted now very clinical in trying to clean up building after building here. Flashbang into the main hall of this container building, and instant push to follow.
Only a flashbang. Perfectix fortunate. If that were any other form of utility, he may have gone down. Only 8 points of hit points left, but still has the jammer pack, so could survive a blue zone. Killy's with an emergency flare in hand.
You know what?
He's just going to toss that out and try and squash someone? I don't know.
Whatever gets you kills, whatever gets you points. For Kilyakai now, blue on his back, has to push further forward. They knew that there was a player down here earlier as well. And I don't think Twisted is going to give up this angle before this is completely in the blue. We'll see. Kilyakai smokes deployed now. They're full aware, if they weren't before, that there is in fact a player still lingering outside here on the edge of the circle. Twisted has enough space between them as a Sanson that they can back off to try and hold this angle. I say that too early though. Mika able to find an opening and take down Example.
He was just trying to give himself some space to work with these smokes and a little bit of hard cover as well, but turning their attention back to deal with this potential threat in their backline has cost Twisted Minds too, as Sakura Zenson, they've flexed their positioning in this compound. Mika on the northeastern side, working out a treat.
There's a storyline to be made in Mika helping out his former teammate in Kilyakai to try and make his way inside the circle and maybe get them to PGS as well. We'll see for how much longer. He gets to stay alive as Corexi comes swinging around the corner, able to find April. Nice peek there. Ooh, nice headshot by Sabila, but not enough damage done for him to find that knock. First does take down Kilyakai, so in the end, Sakura Sanson getting that point. Ascent out in 6th. Beamy seen, but still, no, able to prone down, still in cover.
Buzzface was the one to clean him up, and he himself is sat down now by Batulins, trying to fight out. He's kind of a cornered animal at this point, surrounded on both sides by Mika and Marsalek. No way out. But Twisted Minds, they'll be happy with their performance so far. 149 points on the board, a 33-point lead above the team that was only 2 points behind them at the start of today.
FaZe winning this game could throw them right back into a top 2 conversation as well. We'll see who's going to come up victorious, how much more damage they can do. They still have plenty of space with that entire ridge line up towards that northeastern side. Sat very isolated from any opponent around them. beamie using all util to try and do just any sort of damage to Fairy Tail. But Marselik actually is going to be the one to get the knock from up high. A little bit of an elevated position allows for them to peek on over.
Feels a bit unnecessary for 4 blue zone grenades to be thrown out towards anybody's, but it was really just a question of whose blue zone grenade would get the kill. Unfortunately for beamie, it wasn't his, it was that of Corexi, and FaZe Clan get their 10th kill of the game.
A very rare occurrence of 3 teams breaking into double-digit kills in this match. It's absolutely insane. FaZe, Sakura Sanson, Virtus Pro as well, all sat with 10+ kills. As Mika now starting to try and flex around 7 kills on him. Ooh, shadow boxing his way towards FaZe. A little dangerous. Got to get that gun out because Corexi is right up there on the ridge line.
You think about it this way, 3 teams with 10 kills is half the lobby.
Yeah.
64 players come into this. That's 30 kills between these 3 teams. That's pretty insane. So regardless of what happens from this point on, they can all say, look, we've done all we can on this, as T-Bone puts it, RNG map of Rondo. beamie gets a little bit of something to try and move, but P90 in hand, he's going to have to try and get the better Zabila. No, Marselik will claim its wealth.
I feel like there was 10 steps further forward, maybe a little dip that he could lie in, but not quite to be. VP out in 4th. There's now Zabila. I mean, a pretty good position with both the emergency cover, a rock, and a Pico for cover. He's going to be able to chill for a bit, and this is definitely a game that he can still come up victorious in despite being against 2 duos.
And we're going to fall into a little bit of a stalemate. I feel like it's not all that often we see a Phase 9 coming into effect on Rondo. Teams often just run out of places to play before that point, but there's so much action within Tulin all the way throughout this game. Sakura Zenson surviving through all of it. Marselik 1.1 thousand damage, doing his best example impression for Sakura Zenson and looking for Zabila to try and add to that tally.
Yeah, luckily for them, a little too late to activate the thrusters, I think, if the race is towards PGS. But we'll see. Maybe a comeback of a lifetime could be, but not before they shut down Zabila and was able to find Marselik. Mika still behind here, trying to get the angle, trying to isolate now with the smokes, trying to at least secure that 2nd place spot. In the meantime, FaZe can just sit back and watch this all happen before them. Mika forced back into the smoke once more. Will find Zabila, so top 2 guaranteed, but do you go for the rest here? How do you play this? And if you're FaZe, you have to push on forward knowing you're in a 2v1. Mika, damage on 1, almost gets the knock on towards Gustav as well, but can't find any of them. Down to 10 HP, no vest left to work with either. Corexi jumping behind a 2nd tree, goes for the shots, but can't find him in the smoke.
The reposition from Mika, switching from 1 spray to the 2nd. Gustav was going down for a heal. There's a tiny gap in the smoke, but the timing is insane. Mika getting away with it, but the blue zone is still putting so much pressure on him.
Trying to now wrap around again. I mean, FaZe, not a team that likes to throw potential wins like this. They have, I mean, we saw it in the leaderboard before, a chance to really climb up and make their way back into it here. They're wanting to play this shoulder to shoulder, not give Mika a chance to get both of them down. Now, sat behind the same tree, is there any lethal util that you found on Zabila's body? Now would be the time to use it. A flashbang through the smoke potentially be game winning as well.
1 bullet onto Gustav, no helmet. That's all it would take. He's playing a bit of a risky game, playing forwards of any sort of hard cover. Gonna try and catch him off guard through the smokes. The flashbangs have begun to fly through for FaZe Clan, forcing Mika to turn his back, but he still has a little bit of time to work with.
Creeping further forward. Now the gas can thrown up forward as well. Try to bait their attention. Will be able to get Corexi down. Does he? Oh, the smoke has just bloomed. If you know you hit him, if Corexi knows you hit him, you feel like Gustav has to try and go and make a play here. Do you now start shooting the gas can, or just let Corexi crawl for info? Say, I'm on top of him, bro. Just shoot me and you shoot him. That's exactly what he's doing now. Do you shoot Gustav? No, he doesn't. Gustav holds his fire once more. Sees him on the edge of the smoke, seen in the blue, and he will win it in the end. But what an effort from Mika to try and bring that one home.
Yeah, I wish the gas can came into play. That would have been great. But no, just good patience. They knew that, look, yes, he has the smoke to work with, and he's got a jammer pack on. He's surviving in the blue zone, but it's going to run out so fast in Phase 9. He gets about 5 extra seconds, maybe got a first aid off because of it, but time ran short, and there's just no way that Mick is getting the better. It would have only taken 1 bullet. Maybe it was doable, but no, Gustav puts a stop to any thoughts of a Scoresense and victory.
We talk about Rondo and the chaos the map brings along, but here I feel like, as the story has been through the day, really impressive PUBG from all these teams, weathering a really hard circle shift out towards the east and maneuvering the way to a solid endgame there. BB team down early again. I think that's the main storyline as we hop on back to the desk and let them bring out the intro to Erangel.
Well, the North American team Gas Cans makes a surprise appearance here at the end of Rondo, but no, it's not to be their win. FaZe is able to round things out. Man, the velocity you got on that Gas Can as well, awesome stuff. And Mika almost trying to clutch it out, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe, very importantly, Martin, gets 10 points at least on the board for their placements, but plenty of kills to boot.
Yeah, I gotta give a little bit of props to Marcel as well. 1K club with 3 kills, insane, and actually taking out Scoresense and playing extremely well around, taking out Twisted Minds in that situation, also being extremely aware. Maybe if Foss survived, that could have been a chance for them to actually take on FaZe in the end. But yeah, Gusto was able to close it up, and 21 points going their way is actually gonna make them push up far up the leaderboard here. An upwards trajectory, you might say.
Upwards trajectory, yeah. A very important fight back here, Mark, considering that honestly we were scared a little bit for FaZe, especially coming into today. Only 56 points there, yes, in 11th place. Yes, in a potential spot to strike out against some of those teams at the towards that 3rd place spot, but it was a bit of a difficulty for FaZe up until this game.
It's not been clean as yet. That was a good chicken dinner. Obviously, we have been saying they've been lacking when it comes down to placement points. But able to get a win. They can take it. 21 points on the board for them. It will levitate them slightly up. But look how close that pack's getting. That is insane.
Very close indeed. We have very little dividing all of these teams for that 3rd place spot. Man, imagine if FaZe gets into 3rd place and then suddenly that PGS spot gets trickled down a little bit more. But the problem for some of these teams, again, and we were kind of posing the question before this, Martin, is that actually for BB team, they are also now vulnerable, where I don't think any of us really would have expected that coming into day 3.
No, for sure. If you asked me day 1, I think I even yesterday said almost impossible for anyone to catch Twisted Minds and BB team. But yeah, with them having in 4 games having had 3 points, guys, it's absolutely unheard of. This is exactly what we're talking about, right? But Foot, Ascend, and Stardust, a 3-way fight with only 3 points difference from Foot and down to Ascend and Stardust that is on the tie. And actually, of course, FaZe can have somewhat of an impact, but still, it wouldn't matter in terms of the PGS spots, but it would matter in terms of the PGC. They could come in and maybe steal some of those points away.
It's a big concern, and I'm really surprised that we're here. But it also now does look like, Mark, unless something radical happens from the side of BB team, or some of these teams now finding themselves on 100 points, Twisted Minds, the Kings of EMEA, are looking poised to take yet another championship here if 2 games go swimmingly, I think, for the whole lobby as a whole.
The argument is say even Twisted Minds at this point, even if they maybe through 1, it'd be so hard. BB have just not been delivering. They've been here and there, but falling down, especially after a day number 1. For Esports, they're in clutching distance now, potentially Ascend if they want to try and catch up as well. I do worry at the moment, BB team. I do want to see them get to land, but they're holding on to a spot at the moment. But they've got 2 teams eager to take this spot away from them. Stardust has fallen. They've already taken their foot off the gas now, too busy focusing sort of backwards. These 2 teams clearly focusing now on BB.
I think if there's any place to kind of have a mind reset though, right, Martin, Erangel's kind of the place for a BB team. As much as you've had a terrible start to the day, at least Erangel is where everybody kind of feels very comfortable, and maybe that's where BB team can just recoup some of that kind of memory fuzz that's currently going on.
Yeah, and we've been talking about this, obviously having a little bit of a target on their back in terms of them being in that PGS spot, and so many teams are aware of that, and you will always have that in your back of your mind. Like, these are the teams we need to eliminate to maximize our chance to go to PTS, to go to PGC. So people are extremely aware of that, and that's definitely been a little bit of a downfall for PP teams so far. Twisted Minds are just too strong right now. They're making very good decisions. They're winning a lot of their fights, and they are so far ahead right now that it's impossible for them, I would say, almost at this point, not to win it, because unless we see, you know, back-to-back wins, crazy double-digit kills, but still they are looking extremely good to take that home.
It feels like the whole day has felt like a sense of urgency and desperation for some of these teams trying to get to LAN, and I can feel it in these games right now, and especially with the two upcoming. And one of those teams, Mark, that we actually were focusing on for this game is Ascend, who is kind of just on the cusp of being able to make it.
Well, as I said, it's their last day. They're constantly on social media saying about they've got to get these last 3 games underneath their belt. No more drop spots for them, no different change. Interesting throwaway. Actually threw away the E-pick for the glider. But it's worth knowing, actually. Bricks obviously does get ahead of the guys, but does he drop the ball? Doesn't quite see. Last day sneaking away. It's Chris couldn't did a 3-point turn on the bridge, even though they kind of toyed around from going here. See where It's Chris gets caught here. I feel like the glider call was just a little bit too late. Maybe it's the Rondo cover. The trees just didn't allow him to pick up the hold there from last day. And then as a 3-man, it's quite hard to play. Now, Martin, obviously, they put themselves into that construction yard after the zone shift, and we've seen zone endings in and around the area. So I think a good call from them, despite the flying from Rex. But look, they positioned themselves to try and get the end zone. The last couple of zones didn't quite go their way, and it was a bit of a desperation attempt. I was just shocked about those smokes as Kilikai kind of made his way in at the end there.
Yeah, and an extremely difficult circle with that little bit of water coming in. Well, like somewhat of a starting river, you could almost say. It makes it extremely hard to predict. You have to play all the way towards the end. You have to play kind of backs on that western side to get it in, and I would say they got the most out of it. Also, being that last team to come in on that western side had made it so difficult for them, especially with Sakura Sensen and Twisted Minds being 2 teams that are gatekeeping them. Yeah, they maximized their points, obviously, and I would say in this situation, in this spot here, we talked a little bit about it. I would have liked to see Kilikai play a little bit more silent ninja rather than trying to make a smoke path, because I think he could have maximized a little bit more there, maybe getting a kill or catching someone off surprise here, James.
Yeah, I have to agree. And I'm if you go back even further to where we actually saw that bridge attempt there, Mark, I'm scared of that bridge. I've many times gone across that, and because the barriers go so deep inland on the bridge, you can't just bail off on a left or a right as you're trying to blitz past a team if they were there for the camp. No, you have to try and just extra bail and try and turn around, or you try and go through the road itself and just hope that your opponents miss their shots. But at this level, they're not going to miss those shots, so you can't take it.
They really had a judgment that could be someone there as well, because you saw them, they come to the bridge, they kind of stop, maybe they're grouping up together, but they were looking, going, I feel like there's someone over there. They're still committed. Unfortunately, I didn't quite see it. And look, Ascend is one of these teams that use the gliders really effectively for that scouting, finding that information. But you're right, they couldn't turn around. Chris got done on the 3-point turn, he got caught, and then eventually he went down to Spied trying to scrabble. But the moment you lose a play like that, you're fighting every game, every point, and when you're down to 3, it's difficult to try and claw anything else because your whole game plan then changes. So Ascend, I feel like they might write that game off and focus now for the Erangel games to close out.
Makes me think there's another bridge south. Yeah, it takes you a little bit longer, but you know, a team like Ascend, they don't mind their reps. Anyway, that's regardless. That's by the by. We can kind of sit on that ad nauseum. We also have the Twitch emotes that you guys can get if you follow the Twitch that is currently going on. Don't forget, not only do we have PEC going on, but right after this as well, we're rolling into PAS, so you can use those Twitch emotes plenty as time goes on. And we also have a second competition going on over on Twitter. You can type in !contest and find the tweet that you just have to submit your best dress from PUBG in-game. So take a screenshot of that, submit it, and you might be in with a chance of winning 5,000 G-Coin. Right, we're going to go to a break. When we return, we have the penultimate game of the day, of the tournament, in fact, here. Who is going to be able to take it? It's looking like Twisted Minds, but most importantly as well, who is going to be able to make it to LAN? Get those PGC points. There's so many factors here. Stay tuned for more PUBG.
welcome back to the PUBG game show. It is round 3, everyone's favorite. It's pub geography, and I still think we should make the rest of the talent play in this because they always seem to have the answers and claim that they know where places are. I think that they're lying. I think that the pro players almost always get it right. Deirdrix, Brax, and Gustav, you need to prove me right now, please, and protect my pride. This is how it works. We're going to show you a specific place on Erangel, and you need to tell us where it is. If you're 0 to 20 meters near it, you'll get 5 points. 20 to 100 meters, you get 3 points. Anything further than 100 meters, you only get 1 point. This is your opportunity to really show how smart you are when it comes to Erangel. So, gents, tell us where on the map is this point? Super serious concentration happening, yeah?
Easy 5
Everyone's
points.
gone silent.
I think so too,
You
yeah.
said it's an easy 5 points? Okay.
Easy.
Gustav said it was an easy 5 points. It was, in fact, an easy 5 points for you because you were that close. Also, Brax, you were that close. Deirdrix, unfortunately, you were a little bit off the 20-meter mark, which means you only get 3 points. But when I say a little bit off,
No way.
like by like 11 meters. So I'm really sorry about that. That sucks. But it is what it is. That's how pub geography works. We're going to move on to location number 2. So, gents, tell me, where on Erangel would we find this point? Some very serious faces. Do we have any idea? Feeling confidence again?
Wait, I think I figured this one out actually.
Yeah, same. It's actually easy.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right. Every single one of you was between 30 and 40 meters off the point. This is exactly where it was, which means you were all almost bang on the money. You all get 3 points. But now, your final opportunity here for pub geography. Where exactly is this?
Oh. If someone doesn't get this, then
no.
you should... Oh.
I clicked my...
There's no way, bro.
I mean, I clicked on the big map and I forgot to zoom it, you know.
Okay, I'm gonna show you where exactly this particular point is. Deirdrix, you've already said you clicked the big map, so unfortunately it's not gonna measure as clear. But Brax and Gustav are both getting themselves 5 points for this one. Right, at the end of Pub Geography, round number 3 here at the PUBG Game Show, we do have a tie for first place currently, which means we're going to have to move to a tiebreaker. Unfortunately, Deirdrix, we say goodbye to you. This wasn't your day, so bye. But now, Gustav and Brax, you need to fight it out. You're both on 13 points, so this is the tiebreaker question. The player closest to the correct answer is the winner, so no pressure. But how many nations were represented in PEC Spring 2024 in the grand finals? So it would be in the grand finals, how many nations were represented? Quick maths in your head. Maybe you can try Google, but we'll hear you on your keyboard. Or you can just take a wild guess. But you need to give us a number. Brax has made a commitment. Gustav, I'm going to need a commitment from you. So, the correct answer was in fact 21. Brax said 28. And Gustav said 19, which means, Gustav, you are the winner of the PUBG Game Show. Congratulations. Well done. Would you like to know what you win?
I guess I win nothing.
Yeah, nothing. You win nothing. But you can run around and tell everyone you won the game show. Good job. Well played. And let's get back into game.
I'm flashing. Come on, me going north. They're coming off.
Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good.
Maybe, Calvin.
4 teams. Go play teams.
Joining.
Yeah, quite a flip on orange.
Yeah.
Here, come.
I'm ready. Outside.
Yeah.
Nice. Let's go. Other shack.
Next building. I'm netting next building.
Other shack.
Yeah, older team gonna third party now. They're picking us full open, look at
Like best is we can just... How many?
It's BB.
Do it. BB.
Fall.
Nice.
It should be closer.
One knocked on primal.
Two on yellow.
You can res me on the rock.
I'm nading.
Just
I will
kill.
res you.
Dead. Primal east. You can res
Knock
me.
one,
Nice.
primal.
Two active on primal.
I'll res you.
One more.
Drop into someone else. But Foot can play behind us now.
One guy on you, Marslack. Alright.
I got you left.
He's on my right.
Coming left around, two guys.
Full pushing.
Kick us up.
Knock one. I'm trying to kill him. Up two.
One in front of me. One active.
Last guy.
Low, I'm mauling him.
Nice.
Good job.
One prodding on the fence there.
Nice.
Gonna die to zone, no?
One closer missile.
They can only play blue.
Close to me. Here in blue, inside blue. I think they're running towards a corner.
they're running
One guy running back.
Yeah.
I'm holding the back here.
Shot me.
Don't die, David.
Knocked one.
Nice.
Push. They're holding us then. Knocked him two.
Nice.
Knock.
He's sneaking left side, Marcelik, on blue.
Oh, okay. I got it.
Push.
One guy stepping on.
Nice.
One far. Snading for plus.
Twist solo now.
He's sack far. Far guys.
Smoke fades. That one on yellow. Pretty. Nice.
Nice.
Nice insta.
One
minute.
Going right.
Nice. Good job. Well played.
The chaos and RNG of Rondo and Tego is behind us as we now take to a wrangle for the final two matches of PEC Fall Grand Finals. The final two matches for a lot of these teams' 2024 PUBG Esports season. Saga, it's as close as it always is. Do we think that BB team has it in it to maintain their lead, or is it going to be yet another 0-pointer here?
Oh, they've got clutch factor. They've won before, but today has really not been a good day for them. But heard Aduzi talk about some of the new additions to the roster and the external staff that they brought in to help with the mental and psychological aspects of the game. This is where it's so crucial, where it's so important. You just have to put the past behind you. They are still in second place. Maybe they're not within touching distance of first place anymore, but they're still holding on to that main goal of the PGS slots. That's what it has to come down to now. It's all about that.
And the wild thing is, a lot of the rotations that we've seen them make today aren't too far from rotations they've made in days where it's just all worked out for them. Is they like to do these wide reps on circles. They like to make these plays where they'll, kind of keep bouncing around on the edge of the circle. Every time they find a team, they do a big circle around that until the next. But oftentimes they're really successful in finding third parties to engage on early, making space for themselves. The issue is, as we've talked about over the course of the day as well, today is we just haven't had that early game shenanigan that we've seen the other days, kind of the full YOLO mindset play styles. Teams have been very good at staying alive through the early game, so there just hasn't been the same amount of space for BB team to maneuver, and therefore instead of backfilling one or two teams that end up fighting each other, they end up in a situation where they try and backfill into 5 teams and die because of it.
Or when there is space available, it's just an open field.
Yeah, I was going to say, whenever there's space available, it's because it's a bad place to be. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Let's hope for their sake that they're able to find something better this time around. But Foot Esports will be very happy to see that zone popping.
Ooh.
Sort of just a bit to the north of Everest is the center. VOD is already claiming the compound that is positioned exactly there. It's pretty 50-50 whether this one goes to the north or the south of the river, but it's still being able to control those bridges and guarantee you've got a way across either way, it's going to pay off huge.
Wouldn't have it any other way. Ascent on the northern side, Foot on the southern, trying to see who of the two could maybe take over from BB team, who finds themselves down towards Ferrip here. They are the team the furthest southwest here. They know that, should they want to, Primorsk edge rotation would be free for the making, as they jumped out of the plane not only late, but also with great view of anyone sat on their western side, which they know there shouldn't be anyone.
Nailcop of Stardust making an early move, wanting to try and lock down some sort of rotation path for the rest of the squad, under a bit of pressure from Vard, and Himan as well was considering making an early move to Cube, but won't get there quite in time. Nailcop will secure the position, and Stardust have the bridge as an option available for them.
Important lockdown for Stardust to get this position, and also good on Himan for not going down. They lost him early against Na'Vi in the previous match, not something that they would have wanted to happen. I think, honestly, had Himan been alive through the early game there, they could have maybe even come out and won the game, but not quite to be for Sakura Sanson. Then as we look at Stardust, you know what? Let's listen to these boys who are trying to see if they can maintain, or get back in, I should say, to potential PGS territory.
O yüzden kendi bölgemizde en iyi takım olmak da bizi ayrıyetten daha sevindirecektir. Çalışmamız zaten bu yönde gidiyor. Yani tamamen kendi bölgemizde en iyi takım olmak. Ondan sonra da Twisted Mind'ın ya da dünyanın en iyi takımı olan bize göre Twisted Mind'ın önünde bitirmek.
Tabii ki de kendi Türkiye açısından da en yukarıda bitirmek, ülkemizi en iyi şekilde temsil etmek. İlk hedefimiz bu aslında. Ama ondan sonrasında Twisted Minds, FaZe ve Na'Vi benim için en gözde 3 takım olarak görüyorum şu anda bu turnuvadaki. Onların üstünde ya da onlara yakın bir yerde bitirirsek iyi bir sonuç alacağımızı düşünüyorum yani.
I want to be the top of the Turkish teams. And, well, if we don't count Foot as an orc, well, right now they are. Set in 5th place, coming into this match tied with Ascent and just 3 points out of a potential qualifier spot for PGS Foot. Currently in position of set spot. And for BB team here, Saga, the fact that they go out with nothing in the previous game and then Foot and Ascent fall with little points as well, them sitting, just watching the end of that game, or the majority of that game, that's got to be a massive sigh of relief, realizing that, okay, it could have been Foot or Ascent winning that game and surpassing us.
It's still not going to give them too much breathing room. 11 points behind is Ascend. And that's a gap that can very well be closed with the 2 maps that we have left. Plus, Stardust will be keen to get their hands back on that slot that was taken away from them in today's matches. They held onto it the entirety of day 1 and the entirety of day 2 as well, but Foot Esports with a monstrous start to the final day of games, as to be expected if T-Bone's Twitter was to be believed.
Yeah.
They certainly delivered on that promise, but now it's about maintaining that hold, holding onto that spot when there are so many teams vying to take it away from you.
Last day, still chilling down on Millie, not in a hurry to go to the circle at all. They know they're going to be late anyway. Might as well see if you can find an E pickup. Maybe just chill here for a bit longer. You know that Entropic is around. Maybe they'll come into your side and rotate over the bridge from there. FaZe on the east, still in and around Milta. Na'Vi, of course, I mean, we've seen FaZe try and do this to Na'Vi a couple of times now, and this time is no different. Na'Vi slowly crossing on over, but seems like this time around FaZe has bigger things in mind than trying to gatekeep the boys in yellow.
Yeah. In fairness, they haven't really tried to gatekeep Na'Vi at all. It's just been sort of the timing of Na'Vi's rotation means that they get uncomfortably close to each other every now and then. But right now, FaZe Clan is eyeing this leaderboard and thinking, you know what, like 17 points between them and second place. They can do that. That is doable. It is Sunday. And Nixie in through the window. Mika lurking in the corner. He didn't even get the information that Fuzzface is looking with a Panzer. Nope. If a rebreach comes through, VP has a second horrible surprise.
They're all pulling up on this position. I talked about Himan trying to get away earlier from a fight. This time around, they have to get away from an entire team. As here they come, BME able to find Himan early on. It was a cluster of fightings on the eastern side of the circle. Last game for VP this time around, it's going to be a cluster towards the north. EB falls again. Oftentimes an early casualty for Virtus Pro. We'll see if they can get him back on his feet. This all happens off of, I mean, Sakura Sanson sitting in a 2-2 split, and then hearing the VP vehicles come in, no scouting, clearing, securing this position together was done by VP before the two other players had kind of moved on to the next position. But because they weren't shot at early, they thought, you know what, this is going to be safe. Little did they know, there was two of the Sakura Sanson players sat in here ready and waiting.
I have to wonder if it's a conscious choice by Fuzzface to intentionally use the ugliest reticles on every scope in the game. He's a circle 4x user, which is already gross, and now the half crescent on a hollow. Nasty, but he still did enough damage for Marsalek to finish the job and take down Ibi. So VP, while they still have presence in this compound, Marsalek will do what he can to stem that presence. And now Beamy, last man up, Panzerfaust for Fuzzface. Yeah. Well, you don't need a reticle for that. That is one click, boom. Beamy evaporated. And Virtus Pro, after what was a very solid previous game, get absolutely nothing.
Gotta love Panzerfausts. Sit. Few people ever, as the circle has, as we saw, taken us to the north. VP out early on. We'll see if they can claw back. Obviously not for a win, but again, a lot of points on the line here for the VP roster to try and claim in terms of PGS points. They want to make PGC. They want to secure that spot for the end of the year. They don't want to be down and out by the next game.
See you in Lumbridge, Beamy. It's been a good run. Well, no one really seems to have committed too difficult, too hard to the north or the south side of the river. Ascend is committed just by sort of virtue of playing on the edge, but they're so widely split that, I mean, if they did have to wrap towards the south, they'd already have a decent path to do so, although FaZe making their way into the south side of Severny might make that a little bit awkward. And Tropic have timed this parachute pretty well. Hopefully they'll be towards the basically on the river at the time that phase 2 popped, and they'll have a better idea of where they want to land.
Timing couldn't be any better than that. Speaking of timing, here comes all of FaZe over the top. They realize Brexco is here, but will they be able to get him down in time? No, Gustav! Surprise to me that Brex is allowed to get the flush, but of course FaZe coming in vehicles, they're not fully aware of the landscape they're going into, not fully aware of how many Ascent players could potentially be up here. So yes, Brex gets the knock, but allowed to take down Gustav as well. Big loss for FaZe, who are again still trying to make their way into the top 3, just a couple of points behind.
There might have been a moment where Brexco thought, just get back to the vehicle and fall back, but seeing its FaZe clan and needing those points as desperately as just about every other team in the lobby does right now, he opts to secure the 1 point that's available to him and not risk losing that and his life if he's not able to fall back safely and successfully. Fairest, yep. Oh, he's got a backup. That's nice to see. We've seen a lot of upside-down vehicles, haven't we, over this weekend?
Yeah, given where he was in the circle and how we know that area doesn't have a ton of cars, it would definitely have been inconvenient for them to have him running from there. Circle swings towards the north, still a world in which it switches back towards the south again, but for now, we're headed north, and Sakura Sanson is at dead center.
Holodoct right alongside Spyro. Spyro's a little separated from the rest of BB team, but it's enough to get the opening knock on the drive-by. But the whole of last day is now flying through on the south side of the zone. Spyro's still alive on 1 HP. That is crazy.
Why heal if you can keep shooting and force the opponents off? And, well, it works for him here. BB team only has a doozy inside the next circle. So far, Bumble, I mean, again, for last day, this was going to be a tough rotation regardless. And now they go from one team straight into another. Bright side finds him. In the meantime, Gaming Gladiators have to pull up on Primal here over towards the north side of the river.
It's just been awkward timing. Primal was holding a bit of a split over by the bridge and into North George. They got emergency parachuted onto by Entropic at the same time as Gaming Gladiators just sent it over the bridge into this fight. But the 2 versus 4 will be regrouped, so Primal get their numbers back into this engagement, but the grenades taking their health bars down on approach.
Yogas with the top position there, now realizing Entropic is shooting from inside North George proper. Not making things any easier, Rocks. Oh, lucky that he has Dante there to help him out, because he got caught with a nade in hand. Able to get one. Pin finds one. Dante finds one more, and just like that, it's Primal just down to 1. There he comes. Now swings taken out, and down they go.
Look at the health bars, though, on Pin and Dante. So incredibly low. Footy Sports can't possibly know that they're that low, but they might find out regardless. They're making their way over the river. They've sent both Pixel and T-Bone. Again, T-Bone wanting to lead from the front as that IGL sees the smokes, tosses a nade in.
Oh, the
Pin has managed to get a heal off in time.
Second nade goes in, but just exactly not enough damage. The first one was taken out by kind of the plank there on the bottom side of the floor, and lucky for them, that knock could have been crucial on them committing to the push, but now not quite to be there, staying in the water, at least for the time being. Vard and Nate seem still back on the south side building. They have the bike safe as well, so could potentially look to rotate back, but the more time spent under here, the more dangerous and the more nearby opponents are going to get. BB team, the team they're looking to take out right now, right on their southwest side.
They will have maybe heard some of the shooting going on towards the west side of Everest. It may just have been outside of the audio range, I'm not sure, but they will have seen that Spyro was involved in getting some knocks. They did get the 1 point on the board. Diffix now taken down again. Corexi catches him off guard. Na'Vi showing no signs of turning back to try and avenge this time around.
Corexi will try and run off. Again, they lost Gustav earlier, which of course is not ideal, but at least they get to stay alive with the couple that they have, and honestly, it's a ton of space on the northern side of the circle. So should the circle swing up here, a lot of free pickings for them. The issue, of course, is then going to be they haven't really had a chance to properly scout uphill, so they don't know that everything in front of them is free. Or a lot of it, anyway.
There is a lot of free space still available. We've already lost almost 15 players this time around. The zone has now made its mind up. We are going to the north. Sakura Zensen, they hold on to a solid position. FaZe, even Sans Gustav have a good hold on the northern side of the zone, and Eternal Fire going to fall back and regroup on the compounds as well. That's pretty much it in terms of what compounds and positions are available in the zone this time around. No one is currently in the plane crash dip position. Could be a target for an E-pickup, potentially, or maybe just go and add another little plane crash if Last Day have nowhere else to go.
Well, Twisted playing a slow approach here. Sat on the shorelines of the northern peninsula of Erangel. Fairy Tail opting to wrap around makes perfect sense. BB as well, or BBL, sorry, I should say, wrapping towards the southeast, and BB backfilling them right thereafter. Three teams trying to do wide Rosok rotations could end up running into one another on that side of the map. A Snavi come closing in towards Twisted Minds now as well.
Another E-pickup for Entropic again. 2 in a game.
Whee!
Twisted Minds, yeah, they get over the river, they get over unscathed. Stardust not putting any shots towards them from Cube Compound, and Na'Vi only now really getting into a position where they can scout out this position from Twisted Minds, but Lose being a little cautious, not giving away too much information for free.
Say Last Day, gonna chill for the time being, up high, not getting shot at. Soon they'll realize, the duo in this glider, that FaZe is right in front of them, and they might want to get out, and they'll set up a plane crash of their own in plane crash. How nice would that be? Plane crash?
Yeah, it's like a landing strip right there for you.
Well, yeah, a little bumpy, but I'm sure they can make it work. This BB team, again, our current second place team, hunted by, well, effectively all the teams behind him. And now Twisted, oh, nice knock through the grass, committed to the spray there, but Hakatori instantly there to shut him down in an approach.
They're not getting Fairist back, and already having lost Diffix, Na'Vi starts this engagement from a numbers disadvantage, but BBL on the opposite side starting to make their moves over, actually going back over the Roshok bridge. There was a moment where it looked like they might get in a tangle with BB, but BB's just sending it over now from Boatyard. Batulins is on the island isolated by himself, and he's been shooting. They should have heard this.
Yep, definitely should have. BB trying to make the cross happen, and if they only realized, I mean, honestly, they should realize the team they're going into, because they saw it in the kill feed just before. Who was there? Batulins, oh, missing crucial shots. Had Spiro dead to rights, but former teammate Buff keeps him alive, and now it's Stardust from the other side, able to find him from Cube.
Huge for BB team. They needed something. They needed some assistance to get over this bridge unscathed, with Twisted Minds being the team to hold them off. Na'Vi already fallen back after losing Fairist. Lou even got revived, so it's a full strength Twisted Minds. But Batulins getting tagged down, taken out of the equation by Stardust. That's an off angle they don't need to worry about anymore. BB team still have to fight their way through Twisted Minds. It's either that or get in the vehicles and make a send for like the 5th time today, and that's not an equation that spells many points for BB team.
Not at all. In the meantime, FaZe on the northern side, happy to just be chilling, at least for the time being. BBL now forced to make the push on forward. They have Fairy Tail to deal with. The winner of this fight could get themselves a ton of space towards the northeast as well, but you want to come out of this without casualties taken, and so far, casualties have gone in on both sides.
Fairy Tail seemingly just caught off from the raw aggression from BBL. The off angle onto Schiller, not quite connecting. Phil first tries to get up close in grenade range against Twisted Minds, pushing up the hill towards it, but it's Lou off angle lurking on the low ground again. Spyro removed with a headshot. Phil first around the side, he's low HP.
A swing underneath. Phil first getting time to heal up, but not quite to be. Gets one headshot connected, but Lou instantly spins on him once more. Phil first taking down Perfectix. Not being hit by a doozy. How's the angle, but can't quite connect the shots.
And Besto's caught out in the open as well. Lou switching over to the MK because the Org's out of bullets, but he still hits the shot. Spyro, there's nothing that he can do from his low ground position. A doozy goes down to the blue zone. There's a nade that signals the defeat of BB team. And who else but Twisted Minds to take them out for the 5th game in a row today. This is looking dire for BB team.
Brutal indeed. Brutal indeed. 2 points for them, and this time around, Foot up in full strength. Some of the other teams, of course, on the hunt already taking casualties, so maybe they'll be lucky that once again those teams won't get a lot of points. But now it's Sanson popping off. Fuzz able to find one, finds the second with the Dragonov as well. Doesn't up to go for the third. Wants to claim the flushes instead, but can't quite connect. Can he log it in? Fuzz? No? Okay, not gonna find that one, I suppose. Levante peeks on over, does manage to find Vart, but instantly damage done in return, and that's going to be gaming. Gladiators down and out. Maybe a chance to reset here for Foot, but no, they're already down to, 3 mate. That Pixel still alive in the blue.
Now they're pushing forwards. Ascend has seen this. They've seen the kill feed. They've heard the shots. They know who this is, and they have the high ground. They're going to try and push their advantage. Fuzzface and Mika as well, looking to make a move towards this ridge alongside it. Foot might not be long for this world.
Can Pixel somehow make something happen here? He's coming in a vehicle, full speed forward. Maybe he sees someone on approach. 8Z heard something too. Pixel now seen down below in the field. That's going to be a full flash player. But Chris peeks on over. What a great revenge arc here for Ascent. They were taken down by Foot twice. This time around, though, not quite to be. At least not yet. T-Bone alive, holding the angle, but he's going to get shot in the back by Fuzzface.
How does it keep happening, Toby? BB team falls. They sit. They lament their sorrows. They regret. But then Foot Esports dies immediately after. And BB team still maintain an 8-point lead coming into the final game over Foot Esports. Ascend and Stardust have to try and capitalize and close this gap. There is simply no other option.
If you're Foot, right here you go, FaZe, my friends. Of all teams that can come out victorious and surpass us, please let it be you. Because for those of you viewers out there who don't understand how the system fully works, it's top 2 that qualifies to PGS, but the global partner teams are excluded from that equation. So Na'Vi, Twisted Minds, and FaZe will be through regardless of where they finish. The top 2 teams outside of them 3 will qualify. So if FaZe surpass Foot, doesn't really matter. Issue becomes when it's one of the other ones.
There's a disengage now that's come through from Ascend, but Fuzzface still has angles. He's still lurking. Mika gets caught out, and Fuzz gives away his position with a shot that does not quite connect onto Pains. He could have really done with that hit. Yep.
They surpassed them, just as the codes come on screen as well. Here we have it. VFB, so on and so forth. Getting in fast. By now, with me talking, it might already be too late to claim. There's only 50 of them, so do it fast.
111 points for Ascend as Fuzzface is taken down from the DMR of It's Chris. They have now moved up solely ahead of Foot Esports, and the pressure is on for BB team. They have to sit and watch. Hacker Tori, though, lands a spray. Rapid fire with the MG3. Hawkey can't do much against that. 20 HP, he's still going for the repeak.
Nice headshot from Migatori. Maybe buying himself a bit more time to push on forward. I don't know if that was a blue zone nade or smoke or what it was, but it bounced away off that tree. Probably not going to have the biggest impact. Na'Vi will fall as Grendis gets the takedown on him. Entropic, pretty big deficit down there in 16th place, but maybe if they can get out of the very bottom, that would be nice for the final game.
Yep.
Eternal Fire trying to make a run for the top as well here with the elimination of FaZe.
We've just hit 22 minutes on the game clock, and we're already in the final four. This has been a brutal affair on Erangel. And Ascend, 8 kills on the board. They've made it into the top 4. They're now in 3rd place. They're only 1 point behind where BB Team went out in this game. They could overtake them and put all the pressure on a doozy and the boys after what has been an absolutely dreadful final day for BB Team.
And for two teams that play very similar styles of PUBG, but I mean, in today's games, they've come in from each their side of the circle. In all fairness, between the two, Ascent have gotten the better shifts on the day than BB Team has, but it's been what they've been able to do with games where everything didn't go their way. And here, they're rotating smartly, they're playing into the edge, taking nice fights, and I'm liking to see this this Ascent lineup with how they're seemingly approaching the game with a bit more ferocity, a bit more hunger, I suppose, to try and help collapse on fights. In the past, they would normally just kind of crumble on edges. At least we've seen that before. This time around, packing a bit more of a punch.
Seems on a zone like this, the best option is to come in from above, as Last Day crashed their plane into the plane crash, and Entropic spent most of the game on emergency parachutes. They make an entrance into the top 4. Eternal Fire and Ascend both playing so heavily towards the edge, and even losing Brexco very early into this game to FaZe Clan all the way up north by Severny. Ascend still put enough together. 8 points in terms of kills and the placement points as well. If they can secure a victory here, they pretty much take all pressure off themselves and put it all onto BB Team for the final game. But it's not over yet.
Sure isn't.
Eternal Fire still wants to push forward. They've still got vehicles, and where Eternal Fire has vehicles, and especially when they've got a knock, you know they're going in.
Yep, the players on the teams on the hunt, they're all looking towards Entropic to please claim all the points available remaining in this match. But here comes the first push. Eternal Fire, full speed forward. They go towards Last Day, find Quizzy, take him out, and now the push comes through. They still have Nitro to deal with in the top, and they need to find him. They need to lock him down to set themselves up for what could be a good win here in the second to final game.
Entropic should know who this is. They should have the information from the kill feed that Ascend is one of the remaining teams still alive, and hearing the fight elsewhere in the plane crash between Eternal Fire and Last Day, they should know this must be Ascend.
But why?
For them, it doesn't matter too much for Entropic, but I mean, if they can take them out, that makes things so much more interesting. But Killy dodges out on the final shot that would have taken him down.
I was gonna say, why not take the shots earlier? I know that you're waiting for him to stand completely still, but I was looking at their position. Maybe they're on the very edge, but no, they actually have a decent foot inside this current circle. Surprised to see Hogan not take the shots a bit earlier, but damage done. I think a helmet was popped there as well with the first headshot connected. So things slowing down again on all fronts. Nobody wants to make the committed play. Nobody wants to take that glider. Everyone's hoping to see this next circle shift in their direction.
Nitro with an impossible task now as a 3-man Eternal Fire squad snake their way around all the little bits of debris looking for him. They want to clear this entire northern side of the zone and claim it for themselves as the zone shifts over towards Code Marco's anchoring position on the plane crash itself. It's only seconds before Nitro is discovered.
You say that, but if he stays there for a bit longer, I think Eternal Fire is going to wrap back the other way, and indeed they will. Maybe they thought he is kind of backfilled. Yeah, exactly. They're throwing the nades far. Maybe thinking that he's backfilled all the way down the ridge line. And honestly, I respect this play from Eternal Fire. There's much more to play for than trying to look for this solo. If it's not in your trench, don't go hunting. You never know when you're exposing yourself to an angle from the hillsides towards the southeast where Entropic are currently positioned.
Now, Ascend have put up a wall of smokes. They know the position of Entropic. They know that there's angles towards them, and they know they've got to try and alleviate that the best they can to make a move into this new zone that has favored Eternal Fire and Entropic towards the east. But now shots ringing out from Hawkey in the direction of Eternal Fire as they've given up the chase. Nitro hide-and-seek champion of the plane crash for 2024. Gets away with it, but it's unlikely that he's going to get into the zone, as they'll still be aware that there's a solo over in that direction to take care of before they can really commit to holding everyone else out.
Tropic far out on the edge here. Not really with a chance to push further north, at least not right now. With Code Marco set up there, fully focusing their direction. And, well, Ascend, they're almost inside the circle. Paints actually is just exactly inside the circle, but here comes Nitro. He's snuck down, he's seen... Never mind, that's Kill Your Kai. Wow, Toby, wow. Nitro is the one just on the northern side of him, and so far doesn't have eyes on. He's creeping in. He's creeping in ever so slowly.
Actually, Eternal Fire's persistence in pushing him out in this direction might just be the killing blow. Never mind, Kill Your Kai is so aware. Not going to get caught out by a solo. That is big, big news for Ascend.
Pains has no clue what was about to go down there. Still sat with his back turned. Still looking for Yanni, who's opting to flank underneath. They're taking the fight to Ascend and Tropic, that is. And Eternal Fire, in the meantime, sat on the other side, waiting for this one to go through. But the vehicle explosion from Yanni is going to take out Chris.
Got more grenades, more utility to follow up with. Grendis pushing in towards Eternal Fire as they're looking to push out, but Gianni on a solo mission right now with a wall of smokes between him, gets the flush onto Krish and goes to look to line up another grenade through the smoke where Pains and Killy are huddled together for a little bit of safety they can gather.
At least for now. Marco, headshot connected over on the other side. Granny's only this ruck to play with. He's outside the circle just by a bit, but it's not going to matter. He's going to fall here. Eternal Fire still no casualties on their side. Again, hoping to try and claim a top spot in this one. They came into today in third, and now they're looking to get more.
Smokes. One tree, one rock. And about 12 meters squared of space. That's all Ascend has to work with as the blue zone for phase 8 now. It was, what, phase 5 when we entered into the top 4. 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes have passed since that moment. Eternal Fire has turned their attention on towards Hawkeye. They've isolated him out behind this tree. They don't have lines of sight onto Ascend just yet. They're just going to kill with reckless abandon. They don't care who they kill. They're here to win the game. Ascend, their job is survival. But it's a tough job to have.
Any single extra point they can get off of this could be them making it to PGS and thereby potentially also to PGC. Let's see, Yanni able to find one. Hawkeye takes one down as well. This could not be any better for Ascend. They're sat with their backs against the wall on the very edge of the circle, and now the other two teams are starting to fight one another. It's a 3-man strong Eternal Fire pushing forward. They have Hawkeye low HP. That nade should be the better of him. No, it's going to be the Matt with a gun to take him out, and now 3v2 make it a potential 4v2. Ascend is sat in the corner. One player down already. They know exactly where they have Pains. Is he going to just tank the blue? It seems like it will be no reason to give points over. And Eternal Fire will come up victorious in the second to last game here.
Well, they definitely played that end game with an Internal Fire. Ruin even sacked off the revive on Ketpa and said, you know what, I'm not even going to give them a 2 versus 2 while we reset. I'm just coming over, making it a 3 versus 2 and let him die if we need to secure this win. Turns out they didn't need to. Ascend did not hand over the points. They gave it up to the blue zone, but they've done enough to put themselves in second place overall, crucially overtaking BB Team, who the pressure is on them entirely now for our final match of the day.
Could not be any closer. We asked for it. We said, can anyone do it? Is there a world in which BB Team gets surpassed? And one match away from the final game, we have it. We have it. It could not be any closer. This is exactly how we wanted to go. So now let's hop back to the desk and let them break down the second to last game of PC4.
Yes, a very important match with a lot of ramifications across the board here, but Eternal Fire keeps themselves in the running, in the race to try and get to PGS. A very important match for them to be able to round things out, especially against Ascend on the other side, who is also knocking on that door. Joining me, Avenger as well as Mark Power, to talk about this one. Mark, this couldn't have gone better for Eternal Fire.
Nope, they controlled that top. I mean, we were talking, wasn't we, about Ascend maybe wrapping around that sort of west side, maybe taking the high ground. Didn't quite take it, got caught in the low ground. And maybe that point denial, that 1 point could come down to the wire on the final game. We're going to have to wait and see, but it was good. Love it. This replay.
We're not ready with the points yet. We're hiding it, guys. We're going to make it exciting for the last one. We're not ready for the totals yet. We're going to show it later.
Hey, match 18 was only 16 seconds long, guys. Crazy stuff. Nobody did anything. But yeah, anyway, regardless, let's keep talking about this game here, Martin, because again, Eternal Fire. This is one of the teams that we definitely had on our radar to try and challenge for those spots, and they are doing so.
Yeah, and obviously a team that represented EMEA at PGS 3 and 4. 6th place, actually, at PGS 4. They're a team that can compete at internationals, and now they're showing their lust to go to another couple ones here, because if they're actually capable of doing this, a top 4, top 3 could actually put them both to PGS and to PGC with this. They're in a pretty good spot when it comes to both PGS and PGC points.
That said, Martin, I do want to stick with you for a second here, because Ascend had the West kind of on lockdown for quite a lot of this game. Did you think maybe there was a different angle that they could have taken in terms of like trying to seize more position? What were you thinking? Because we were talking about it.
Yeah, so it's obviously very unfortunate that they're not a full 4-man and they're not looking strong like that, while we look at the 21 points that Eternal Fire is getting here. Ascend 15, also a huge game for them, but they could be 1-1 fighting for that 3rd place with, you know, 4, 5, 6 teams. We'll look at that once we get to that. Maybe we'll, if we get to the overall leaderboard, we should talk about that. But let's see what happens with Stardust. A little bit of points here still, but it feels like the hot air has gotten out of the balloon now for Stardust, James. And yeah, I'm a little bit scared for them, to be honest.
Yeah, it is looking difficult, to say the least. That being said, also looking difficult for BB Team. Toby just alluded to it here, Mark. There's a world where if 2 of these teams very close to them were having a decent game coming into this next one, BB Team would not be making it to PGS, considering the phenomenal start that they had. To me, this is mind-blowing.
You got to be consistent across the finals. BB Team come out swinging day one, insane, great points, really showing us that they want to make themselves on that land presence. Day 2, okay, some points here and there, but was it too reluctant? Like, hey, we've got enough points, no one's going to be able to catch us. They're fighting for 1 placement. I definitely thought that coming into today, but they've really taken their foot off the gas to the point that they might even be out the car, because teams are chasing them down. And like last game, BB Team ended up going against Twisted Minds. If that happens again, that's going to open up potentially for Esports, Ascend, maybe even down to a crazy Secure Center run, or a team like maybe even FaZe come rolling in as well.
Yeah, I mean, for this game, Martin, BB Team couldn't have run into a worse opponent, right? For the fact that they run into Twisted Minds knows the only way that BB Team could possibly have caught up with them is if they firstly survive in this game and then have a big one and then have another big one if Twisted Minds goes out early. So they were more than happy to put the boot in.
Yeah, very scared for BB Team right now. And also another low point game, two 0-point games and a 2.1 in this one here. Now the all, of course, look at that, guys. Ascend has taken them over. BB Team is down in 3rd. They are in this spot. And with the low amount of points that they've gotten today, for me, it's like, that must be such a heartbreak, because you have 2 teams on 110, a FaZe Clan and Eternal Fire on 105, 104, very capable of having a pretty decent game to put themselves into this spot here. But that is huge for Ascend. That would be massive for them to go back to PGS after having only been represented at PGS 1.
No, absolutely. Especially since, I mean, so the foundations of Ascend, when it was that PGS 1, we had to think to ourselves, damn, is this our next super team from EMEA? And then since then, obviously, things fell off, and now maybe we are back on that ride with Ascend. 120 points, fantastic stuff from them so far, but now can BB hold on to 3rd place? I didn't think we'd be saying it here going into the last game, but that's the way, that's the lay of the land for now. There's still a lot of opportunity for Foot, for Stardust, for FaZe and Eternal Fire. There's even a crazy outside huge game for someone like a Sakura Sensen, but it's probably not happening at this point, considering it's that 118 point barrier mark. It's a little bit far.
Heck, 4 random guys could potentially do it. They're a team that it would be explosive, be content creating. Yeah, definitely 100%. But I just want to come back to when we spoke to Chris. Remember, he said about they don't really focus. One of the bad things they were focused on leaderboards. They focus on points and how much they need to do. Clearly, not looking at the leaderboard for this team is working out. Are they tempted though? The final game. Are they tempted to see if they're in a second spot before going into it? Because I don't want Ascend to change their game style. They've got to continue to push forward.
Well, of course, we have a team to focus on, and it's going to be BB Team, Mark, that if they want to change their game style, I would like to see them maybe do it for the last game.
I think they have to now, don't they? Yeah. A bit of a difficult zone for them. I know we was looking at where the zone was going to go. BB dropping for their normal, and then the split will go up. Zone shifts away. They do play that west sort of coast. The zone then shifts back to that north side. It felt like the zone was against them at this point as well. Good note as well, FUT Esports did reposition. They did try to close down. Last they came in the other way as well. So multiple teams around BB were maybe, I suppose, closing the bridges on that west. And with all the gunshots coming out with that knock, FUT Esports just off this reposition themselves as well. So I think they were in a position to maybe close out BB Team. But Martin, after this point, BB Team did opt to go for the west bridges. They went all the way back round to Boatyard, and lo and behold, they come across Twisted Minds.
Yeah, very slow kind of approach here, and very unfortunate because you have like all these teams are just so focused on them. They are so aware that this is the team you need to beat. This is the team you need to take out if you want to have a chance of going to PGS, right? And yeah, then you run into a team like Twisted Minds that's practically already won the event at this point here. And yeah, mechanically, you're just going to get beaten, and they're going to commit all forces to a fight like this. And if BB knew that this was Twisted Minds at an earlier stage, they would not have engaged on them at all. I could imagine.
No,
yeah, potentially.
No.
Well, as you can see, the kind of death throes of this fight as well, Mark. It's just like, for them, just stuck in it. It's a problem, Mark, and Twisted Minds. I mean, even if they had been anybody else, right? They just know that this is the only threat after 2 big games, but they will take them out, and that's how the cookie crumbles. So it's very difficult for BB Team. They've got to readjust going into this last game. But you guys at home don't have to readjust at all. All you have to do is click that follow button, and you'll get yourself some nice, tasty emotes to be able to use on in chat. And also, don't forget, we also have the contest running as well, which will be active for just a little bit longer. So ! Contest, and you can submit your best dress, your best fit for in-game as a screenshot, and then potentially win yourself 5,000 G coins as well to get it going. I have a question to pose before we go to the break. Does BB make it, Martin?
Ooh, that's a rough one. I hope so, but realistically, I feel like they have been so mentally broken down that it's really hard to get out of such a dark hole. Like, it's so rough with such a low amount of points today. Like, yeah, I don't see them qualifying. I think there's too many teams that's gonna be third-partying them, taking them on, knowing they're still currently going to PGS if they stay in the spot that they are. So they're gonna get hunted, they're gonna get third-partied, and I don't think they'll make it. I hope they will, but we'll see.
Do you echo that, Mark? What do you think?
Oh, the upward trajectory of all these other teams around, you kind of have to agree with Martin, but you've got to reset. Did I just reset completely? Final game, 1 game and done. It's going to be difficult. I can't even argue look, what I'd love to see FUT Esports in there, maybe a Stardust. They came up, they went back down. I think at this point, there's 4 teams potentially that could be in it. It'd be very difficult, and it's so hard to get off a negative run for 1 final game.
Well, for a lot of people out there going into our last game, it's usually not a prediction, it's usually a spoiler that Twisted Minds will be coming out the champion. But will BB Team be able to clinch a spot at PGS as well right after this break, considering the performance that they had so far? We will join you right after this.
So now it is everyone's favorite stage. Stage number 3 is pub geography, and this is going to test your knowledge in the game. Now, all 3 of you are the OGs, as we mentioned. It's pretty even on the points, and you've played this game for so long, so many times, you're going to know exactly where these spots are. I'm pretty sure you know how this works by now. We show you a particular place on the map, and you have to try and tell us where it is. We are using Rondo this time, just to make it difficult, because you guys know way too much about the others. Surprise, but you need to tell us where exactly on Rondo is this.
Yeah. All right, I did it. Let's go.
Oh.
1 second. 1 second. I honestly don't even know. I do. No problems.
No shot. You actually know it.
Yeah. You not study the Rondo map?
So I can confirm now, taking a look here, that one of you got 5 points, and that person is in fact Fix, because you've been clearly studying Rondo. Ibiza and Fuzzface 1 point apiece because you were more than 100 meters away.
You actually knew it?
Yeah. What? I mean, I study these maps. Like, I know these things. Like, no problems.
He's never opened a map in his life.
No problems.
I mean, you didn't learn from any of your mistakes in round 1 because you've just spoken such a big game, Fix, and there's 2 more locations you're going to have to guess, and now you've spoken up.
No problem.
Okay, he's super confident. Tell us, where exactly is this? Fix, you still feeling super confident about how much you study these maps?
I'm feeling very confident on this one. I'm just trying
Fuzzface,
to
how are
find
you
it
feeling?
real quick.
All of these feel wrong to me.
Fair. So I can confirm that one of you did in fact get 5 points. I can also confirm that it's not Fix. It was in fact Ibiza who was the closest to the point. Fix, you need to study harder, friend.
Nah. That was like lucky. I forgot which compound it was. It was one of the two, you know?
Fair enough, fair enough. Let's take a look at the final spot here for PUBG Geography. Gents, whereabouts is this?
Oh, okay.
Now it's all about getting the right one.
Yeah, this is... It might only be one possible, actually, Ibi.
You guys
looking at it
right now?
Everyone is locked in. Damn, I don't know how he did it, but it turns out that for that final round, Fuzzface, you got 5 points. Fix, you also got 5 points, and Ibiza, you got 3. Man, oh man.
Imagine I should have went more right. Oh,
Yeah.
I should have went more right. Imagine not knowing
And
where that
just-
box is. Come on. No. Oh my god. What?
He spoke a big game, and he wins the whole damn thing because of it. Congratulations, Fix. 15 points in total. You are our PUBG game show winner. Do you have anyone you want to thank? Any words that you want to share in this victory?
I want to thank my parents and my cat.
That cat did a lot of hard work during this. I get that.
Yep.
Well done. James, let's go back to play.
GG, bro.
GG.
You remember, I am a cowboy.
You You're a cowboy.
Yeah, I'm a cowboy.
I see the cars.
I still have Panzer.
Two guys behind you.
Oh, yeah, they're like in the below on there.
Almost knocked the guy far.
Knock one.
Hit him too.
UAZ is tagged.
Stack.
Sorry.
Can I crash? Full sorry? And you cover?
Wait.
Nice, good
shit.
Let's go, boys.
I swear to God, bro. Why the fuck do we commit for this guy anymore?
5 Scott. One car bomb. Straight. Knock. One more behind him. Driving.
That's them that's driving around.
Lost my car.
Even.
We don't need to fight them.
He's prone behind the dust on yellow. One guy. Knocked him.
Gonna rock running down.
I popped his car. He's fucked. His car is fucked there. He can't drive that car.
One on pool, knocked up.
Shoot the left guy. He's dead. If we shoot him.
Lost my car.
He's down.
Nice.
He's the left guy.
One guy behind me as well. On blue.
Delay if you can.
Instafoot.
One final match before we can tell exactly who is going to go through to PGS to try and claim a PGC spot at the end of the year. And Saga, we said it coming into the day, we wanted it to be close, and these players have not disappointed, because for the first time, BB team has been taken out of the run against Twisted for the top. Ascent has surpassed them, and they have Foot, Stardust, and Face right on their heels.
We've only got one game left for those teams to try and stack up the points. We're running out of time. My room is already being invaded by bugs. My lights are getting swarmed right now. So we've got to get this thing wrapped up and swiftly, but not too swiftly. We don't want anyone to be making any silly mistakes in the early phases of our final game that might cost them basically the rest of their year in competitive PUBG.
And that's the danger, right? Because you have so many teams now with a chance to claim PGS tickets. Issue is for the teams in the bottom, the teams that are completely out of that race, how do they end up impacting things? Does the likes of Entropic, Gaming Gladiators, VP or Last Day go out and gatekeep one of the teams in the top and take them out in the early game? We've seen it time and time again. Or maybe, even better, do some of these top teams end up running to each other in the early game, thus ruining both their teams' chances for a spot in the top? Well, the game is set, the plane is north, and here we go for the final match of this year's EMEA PUBG.
It's a very northern plane. It's a stark difference to what we've seen basically all throughout the tournament. And what am I looking at, Toby? What is this between Twisted Minds and Na'Vi? Are they gonna go and like hot drop in Mill to Power for the rights over Neox Factory? Is this what's happening?
I think, the fact that School and Apps is completely free is incredibly head-scratching. But honestly, I think this is Twisted Minds saying, you know what, Na'Vi? I guess there's a way we can make sure you don't make PGC by denying PGS points. If we take you out now, that's the only outcome I can see be the scenario here.
Yeah, that could well play into it. There's spreadsheets out there. There's YouTube videos from Kowo that tell you all the details you need to know about exactly where these teams need to end up in this event. But honestly, that comes into effect down the line after PGS, when it really depends on the performances there to see how much of an impact something like this could have. But Twisted Minds, wow, this is... I suppose this is what you do when you're 32 points clear. They're confident that they're already coming ahead as champions of this event, and now it's up to them to start pranking everyone else in the lobby.
Fun thing would be here if they do in fact end up taking, if Na'Vi do in fact end up taking out Twisted Minds, and then Ascent end up surpassing them, getting a 20-point game here to win the whole thing. And speaking of Ascent, let's listen in to our team, who is currently sat in second.
I expect from my teammates what they expect from me, just to be there, 100% full focused, so we can just try to win it.
We know it's 18 games. I want from everyone to be like 150% there on these days, on these 6 games on each day, and that's pretty much it. Everyone should give his full everything what they have and try to win.
Expect your teammates to deliver just like they expect you to. Nothing more to be said really in that regard, and they truly have delivered in the games here today. Pains has proven to be a good addition to the team as we now stay here with Twisted Minds, our current first place team, looking to take out Na'Vi, but so far it's not working out for them. Batulin's down already, will be flushed as well.
He's not the only one. That's half of Twisted Minds' number punished for this aggression, this attempt at making something work onto Na'Vi. Lu considering swinging around with a Vector in hand. Diffix is holding the doorway though. Slossid is lying in wait with an S12K.
Oh, let's see. Diffix with the headshot through the small bathroom window. Takes one down. Shots to the bodies of Na'Vi, of Twisted, as well as they get taken out. You said it. I mean, they want to claim the win. I thought, added to it, like in terms of speculation, that they want to try and prevent Na'Vi from making their way to PGC, because as it stands right now, they're not guaranteed to be there. But Twisted, have they just potentially opened up the door to them not winning this tournament? They're 20 points ahead of Ascent, I know, but Ascent has been playing a pretty good day today. This is the first time I feel like we really see Twisted on the hunt. Usually, you said it too, coming into this game, they just can't play their own game. They use every game as practice. This time around, they have something else in mind that could potentially cost them the tournament.
32-point gap. They're probably all right. Ascend would need a 23-point win to overtake them. Maybe 22 would be enough with the placement points qualifier, but
it's only 20 points
win. Oh heck, is mine not updated? Is that
no, it's not. It's only 20 points. That's what I'm saying. A 10 kill win, and Ascent wins the tournament. That's definitely within reach. Circle, send it up. Stardust, obviously seeing the kill feed that Twisted is dead to go. Great. I guess we take apartments. No one's opted to claim school just yet. Of course, it is a little bit to the southwestern side of Circle Center. But again, everyone fully aware that Twisted are dead should be available or should be able to scout and take school.
Well, you know, I've always wondered what it would look like if we got to play PUBG Esports with a flat 60 players, a 15-team lobby instead. And let's see how big of a difference it makes coming into the final game where there's still so much on the line, despite the fact that Twisted Minds, who are, let's say, likely, extremely likely to come ahead as the overall champions, there's still so much yet to be decided for those who currently fall beneath them. That is... I'm not at all surprised that Ascend and BB Team are so dang slow to wait their entire time to start making moves.
I mean, let alone the fact that Twisted is dead already is going to throw a big spanner in how this circle is going to pan out. Would-be center team dead means that there's going to be more commotion to try and claim what once was theirs. I think BB Team, as you say, and Ascend are saying, you know what, if we're already kind of going Game 6 vibes direction, we will just stay out of that chaos altogether and then creep in behind everyone else. In the meantime, towards the circle center, we look and take a look at where some of these teams that are in the run for those spots currently find themselves. Eternal Fire offered for win in the previous one in the race here as well. There's that very center circle towards the liquid compound. And obviously PP team trying to reclaim a spot there in the top. They're coming in on the straight southwest.
But it seems that our live leaderboard was counting the previous game twice, and that's where the confusion came in. Levante, we might wish he gets a chance at this game twice, but actually dips out of line of sight just in time, and the covering fire from Rocks from range catches April before he drops off the roof. That is a big pickup, but anybody who gets the off angle secures what was supposed to be an opening knock for free in favor of Fairy Tale.
All of a sudden, I'm not too surprised anymore about Twisted Mind's decision, as they would in fact need a 22 kill win, Ascent that is, to bring this one home. So thank you for clearing that up, and sorry to all the viewers out there who, like me, might have been a bit confused there in the heat of the moment, seeing the leaderboard and me not realizing it was incorrect.
Baited.
Indeed.
Gaming Gladiators bombarding with grenades, but nothing landing just yet. Pin, at the very least, manages to get himself back up to health. Levante not so lucky. Zubila makes sure of it with the Mosin in the background. But Fairy Tale will get the revive onto April, but Molotovs might just deny him any chance of getting to safety.
I think a lot of the teams right now happy that this is taking place. It's two teams that aren't in the race for the top fighting each other. Again, this early game chaos that most of the teams in the running do not want to be part of. But having said that, it's also teams that could potentially be point fodder for the teams trying to make their way to the top that are falling out early on foot. Well, they came in on the hard northwestern side. They went boatyard. They've heard the action down here, and now it seems like T-Bone is actually looking in this direction. First knock comes through. It's anybody's finding Rocks in the open, and maybe that's now going to be foot with a little bit of a more keen eye in this direction.
He already had T-Bone sending some shots in towards the back of the Gaming Gladiators. It forced a swift reposition, and that forced them out into the open where anybody's with the Dragonov hits the headshot required to make this a 4 versus 2. Gaming Gladiators day might come to a premature end unless Dante can do something magical. Gets an opening knock as April gets to the tree for cover.
Able to get one, but instantly met with bullets and returned down to just 21 health. Goes for Brightside as well, but Brightside finds him. Pin, now solo player, left alive. Gaming Gladiators, a team that I think many thought maybe this was their time to finally turn things around, to finally show their worth of a global championship, or global tournament, I should say. But not to be. Oh, maybe I speak too soon. Pin, able to find the double early on. And still no push coming through on the other side. As I say that, BBL, they've been creeping on forward. Schiller, seen, damage done. But in the end, Pin will fall.
Fairy Tale might not be long behind him. A couple of revives yet to get, and if BBL can sniff out exactly where that's happening, one grenade might just clean out the entire team. Zubila actually is going to be told, hey, you got to crawl back. We can't all stay huddled around here. In fact, they might not even get the res whatsoever. Brightside's healing behind the vehicle, but if Baron Peak spots that cart, tosses a grenade towards it, it's an easy target.
Circle, centers up, still plenty of water in play. VP in a wide four-way split in the center, gonna start grouping up. Sheila able to find Brightside now as well, as they are looking for more. Subila should be an easy flush as Sheila sees him crawling down behind the ridge line. There you go, more points gone their way. And now, I mean, for anybody, there really is nothing else you can do than retreat. Retreat all the way down south, maybe get a car, try and wrap around.
Yeah, just try and go unnoticed. Pull a Baron Peak, just prone on a ridge and hope that they go away.
We'll see.
Phase 2. Ascend is driving across the Western School wide open field, and the team there to meet them is Foot Esports. 8C is separated a bit from the rest of the team, so he's going to fall back right now, and the rest of Ascend make it into Rozhok uncontested. BB team have got into the zone as well. Those are our big three to keep an eye on, and in the middle of all of them, Stardust on the same number of points as Foot Esports. They held on to third place for day 1 and day 2, and if this zone shifts towards the south, this game will be decided right at the very death.
We saw Brex drown in this river a couple of days ago, and I thought with him going straight out back there, I was like, oh no, he's dying again. I was like, oh wait, no, he's in there. This is all right. This is not a big issue. He was just going all the way north by himself. I was like, Brex, what are you doing? But he's fine. He's safe, making sure that no one is coming in from behind. And you know what? I fully respect it. They don't know yet where BB team is. They know they're going down on the southwest side, could potentially backfill their rotation. And with how much is on the line for Ascent right now, you would much rather be safe than sorry.
He's even gone all the way back out towards Boatyard just to make 100% sure that there's no one coming in super late out of the blue zone, maybe from a wide northern wrap, given the flight path that we had at the start of this game. But that's not come to just yet, but we can't rule it out for Phase 3 and beyond. If teams don't like the look of having to make a cross over the river to the west side of Yasnaya, they might go all the way out towards even Everest and come in super late from there on Phase 3. So they've got to be fully aware that that's a possibility the entire time.
We see the leaderboard now, which is in fact correct. Again, sorry for the confusion in the early stage of the game, but as I said before as well, 7th place and up has 0 points garnered of any of the kills we've seen so far. It's been the bottom teams that have been struggling, trying to put in a final super effort to climb to the top of the leaderboard, but for the most part, all been struggling to really get anything going. A lot of casualties on all fronts, and as you were alluding to, Zaga, this next circle shift could very well end up deciding who makes it through to PGS. It's a close race in the top. I'll say it a final time. Twisted Minds, Na'Vi, and FaZe are through no matter what as global partner teams, but there are 2 spots available. Right now, it's 2nd and 3rd place would qualify for PGS 5 and 6. And this race could come down to this next shift.
We get a southern shift, Ascend, Foot Esports, Stardust, and BB Team all there,
down there,
set and ready to profit. If it goes north over the river, it could kill them all and leave the door open for FaZe to get a 15-point game and catch up to BB Team in 3rd place.
Let's see.
There's so many options, so many
Where are we
possibilities.
going? It is shifting east, but to how big of an extent? We're staying in and around the river, just on the eastern side. Virtus Pro sat center. We know that the next circle is going to shift off of water, so should come down towards Volcano to some extent. And Ascent is the first team to full speed send it forward. They're being joined now by Stardust. Imagine if they run into one another. It seems like they will.
Yeah, Stardust.
Wait, are they taking their spot?
It was a 2-2 split. I think Ascend was trying to go past them, but Stardust had other ideas. It's Brex from up above. Killy with a big knock as Novi tries to get over the river. Taking him down, they need to secure that flush because Stardust will be looking in this direction as well. Killy will secure it before they can steal it from them.
This is an incredibly heads-up play by Ascent. They were rotating full speed forward. They see Stardust doing the same thing out of what we like to call the garden compound, just on their southern side, and they throw the curveball. They go, wait, no, guys, stop what you're doing. We're not going forest. It's too dangerous. Stardust have just given us a free entry to the circle, and better yet, BB Team is now starting to take casualties as well. They're completely encircled by BBL, and now Foot is coming down here as well. All the teams in the hunt for the top are now fighting.
BBL is showing no mercy. They've got BB Team surrounded, and they are hunting for these kills. Frag grenades in the hand of Phil First and Besto, but Lyro just trying to get an angle, but waiting for the support to come through for Schiller.
What is happening? The entire kill feed is lighting up like was this New Year's Eve. We see here Lyon trying to peek on forward. Entropic down and out. Kills galore. Schiller peeks on through. Can't quite find the connection. That should be best of luck down with that molly. Maybe jumping up on the bathtub can keep him alive. But again, seeing people through the double windows or double barred windows, not going to make hitting those shots any easier. But there's still a lot of players alive. But now again, finally, Foot showing their presence here. Vart, is he fully pulling up on this? No, stopping on the hills above.
They've got a chance to third party.
Besto
taken down. Phil First on the outside. Last man standing. The last hope for BB Team, but they fall to the big bads of EMEA. BBL have wiped them out. 118 points. That is the cutoff point now for PGS 5 and 6. And Foot knows their target is in sight, and BBL might be next on the block.
With BB Team down and out, I think Foot is going to slow things down once more. 8 points is their cutoff. They are behind on placement points for BB, though, so they would need to surpass. They would lose in a tie. They need to get 119. 9 more points, and Foot could potentially be in PGS. But now let's see one more circle. The last one didn't decide it. It kicked out BB Team, though, making things ever so much closer. Are we going to go straight south? Are we going east towards last day? Or where is this circle going to take us?
Brex is getting his frequent flyer miles in, clearing the entire west, not just of where they currently are holding, but on the northern side of the river as well. But none of it matters. The zone has gone all the way to the east. It's open fields. It's wide open. FaZe Clan has a position within here. Ascend does not. Foot does not. Stardust might actually be the only team that Ascend says, look, we let them get in front of us. We let them play the forest. We didn't want it because it's dangerous. We have to show them why. But
Brex is flying in circles, trying to scout anything available for him and his team. If they read that this is a 2-2 split on the side of Foot, they might just pull up on it. Pixel has a vehicle ready to try and leave. There's a smoke trail coming out of the glider in the air. So Brex limited on time. Actually, as a matter of fact, can't control that thing anymore at all, as it's now on fire. Brex is going to crash. You know what? That compound is free. If he crashes into the plank compound on the western side of FaZe, that's free. But no, he's going for the dip instead.
Whatever works. Just get somewhere to safety. Somewhere where he can get his head down. He might notice, hey, no one shot at me when I was on the way down. But Na'Vi, they're creeping up within nade range.
Stolen by Eternal Fire as well. Ascend gonna full speed send it forward. They're gonna go for Volcano. One more player down. Foot now knows if we commit up the hillside, that's at the most Chris alive. BBL trying to make the run forward. Will be able to at least get away from Foot, but are they going straight into the open arms of Na'Vi? Instead, one more tag from Vard should be enough to find the knock, but it's not meant to be. Lyron will fall, but will the point go over? Yes, it will. To Na'Vi, Sotet finds it.
You saw the color of some of those damage numbers flying out of that. They were trying to get that steal. They got a couple of tags into the down, but Soset's bullet dust lands that little bit earlier. 1 of 9 points that Foot Esports requires secured. Stardust still on 0 of the 9 that they would need, but FaZe Clan with 2 on the board already and a position inside the zone. If they can clear out Sakura Zenson, they're in a great spot as well. Definitely. But Ascend... They sent Chris into the compound. BBL sent into it as well. Chris has a shotgun to try and work with to hold the line.
Here's the footsteps from the opposing player, sharing his building. Foot is sat on the hills just above this compound. I don't think they're going to commit to this push before they know where the next circle is going to take them. If it stays south, maybe there's a play to make, but if not, it might be too dangerous to try and run into a guy with a shotgun in hand. Vard now seen from the outsides. They're trying to force these players to take fights to one another. Brex tacked as well, down to under half HP as T-Bone gets knocked, but I don't think there's going to be any immediate flush offer that they should be safe to get the rest up on the hill.
Send. They're so split. There's no support here. Chris is by himself. He's got a shotgun for support. Needs to dodge out on the flashbang because Sheila's about to peek. He does do so, and Chris gets the better of him. And that's 122 points now for Ascend. They're pretty much secure at this point with BB Team already having fallen, but now getting this zone as well. Foot, they've confirmed it. They know that that's Ascend in this compound. They might just go for it.
I mean, I don't know what else they can do, really. Maybe send it towards Brex, but that's then you out in the open in a dip. Very nadeable from all ranges. In the meantime now, Stardust taking fire, Lasser falling down as they too try to make their way into this next circle. They have a bit of a ridge to work with in the forest line itself, but with Primal on one side, Eternal Fire on the other, this rotation is looking incredibly difficult for the boys. They were set up there in the top, they were set in the hunt, but it's not looking like it's going to come to fruition. Medibate does find Rustin Master, maybe a chance for them to make something happen, but now it's all onto Crossberg and him to try and keep this dream alive. It would be an incredibly tough task for them to try and make this happen, but who knows? Maybe, just maybe, Crossberg has it in him.
He does get the one. It's actually the grenade of Metabay that secures the knock onto Daz. The flush was good, got some solid damage. Shogas didn't spot him on the edge of his screen. What is this, an aspect ratio problem? He hears the shots now, though, but the flashbang comes flying through, blinds him for just a fraction of a second.
3 kills.
It's enough. Crossberg catches him crossing in the smoke. Stardust, 3 on the board, down to a duo.
Whoa. While this has been happening, Chris has actually managed to get out of the building. He's gone up to the trees above, and I don't think Foot has any clue at all that Chris has opted to leave this building. They're still smoking, throwing flashes, trying to secure a spot down towards the building itself. Wait. No, these smokes are not for Chris, therefore it's full speed sent forward. They have no clue that he's right here. Now maybe they see him. Indeed they do, but Chris, position given up on Vard. Mid-transition, able to take him out.
I was half expecting Chris to try and shotgun him out of the car. That would have been insult to injury. But Foot, you can't let that flush get stolen away. They've got to get it.
True.
Navi's trying.
Nope.
It's Nitro from last day that steals away Chris. That could be a big point for Foot Esports.
Only 1 kill so far, but we're getting closer and closer to placement points. If this next circle hard shifts south, a lot of placement points you would have to assume are going to be guaranteed to go Foot's way, but it's by no means guaranteed. Vard, I mean, again, you can't take any chances here. Double blue zone nades, they pack the backside. of this building. Now the mortars are starting to rain in from elsewhere on the map as well. Foot are feeling the pressure. And currently, well, they're 8 points out of qualification.
I'm making 100% sure to clear it out. They can't be absolutely certain that this isn't where Brexco crash landed. Maybe they saw the glider, but he might have had a chance to run over those mortars. If their game ends to a mortar, if their hopes of PGS ends, he said in the interview with you, he doesn't mind the mortars as an addition, but if they get wiped out by one, I guarantee he's going to change his mind. Keeping that vehicle alive could be important for them as well, because this is a wide open zone. They're going to need all the cover they can get.
To add to it, Stardust as well would need to surpass BB Team. They also would lose on a tie, so 6 more points needed for them to qualify. Looking hard, if not near impossible. 2 guys, a bike, and a circle that has just shifted away. And most importantly, I think for Foot here, stays in. Oh, did that just blow up in the tree? I think it did. I thought that was going to be Crossberg down and out for sure, but not quite to be. The tree is what saves him. But again, the circle. Foot is in by an inch. There's at least 3-4 teams that has to fall now before Foot. You'd have to imagine.
Yeah, and FaZe has to be one of them as well. They've crept up. They've got 4 points on the board, 109 in total, only 2 points behind Foot Esports, also 9 points behind BB Team. Stardust a couple ahead of them as well, but they've got a long way to go. It's unlikely that Stardust is going to survive their next rotation. 2 players left. I think all they had was a bike.
Yep, last day, first movers in this circle. They're going to drive forward. They're going to try and claim some sort of space for themselves on the very edge of the circle. They take the ridge line east side of the VP compound. But look at this, instantly Na'Vi opens up, finds Quizzy. And, I mean, Braxton the Shack's going to get to chill, at least for a little while longer. Still uncontested, but maybe not if Stardust has something to say about it. They're coming in, rotating underneath. They might be going straight towards where Brexco currently is. Are they stopping?
Yeah, Foot.
Yes, they are.
Esports are well aware that Ascend is still one up somewhere, but they're going to have no idea. They're never going to find Brex. They have to rely on someone else to do it, and it might just be Stardust. Crossberg has gone down. They're 5 points shy.
This amount of solos alive. The solos alive are keeping the placement points out of reach, at least for now, for Foot Esports. And with where they're currently positioned, they're not getting any points off of kills either. But here they come rotating further forward. They know that the placement points alone is not going to be enough to surpass all these teams ahead of them. And what a barrage of utility sent by Na'Vi over the top as Stardust fall. They were up there. They were in the hunt. They were in. But now out they fall. Currently in 4th. Foot, though, still 4 alive. They need an additional 7 points to make this happen.
They've got utility to work with, but they don't want to waste it. They don't have unlimited barrage like Na'Vi seem to have. They had 1 or 2 grenades apiece. They need to make it land. They need to make sure they're getting the knocks and the flushes with those grenades. But Na'Vi in the background is making it difficult. Tags over the top. Vod just dropped a nade.
He had a nade. He can crawl off. He should be all right. I think it's the first knock on him, so should be resable. But we saw mortars before coming in. Maybe more will fall now as Vex try to push further forward. FaZe has made it in, at least for now, to top 5 territory, but he will fall to last day, who too climb up the leaderboard at least a bit and tie things with Primal. Ascent still up in 2nd. Foot sat there, 1 player knocked again, potentially up on his feet in the moment, and 6 points out of qualification. Nitro alone, Braxco alone. That's 2 points for 2 solos they could get, and once again they get to stay inside the circle.
I'm not going to bother trying to do the maths to see whether it's even possible if Ascend can be knocked out at this point, but Brexco is doing his damnedest to keep their chances alive and make sure that that is not going to happen. Nitro will surely be the next solo to fall. Maybe then VP will clear him out from the shack, but then he must have done enough.
Breaks falls.
No,
that's them out.
Falls first.
That's them down and out. Foot gets points off of it. Just 5 more would be needed. Again, in a tie, they would lose to BB Team. They need to surpass. They need 119. That's the magic number.
If Eternal Fire wins this game with 16 more points, Foot Esports gets, what, 5 more?
You know what? You do that math. I'm gonna stay in a simple digit math here. I'm not gonna join you in that conversation. And not now. We'll leave that for the desk to find out, to do all that math. But now Virtus Pro, important rotation on their part. A lot of placement points can be garnered. A lot of points to maybe crawl further up the leaderboard for them too in this matchup.
Eternal Fire, they've got themselves back up to strength. They survived the bombardment of Na'Vi, and now it's Na'Vi's turn to have to make a move into unstable terrain, unstable territory, and Eternal Fire still have a little bit of utility left to burn in that direction should they need it. But Virtus Pro making their move out of the compound, they're going to clear up this solo the best they can and take full control of the fields.
VP want to surpass BBL for more PGC points to potentially lock down a spot there now, though the fight against Eternal Fire, I mean, it's bound to happen eventually. Na'Vi outside the circle, they have to push forward. VP there, trying to lock down this position, trying to engage as best as they can on the teams down below. T-Bone finds one. Pixel able to find one more as well. As one more falls from Na'Vi. 3 from Na'Vi down as Cope Marco finds the double.
That was a massive pickup from T-Bone on the solo on the opposite side. That's a 2-point conversion on the kill.
Oh.
Over the top, Pixelic.
They're cleaning up.
Tags onto Ibby as well. Foot might just get it done.
But they need the flushes, they need all the points with this that they can possibly garner. Eternal Fire, 3 still alive down below. They survived the barrage of utility coming in from Na'Vi, but Na'Vi crawling around, just waiting to be flushed by the likes of Foot. But they've been able to reset, but here they fall 2 points over to Foot. They get the placement points with it as well, but is it going to be enough?
Vod and Pixelic in combination picked up 3 of those kills onto Na'Vi. That must do it, surely.
You would have to imagine.
Not, either way, I mean, Foot, just get as much as you can. Win this game to secure it. They must do it. Yeah, 3rd place.
Top left, the 19 is secured. Foot, it seems like they're in, but of course they aren't aware. And we've already in this game had issues on the leaderboard, so I do not want to fully claim it. Right now, it looks like they're through, but we'll leave it till the end to fully confirm it. But nonetheless, a game that once again takes us right down to the wire. Foot won the first game of the day, almost had a win on Takeover as well. Now they're looking to try and seal the deal here on Erangel. T-Bone, though, falls. 3rd knock, I believe, on him as Eternal Fire. They see the knock, they full speed, send it forward.
They have to. They have no choice. They've got to get out of the glider dip. A quick spray around the side. Ruin and the Mad over the top and into Foot Esports. And down they go. 114 points for Eternal Fire. Foot, they can't go out now. They have. Lookarooks over the top with a P90 onto Pixel.
Eternal Fire might take over.
Hands on the head.
Eternal Fire might take over. If they win this, they should surpass. If they win this, they could potentially shove out Foot.
4 points, Toby. It's 4 points.
It's the win. It's the win. You win the game and you're in. It's all it is.
Whether or not we like it, we're playing Smash format now, baby. Let's go. Eternal Fire needs this win, and Foot desperately needs to put all their eggs in the Virtus Pro basket to keep their hopes alive.
Eternal Fire can go back-to-back in the final 2 games of Erangel and qualify for PGS. What an effort that would be. What an absolutely insane finish that would be. But it's not done yet.
The game. Yeah, we can't start ruling people out too quickly. Crazy things can happen in this game, and Eternal Fire might just be conjuring something wicked. But they've got to get it over the line. A 3 versus 4 in favor of Eternal Fire. But Virtus Pro have a little bit of control. They have to.
Need Nixie down 4v2. Has the former Howl roster brought it home? Has the backlog power surpassed expectation, improved and impressed across the board? They find one more. Now there's just one left alive. Lookarooks at 1v4. Is it too much to ask to keep the Foot hopes and dreams alive? The Foot shot comes through, and Code Marco brings it home. And Eternal Fire back-to-back victories to round off the day.
There is no way that this has happened. The storylines, the narrative, the whole way through has been centered around so few teams. And at the final hurdle, the final map of Erangel, Eternal Fire takes everything away from all of them. That is insane, Toby. Insane.
They weren't even part of the conversation up until a game and a half ago. They were in, then they were out, then we all were starting to talk Foot. We were talking Ascent, BB team, the likes on the top. But here comes Eternal Fire.
Wow.
From the abyss, as the former 3-headed Howl Dog. They come up and, from what it looks like, claim the spot, but we'll leave that up to the desk to fully figure out. But once again, I mean, PUBG, don't you just love it? This is
insane. From 7th place up to third and into the qualifying slots in that final game. It's absolutely unreasonable scenes, but there's only one thing left to ask Toby, and it's Martin, how are they doing this?
Oh my god, we have just witnessed insanity here in EMEA as Eternal Fire back-to-back wins to put themselves into PGS. What an unbelievable way of being able to finish this out. Look at that, as the nades rained down on them, I thought they were done. A lot of people thought they were done, but no, the fortitude coming out here from Eternal Fire. Avenger, Mark joining me to talk about this one. Mark, this is unreal.
I don't even know where to start. I don't know where to start. Was it foot on the edge? Eternal Fire, look, they took it into their own hands. They wanted to make the play. 19-point game, that'd be pushing them into third. That is a really, really good showing for them. But even early game, that push, they could have gone up to Volcano. They could have tried to take on Foot Esports, but they went for the bunkers. They went for the little dips. They took the fight with Na'Vi, and then at that point, I think when they cleared that out, they knew they had it in their hands to potentially get themselves to land.
Insane, Martin. Have I lost him?
Yeah, I think we lost him. It's so insane that Martin's had to go figure out what the hell is going on at the moment because...
We've got him.
There you go.
I had to mute myself. I was screaming. But guys, 11 points before these two Wrangle games, and now they're putting up 40 points in 2 games to put themselves in this situation. Just so crazy. Back-to-back PGSs for them as well, guys.
Unreal. Look at that. Here we are. Congratulations. Insane. Firstly, of course, our champions here, the kings of EMEA. Twisted Minds does it again, but they don't just do it here, Avenger. They do it by the longest lead that they have ever had here in EMEA. That is another statement for Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Insane to see Twisted Minds. Just, we didn't even talk about them because it was just a given that they were going to win the whole thing, right? It was so irrelevant because we already gave them the trophy. We already gave them the prize money. We had to see who are the 2 teams that's going to be joining all the other ones going to PGS. Insane stuff. And of course here, Ascent and Eternal Fire, they will be the 2 teams that are making it to PGS. An astounding effort coming out, honestly, Mark, from both of them, considering the competition, how fierce it was. We thought BB Team was a guarantee, but no, they've slipped, and likewise so has Foot, just so close yet so far.
I do feel for Foot. I also feel for BB Team, but not having a good second day, and then really day 3 just wasn't theirs, and they couldn't do anything in the final section. But you've got to give it to Ascent. Consistent in the group stage. They didn't really perform at the early part of this year. They've done a roster change, and now we're looking at them potentially going to land. That's going to set them up. But huge GGs, though. Twisted Minds, getting another win underneath their name.
They might have had a slip at EWC when it came to the groups, just missing out on that grand finals. Of course, thanks to AGG, who just decided to kind of dislodge them when it came to Miramar. But back on regional, back looking and eyeing down the eye of more PGSs and, of course, PGC, Martin. Twisted Minds is always here to stay. You would argue that they are the most consistent team of all time when it comes to really PUBG, and they're here doing it once again.
Yeah, ever so consistent. And if it wasn't for some of the fun things they had happening for them today, they would have had an even bigger lead here. Obviously making it interesting for us. But I kind of like that it ended up being what happened today with Twisted Minds rather than them having a bigger impact than they did negatively in some of the other teams. Obviously, there were some fights here and there, but still, it could have been worse. But they played for the win, and they managed to completely hold on to that. So that's huge for them. Congrats.
Yeah, I did think, Mark, we were coming into this tournament where there was a potential that some of our big regional teams, like a BB Team, like Na'Vi as well, who, by the way, had a great run of it towards the end. He had to try and kind of get themselves a little bit higher up. But I thought they were going to be able to challenge them, but no, Twisted Minds is able to win out. We can actually take a look at Twisted Minds, Mark, from this last game. Of course, it was a bit of a rough one, but they were looking to try and put the boot in against Na'Vi by the looks of things.
Maybe not. There we go. We can now. Yeah, so it was a big question. They didn't go for their normal drop, and they went straight for Na'Vi. This is a huge question mark around Rondo. There's a huge question mark around Globals at the end of the year. It didn't quite work out. At this point, though, you kind of know they'll winning. They were looking to try and get dislodged, unable to confirm up. But back to Twisted Minds, back to your comment about Esports World Cup. They didn't go through to that lower qualifiers, and there was big questions that Twisted Minds, they always seem to make their way back through the lower qualifiers, and they made a big statement here in the group stages. They wanted to get through straight away, and look, they done that, tick in the box, and then they know they can perform in the final, tick again, another trophy.
Very impressive stuff as we kind of watch out this little situation. It's interesting to see these dynamics always in PUBG as well, Martin, considering that we know that there is a slight rival with Na'Vi, especially when it comes to Rondo. So they wanted to just, you know, stick it to them a bit.
For me, it just doesn't make sense, guys. Like, I'm just like, Na'Vi is 6th overall in PGS points. Na'Vi is going to PGS no matter what. They're very likely to go to PGC through the PGS system. So is it for fun, to have fun with the boys, or what's it? But yeah, maybe we'll be able to ask some questions later about that.
On the off chance that they didn't do well at this upcoming PGS, 2 PGSs, and then other teams were able to overtake them, maybe there's a world where that dynamic works out right. But they are great. Anyway, regardless, we are ready for our interview, and it's our bi-yearly or twice yearly interview with good old Batulins. Well, hello mate, how are you doing?
Hello everyone. Yeah, I'm feeling great. We won again, I guess. I don't know what to say, because we have this interview like twice a year, every year since 2020. So I mean, it's kind of usual talk between us. So if you have some questions, you can ask me.
So out there questions. So actually, there is a little bit of a difference for this tournament, Batulins, which is actually relative to other regionals. This is like by far the one that you've won most, like relative to second place, right? You were 32 points. Well, actually, no, quite a lot of points ahead compared to the usual second place. A lot of the times in regionals, you'll win by a few points, like against a FaZe or against a Virtus.pro when they were Mad Bulls and things like that. So talk to me about this lobby, because it felt like there were some technically great challenges to you here, but everybody kind of just slipped by the wayside or kind of fell over a little bit. So what was it about this lobby in particular?
Well, as far as we could expect from first days, we thought that BB team, of course, gonna play against us until the final game. You know, like usually you said, like against FaZe Clan, I don't know, like VP, like depends on team. Usually it's always a rivalry between us and one team from our region, and we expected them to fight, but somehow they managed to get like 5 points, I don't know, today, and they didn't qualify, I guess, because of it. So that's the reason why it's such a huge gap between us and second place. Just because BB played too bad, and I have nothing else to say, because overall, like, this tournament felt like all other European tournaments. There should be one team who plays excellent. They somehow manage to get points in each game, but today something new happened. So because of it, we decided to hot drop Na'Vi in the final game, because no one was interested if we're gonna win or not. Everyone was looking at second place, who gonna qualify to PGS tournament. So yeah. So we just gave viewers opportunity to watch this game. Yeah.
Love it.
Well, I'm glad you've answered that, because that was probably going to be the follow-up. Martin, do you have a question?
Yeah. I mean, I always, you know, I can spend hours talking to the Batulins always, but yeah, it's good that you answered that. It's kind of a throwback to your hot drops on other maps with them. I gotta ask though, kind of thoughts on when we went into the weekend here and also some of the other days. What was your kind of approach and thoughts of? Was it going to be hard for you? Was it going to be easy for you? Did you kind of have a feeling that you're going to have, you know, as close as a fight with BB team before going into the last day?
Well, we didn't know which team going to play good in this tournament. We just knew that someone should be. It's hard to say like which expectations were before the tournament, like what we should wait from, like, I don't know, Virtus.pro, for example, or Na'Vi. Somehow all of them play bad. So it was the only BB team, and somehow Ascend were playing very good. So cheers to them that they managed to play that good, and congratulations with on qualifying. I don't know which is the second team, because I don't know.
Eternal Fire.
Eternal Fire.
Eternal Fire. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well.
Yeah, back to back. BGS.
Congratulations. Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right, Mark. Question?
I suppose for me, I actually want to go back about the Esports World Cup and the lower bracket. Obviously, I think a lot of us were shocked that obviously you naturally go through the lower bracket. Was that something you guys sort of took away from Esports World Cup coming into this, going actually let's see if we can not go to lower bracket, qualify and get straight through? Is it kind of an active takeaway from Esports World Cup?
It's impossible to compare EWC to European tournament, like just the quality of the teams is too different, and the fact that there was no lower, like here we still have a lower bracket, but in EWC we only have like 12 games, and in these 12 games we get so we had like 12 games and no other chances. It's like first time. I think that's the only reason why we didn't qualify, because previously we had like previous Riyadh, which we placed second in the finals. We also had a terrible group stage, but then we just smashed loser bracket and we came back stronger, and we were very close, like against Sonics in the end. Yeah, and this time it was something new. We just have to work on it. It's first time without lower bracket, like EWC. So I think we'll find out how to find our luck, even if circles don't go to us. We're just gonna do better, get more average points every game in like group stages, and we should be fine. We'll see in this new BGS events. We'll see if we're gonna have any problems in group stage or not. I'm very interested to see. I wonder like if we have any problems again in group stage or not, but I hope we're gonna do very good.
Yes, mate, appreciate it.
I have a quick question before we let go of you, Petulins. In like, if you're looking at the PGS system, would you prefer to have, instead of that Thursday as being an off day, would you prefer to keep the bottom 16 teams and play one more kind of last chance? Do you prefer that double elimination? Do you think that would be more exciting, or what's your kind of take on that?
I would definitely say that we need last chance, just because we used to use this last chance to qualify. It was in PGC, it was in Riyadh, it was like many times, so definitely yes. I think that when you are on the global stage where all the teams know how to win the games, and if you don't get really good luck in this like several games in group stage, you can just not qualify, but everyone knows that if we would qualify to UWC finals, we're gonna win it, or we're gonna place top 3 at least. But we didn't qualify, and that's how it is. So I would definitely, answer on your question, I would definitely choose to have this last chance, as for us, for my team.
Fair. Hey, couldn't have said it better myself. Well, but Petulins, hey, congratulations. Any final words, final shout-outs you want to give before we let you go, mate?
See you in Thailand. Thank you for everyone for watching. It was a fun event.
All right, buddy. Well, congratulations for winning once again, and we'll see you in Thailand, mate.
Thank you. See you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome stuff. So, as always, our usual...
I almost hung up as well.
You almost hung up?
I almost hung up as well.
Bye,
okay,
Avenger.
guys.
It would be like the first days when you were muted. It would be great. Anyway.
I'll see you in Thailand. Bye.
All right. Twisted Minds, the champions once again, Mark. It is always fitting that we have the Kings of EMEA being able to be victorious once again, because again, there is no one that really comes as close consistently, even globally, never mind regionally, as Twisted Minds. And when Martin was talking to the boys in that interview as well, them saying Petulins is the GOAT for the region, I have to echo this sentiment. At this point in this time, he is just the GOAT for EMEA.
I feel like he needs to record those interviews nowadays, especially the closing statements. It just seems to be a trend. The question is, can anyone replicate? Can anyone take him apart? And the fact that he's saying they're not sure who's going to take him on is an interesting... they're coming into every single event and looking at, is it going to be VP? Is it going to be Na'Vi this time? Someone surely has to rise to try and take down Twisted Minds. But I'm not going to lie, I do love seeing them absolutely getting the wind underneath their belt. They've got a lot of fans, they've got a lot of love, and they've been grinding for a long time. I feel like once they got that win, it's just a snowball effect now, and it's the can anyone stop them?
they're just a brilliant representation for us, right? Like, especially when you've got to go up against the likes of teams like Sonic's Avenger, who are also brilliant representation from the Americas. You're going up against some of the powerhouses from Asia as well. Twisted Minds is the perfect team, the perfect name, the perfect attitude to be able to represent on the international stage.
Yeah, honestly, always such a good time talking to Betulins, and also like, hey guys, I'm back. How are you doing? Let's just take some questions. Like, he's so used to it. It's been for years now. Like bi-yearly talking to him, you know, it's always great, and kind of having that insight and having that those thoughts, and it's just mental to think that you can be so consistent that you're always gonna have that interview, you know, a couple times a year regionally, because you're just doing that well, either because you won the group stage or you won the tournament or stuff like that. So yeah, and they've just been bashing, you know, they have been smashing our regionals completely here, and you know, guaranteed to go to PGC. Would be cool to see them go to PGC through the PGS system, kind of granting another spot from EMEA, but well, we'll see.
Yes, definitely. Let's do that one. Let's get even more than just the Twisted Minds one. Let's get the Na'Vi one and maybe the FaZe one as well. Yeah, that'd be great. But of course, we've got other things to talk about as well. Not only, of course, is Twisted Minds the champion here, but now we have the guaranteed names going to PGS as well here from EMEA, Ascend and Eternal Fire. Mark, let's start with Ascend. It feels like a renaissance almost for this team to be able to bring Pains in, to have that revitalization. I know that team is going to be very happy, and I'm very excited to see them in Thailand.
It's just that team that's always been there. And as I said, they started this first year, saw them grinding, they didn't get to the point, they get over the line to go to land. Then they had to reset, they sat and watched, and it's a team you did not expect to sit and watch. They made some changes, they've now come back, and this is the first event they've had to prove the changes they made are right for the team. And it looks like, we've got a little sneaky look though at Nations Cup, but realistically they delivered, and it was quite consistent. Look at the group stages, pretty much give or take the same points both days going through. They looked happy, they looked confident, and do you know what I really like about Ascend is they have their unique game style. They're not shaken by other teams around them in the region. The big question I've got for them now, going to LAN, are they going to have to change up their game style? Are they looking at their drop spots? They've got a little bit more homework to do. I think they can do it. They've got the experience on that team to deliver a good, and hopefully we'll see a purple win maybe out in Thailand.
Well, they showed that 80% of them in PGS1 were capable of being able to hang on that international stage, right? So, and Pains joining them, Martin, felt like during PNC, like the worst kept secret in PUBG Esports, really. Considering that they were playing well, he was doing well at PNC, and joining the roster soon after.
Yeah, and obviously this is kind of an uprising for them, right? They had a 16th place in spring, that a 15th place in EVC qualifiers. Yeah. Kind of a horrible first half of the year for them. They had to kind of make a change, no matter if it's a player change, then this is a honeymoon thing that they managed to do so, but also this is huge for them. They're going to PGS, they're actually getting a LAN, and even though that there's almost no chance that they're going to PGC unless it's through the PGS system, then it's huge for them to actually get this. And if they have two really, really good PGSs, they could actually still go to PGC through that system. So that would be massive for them. And yeah, as you said, we have seen them do extremely well at internationals before. Remember PGS1, huge performance for them. So they're a well-storied roster and also very experienced LAN roster once we get to the very core of them.
And finally, we can talk about Eternal Fire as well. The 2 wins at the very end. I'm going to start with you, Martin, on this one, because that is just unreal. Toby's pretty much on the money. We were kind of counting them as a very outside chance going into those last couple of games, but those last 2 put them on the map. And watching the development of this team from when they were Howl as the kind of most of this roster, and then moving on, it's great to see them be so vigorous and ferocious in their last 2 games to be able to qualify.
Yeah. Toby's predictions today is, as my good friend Sims likes to say, a broken clock is always right twice a day, right? So for sure for this case here, 2 is 2 plus 2, 34 points. No, it was obviously a bug on the leaderboard. It's great. It's always taking a little bit of banter here. But yeah, for Eternal Fires, and for them to go back to PGS, that's insane. Also represented last year, a little bit of a roster change for them coming compared to what we saw them in last year too. So I'm really excited to see, you know, them evolving into a team that potentially could take on these internationals, and maybe, I mean, they're guaranteed to go to PGC through the regional system, but could they go up and maybe shake up the PGS, now that they've been at everything except for EWC, could then go in and maybe take a top 8 position and maybe get one more spot for EMEA in terms of PGC. That would be massive.
You're hungry for even more spots, right? I like it. I like it. We can be greedy here in EMEA.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, Eternal Fire, Navi. That's 4. That's half. That's 4 out of the 8 available spots. That'd be crazy. Just give me all of them. Give me all of them.
Maybe here. But at the same time as well, Mark, you could see it on their faces, especially when they won that last game. Code Marco, the Mad as well. You could see it. They knew as they won that game that they'd done it. Their hard work, their perseverance, everything that they've been working for, and clearly they've been working hard for it. Now they've made it to PGS, and that's just such a weight off your shoulders, it feels like, when it comes to participating and playing.
They're so good. They're that team that if you need to deliver, they could do it. And they had 2 games to do it in. They went back to back. They knew what they had to do. They had an objective, and arguably, God, would you expect another team to do it? No. Eternal Fire, even down to that last game, they're pushing themselves into that bunker. They knew they wanted to take the fights. They backed themselves to win, and well deserved.
Well, let's take a look at the breakdown then of the PGC points that these teams are trying to garner for themselves moving on forwards. Of course, Twisted Minds just haphazardly gets themselves 805 points. So even if it wasn't a world where they were qualifying via PGS, they've decided, you know what, we're going to make it problematic for everybody and soak up as many points as possible, Martin.
Yeah, and obviously this is not lined up for the correct timing for that, but yeah, PGC points on terms of this here means that FaZe Clan and Eternal Fire guaranteed to go through to PGC no matter what, but they are also looking good in terms of the PGS system. They could be going through that. That would mean the next one in line would be Bedbuden team. It would be Virtus Pro, and it would be Navi. Navi also a team that could be getting one of those spots here, so it would be huge for them. They that would mean that the next spot would go to Foot Esports, and they have been heartbroken today. And the guys, we're talking about the game a little bit here, right? They had 2 opportunities to throw all their util or to throw, stun grenades and actually peek over 2 or 3 guys. They held back. They wanted to make sure that they pushed up, and they actually got ripped apart. Foot had every single chance in their own hands to actually have won this game. When they saw Eternal Fire having 2 knocks, that was their game to win. That was their chance to go to PGS and maybe go to PGC.
A tough one. Of course, though, Mark, we will not know in terms of who is exactly going to PGC from this roster until we have the PGS unfold. We've got 5 and 6 on the way. It's going to be an exciting time. Obviously, we've got great representation from EMEA. I think our prospects are very, very bright over there for us to be able to claim a lot of PGS spots.
Yes, yeah. Look, we're biased, aren't we? We're biased to our region. We have to be. But I do feel for teams like Foot. I do feel for these teams that are going to be sitting there watching, going, please, please, please, have we done enough? Because we were screaming on that last game, just launch the nades in, Foot, get him into the hole, and they didn't do it. Now sit, watch, and wait in. It's going to be good. I'm really excited to sit back and watch you guys deliver. I'm really excited to see the EMEA bring it home for not just 1, but potentially 2, and thus secure some more spots. So, I'll be flying the flag, though, in chat, definitely.
We bring it in terms of in-game as well as on the desk, in the car. Anyways, it's all over the board, Mark. We're everywhere. We're doing all right. Yeah, it's going to be a great time for sure. And congratulations once again, Twisted Minds, the champions here in the EMEA for PEC. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, tuning in around the world. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you this tournament here, and a pleasure watching all of these teams participate on the battlegrounds once again. Coming up just after this, of course, is PAS. So make sure if you're staying up into the wee hours of the night here in Europe, you can check that out as well, where Sonics is doing all right, suffice to say. All right, well, that does it from us. A huge thank you for tuning in. We'll see you at PGS 5 and 6, as well as finishing up the regionals here tonight. See you later.
noisy cannibals. Only they can stop them. The Hungerbusters! They're back and armed to kill. Why take chances?